past the bowler, runs for him here, could go all the way for 4. It's a little teaser. The outfield, of course, fairly lush.
In comes Bailey, and it's a lovely shot down the ground. Over pitch from Bailey there, and it's a great shot.
Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that's driven and caught at backward point. Is Balderson in, bowls to Broad, who's clipped it and caught at mid-wicket. So Balderson's golden arm, wicket with the first ball of his first over, wicket with the first ball of his second over. Here's Balderson in again, bowls to him, straight drive, back past the bowler. It's running up towards the boundary in front of the old pavilion. It's a little teasier, but it goes across the rope, so a boundary.
Bit of width there, and that's manoeuvred beautifully by Whiteman down towards third man, short and wide by Williams. In to complete the over, down comes the batter, and he's stumped by Salt. He's into Gay, as Gay comes down the pitch and sends that up and over mid-wicket out towards the boundary. Luke Wells is chasing after it, but it will beat Wells. Wally to Gay, and that's shovelled out through the onside. It's a good-looking shot, plenty of bottom hand on that, forcing the ball away through mid-wicket.
Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, drives beautifully through extra cover. That's running out towards the boundary. I think it's... Is it just going to get there? It's a little tease. That's a terrific chase out there by Josh Bohannon, who's managed to just reel it in. They come back for 3, but that saved a run. Terrific. Hartley over the wicket, bowls to Proctor outside off stump, gives him a little bit of width, and Proctor drives away out through extra cover, running out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. All things are possible for these two left-armers. That's driven on the full by Proctor. He's with a real swing of the bat.
Okay, again using his feet, coming down the pitch, striking it beautifully. Good looking shot to the right of Wells. He's quite deep at mid-off. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. Backward point. Hammered down the ground by Gay.
Wells in again. Bowls to Gay, short of a length, cut away. That's going to run away for 4. Takes Emilio Gay to 96.
In comes Wells. Bowls. Bit short of a length. Luke Proctor turns that round the corner. Going to take the 2 on the midfield. Gets a couple of runs.
As Bailey is in, bowls to Gay on 99, and that's it. He plays it away, past square leg. It's going to run out, I think, all the way for 4. Might just be hauled in inside the rope. No, it won't. It crosses the boundary in front of the party stand. Well played, Emilio Gay. Kisses his bat and acknowledges the applause from around the crowd and from the dressing room. In again, bowls down the pitch comes Gay, and he clubs it just over Stephen Croft.
Bailey round the wicket. Bowls again, very straight, and he just tucks that away off his legs for 4 runs, down to fine leg.
It's a square. Proctor up. Oh, he's got him! Well, that's relief for Lancashire. It brings to an end a magnificent partnership between Proctor and Gay.
Here's Bailey starting a fresh over, and that's a beautiful straight drive by Saif Zaib, and it's running up towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope down in front of us. Here's Balderson in, bowls, and is he caught behind? There's a big appeal, and he's gone. He's perished 1 short of his career best.
So the 4th and final day here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. A very good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage for the viewers on Lancs TV, just watching highlights of the first day there. It feels like a long time ago, that. It does, doesn't it? There's a lot happened since that, hasn't it? Even though we've seen a lot of rain, the game's moved on a lot.
Well, the world has moved on a bit since then, hasn't it?
True. Yeah, a lot's moved on since then. So yesterday was a quite remarkable day, really. where Lancashire started 221 runs behind, and they finished the day 156 runs in front. So they scored 377 runs in 67 overs.
And 5 balls.
And don't forget
the 5 balls.
That's some going by Lancashire, and it's put them in front in the match. And we're assuming, unless they're bowled out, of course, we're assuming, unless they're bowled out, that they will at some point today declare.
Yes, I mean, I think there was a certain amount of speculation yesterday, wasn't there, about whether Lancashire would maybe pull out overnight. But my thought when we were discussing this on commentary yesterday was that they would obviously try and go on and make absolutely sure that Northamptonshire probably haven't got enough time to score enough runs to make Lancashire bat again, if you see what I mean. I mean, they're, 156 on now. They get the lead up to 200 with 2 sessions left. Somebody then is going to have to bat pretty well in order to get ahead again, and then you're in the realms of, are Lancashire going to have enough time to knock off the runs? I mean, I think they will have looked at the way Northamptonshire have batted across the season. They will look at the pitch, which, I mean, is played absolutely superbly, but the odd one inevitably is going to turn a little bit. There's going to be something in the footmarks there. 5 out of 6 left-handers at the top of Northamptonshire's order, of course, and you know, I would have thought they're going to think they'll fancy their chances of giving themselves 80, 85 overs to bowl Northamptonshire out. Yeah.
2 not-out batsmen on the Lancashire balcony are George Balderson and Tom Hartley. We can see Will Williams is padded up as well. So, yeah, I think Phil Salt last night said that kind of said try and get to 200 and then unless they're bowled out, obviously, then that would be probably the mark that they try and pull out and have a go at trying to bowl Northamptonshire out. We'll see. I mean, from Northants' point of view here, they've got to believe that they can. The longer Lancashire bat on, of course, the less time that they have to face, and they've got to believe they can try and get through it.
Well, I suppose that, I mean, I suppose the only thing is, if they were to be able to knock over the last 3 quickly. It's a sort of mixed blessing, isn't it? On the one hand, you think, well, okay, they've taken a bit of momentum. You know, at the start of their innings, they'll be on a little bit of a high. But on the other hand, it's obviously going to leave them that bit longer to bat and try and survive. You know, Northamptonshire have lost 4 games by an innings this season already. They'll obviously be desperate to try and avoid losing this one at all. I have to say the mood in the camp just after the interviews last night, it seemed a little bit flat. I suppose not surprisingly in the immediate aftermath of what was a pretty bruising day. But they all of the players will think that okay, we've got to start to prove now, even though we may be at the end of the season, and by we I mean Northamptonshire, from the point of view of the players, it may well be that relegation is inevitable, but we've got to prove that we can cut it in Division 1 and we can still compete in Division 1.
Which they did on the first day.
With probably their best day in the Championship this season.
Yeah, well, so there's always plenty to play for, isn't there? There's always something there for players individually, professionally, and collectively for teams to all try and play for, even if the cause looks lost.
What really worries me is that the chap of viewers on Lancs TV will have spotted a moment or two ago who was eating his probably his 11s or his lunch before we've even bowled a ball.
It was an early.
It's a bit of a worry that you go too soon.
Unless that was the breakfast.
Well, it might have been.
And maybe he's got a little cool bag for lunch and tea later.
It just worries me, things like that.
All yours. I've got an update to do at 11.
Here is Safe Zabe to bowl the first day bowl of the morning, and it's driven by George Balderson up towards short mid-wicket. There is a slip in, Emilio Gay. Other than that, the field fairly well spread. There's a short mid-wicket, a short extra cover. Down the pitch comes Balderson, drives up to mid-off. Proctor fields. Proctor is respectfully deep. So that's the first run of the morning to George Balderson. He goes to 23 and Lancashire to 499 for 7. The lead is 157. And here is Zabe over the wicket, bowling to the other left-hander in at the moment, Tom Hartley, who drives that up to deep mid-on, and that's the 500 up for Lancashire. 500 for 7, Hartley to 6, and those 500 runs coming off 621 balls. After that, it's quite astonishing batting performance yesterday. Here's Zabin again, bowls to Balderson, who's gone aerial over the top of mid-off. Has he carried all the way? No, it hasn't. Just inside the rope, but only just. Indicated by Luke Proctor, trotting back to retrieve the ball from the front of the point. So 4 more runs to George Balderson. And Lancashire up to 504 for 7. Lovely clean strike. And the intent from Lancashire absolutely crystal clear at the start of this 4th and final day. Here's Zabin again, bowls to Balderson, turns it away wide of Justin Broad, who's on there, the perch there at short mid-wicket, and they come through for a couple of runs. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is out of slip position at the moment. He damaged his thumb yesterday in, well, it was an edge that didn't carry to him. It hit him on the hand and clocked him on the shin as well. So Emilio Gay is in there at slip. Next ball from Zabe is pushed out into the offside by George Balderson for another single. Balderson to 30. So a brisk start to the morning, predictably so, by Lancashire. 9 runs off that first over. It's 507 for 7. And it is going to be Jack White to continue pick up the attack this morning from this Brian Statham end. Jack White, fair to say, I think the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers in this innings, and indeed probably, I think it's fair to say, across the season as well. He was excellent yesterday. He was very good. Proctor was good, saving, I think, a little bit more confidence in his bowling now. He was a little bit tentative coming back after a shoulder injury that kept him out for 3 championship matches, and was reluctant to bowl himself in long spells, but this match has been the longest championship bowl that he's had this season, and he and White were good yesterday. The rest, probably fair to say, didn't pose quite so much of a threat to Lancashire. Here's White round the wicket, bowls to Balderson, who drives that out to deep cover. Sam Whiteman, who seemed to spend almost the whole of yesterday in front of the new hotel building over to our right, is still out there today. I hope he's been home before, overnight. He hasn't just been wandering around there all night. But anyway, 1 more to Balderson, 31 to him. 508 for 7, bit of sunshine making a welcome appearance. Forecast, I think, for today is pretty good until much later on, so I don't think we're going to have any problems with rain, at least. Light, I suppose, could be an issue later. Here's White in, bowls. Beautiful straight drive by Tom Hartley. Goes past White. It's running up towards the boundary down below us, and Sabe chasing it, but fruitlessly. It crosses the rope and takes Tom Hartley up to 10. And Lancashire continuing to press on briskly this morning. 512 for 7. The lead is 170. Interesting to see if that speculation that we were making earlier on, Scott, whether 200 might be the figure in the mind of Keaton Jennings. 170 the lead now. Here's White. Just a slip in. Bowls short, pulled away by Hartley. It lands just in front of Justin Broad there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But we have 94 overs left in the day after this. Of course, less a couple for the interval between innings. So they will have a little balance, won't they, of how far ahead they want to be, how many overs they want.
Yeah, we can't make up time today for time lost on days 2 and 3, so final day is the final day. You could squeeze a few more in potentially,
absolutely,
a minimum of 96.
If we see plenty of Hartley and Morley, which we might. Here's White in again, bowls and driven handsomely through extra cover by Tom Hartley. That's going to beat Sam Whiteman. It does indeed, and crosses the rope for 4. There's a really good positive start by these two this morning. Hartley up to 14 off just 15 balls, his 3rd boundary. And Lancashire 516 for 7.
He got runs early this season as Lancashire were pushing on for a declaration at Essex. 73 not out, Tom Hartley. And some pretty clean hitting in that 73 down in Chelmsford. Yeah, he's a good player. He's a fine part of Lancashire's T20 setup.
Well, it's been an impressive start by both these batters this morning. Here's White, and again bowling to Hartley, back of a length, and he just whips it away in front of square. He's going to get a single. James Sales comes in off the boundary to field. 1 more to Hartley. He goes to 15. 517 for 7. So we are in the second over of the morning, and already Lancashire have added 19 runs, which I think is what they call a statement of intent.
Yeah. Well, it's been a statement of intent since about 2
o'clock. 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, yeah, fair enough. Phil Salt's innings was one long statement of intent. 77 balls, 105 runs. That's one of the innings I think we'll carry in our memories through the winter months, because that was a bit special yesterday. Here's White in again, bowled short and clubbed away by Balderson. Has that gone all the way? It has gone all the way, says umpire James Middlebrook. Jack White kicks the ground, but it was short. It sat up nicely, and Balderson was on it like a flash, pulled it away over deep mid-wicket for 6. And at the end of that over, 523 for 7. So Lancashire have scored 25 runs in the first 2 overs of the morning. 37 of those to George Balderson, who's on 37 off 29 balls. Hartley 15 off 16 balls.
He can have a bit of fun here, Balderson. He's not played any T20 cricket for Lancashire. Kind of exclusively red ball cricket for the club. So he's got free rein, hasn't he, to show some shots.
Licence to thrill.
Yeah, yeah. He has.
It's a nice, pleasant morning now.
It's
actually.
lovely.
A bit of sunshine, and it's quite warm. It was a little bit sort of muggy this morning. Well, Safe as Abe has managed just 1 over this morning, and now Alex Russell's come on, who's had a lot of overs, got through a lot of overs yesterday. Was it 21 overs, no wicket for 128, I think.
A tough few days, but he's stuck at it, hasn't he? You know, he's in and bowling. It's hammered away through the onside, full toss to Hartley, who swats it out towards that mid-wicket boundary on the sweep in front of square. It's a really good shot from Hartley. 4 runs for Hartley.
I was just thinking, Scott, when Northamptonshire won here in 1999, it was a job of feeding. Had to feed some runs in the second innings to set up the declaration.
Russell to Hartley, reverse sweeps this time to the left of fine leg, down towards the boundary. The chase on for Sales, and it's going to get 4 more. It's improvising from Hartley, able to a slog sweep toward mid-wicket, reverse sweep for 4.
Terrific reaction as well from the Lancashire dressing room down to Wildlife. They're absolutely loving this. Why not? I was just wondering whether in that when they were feeding runs to try and set up the declaration, whether they actually scored slower or quicker than this, when presumably they're actually not trying to feed runs.
531 for 7, so lead of 189. And that's again mothered out towards that leg side by Hartley. That's a long on. Takes him to 24, and it's 532 for 7.
So Northamptonshire in their second innings of that match made 256 for no wicket in 44 overs. So they actually scored, what, 6s, about the same as Lancashire were yesterday.
There's Russell to Balderson. Up and over mid-off by Balderson, down towards the long-off boundary. Balderson says, don't forget about me for T20 cricket. You know, I can hit it too. 43 to Balderson now, and Lancashire pressing up towards that 200-run lead.
Well, those of us of a certain age remember watching the Sunday League when they used to have the fastest televised 50 award, and well, we're on Lancs TV, so Balderson 43 off 30 balls.
I tell you, watching that bat, it was a gorgeous shot, wasn't it, from Balderson?
Fantastic shot.
Pushed that mid-off bat to long-off now. Russell over the wicket to Balderson. That's another lovely shot. He's opened up the offside by just stepping to the leg side and up and over extra cover. This is really impressive batting by Balderson. 47 to him now, 542 for 7.
We were saying yesterday, weren't we, that Lancashire almost, the speed that they scored almost just seemed to slightly take them by surprise. I think you were saying, Luke Wells the night before, been saying, you know, we try and get 130 on maybe by lunch today. And they were 156 on by close of play last night. It's an astonishing rate of scoring yesterday.
And they're 200 on now, 10 minutes into day 4.
Yeah.
Lead exactly 200. It's Russell to Balderson. High towards the leg side. It's in the air. There's 2 coming up towards it, trying to take the catch. It's going to land safe. Vasconcelos coming up from the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Balderson comes back for 2 more, takes him to 49.
They've seen enough.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Declaration.
So, 544 for 7. The declaration comes. So Lancashire have a lead of 202 runs. And we have 93 less 2, 91 overs left in the day, I reckon, subject to audit. I was just looking at that little thing we were talking about in 99. Most of the runs were fed by one Graham Lloyd, who's out there umpiring, who bowled 10 overs for 100. And John Crawley, 6 overs for 51. They fed Northamptonshire to set up the declaration.
I wonder if he remembers it. Maybe he's making a note in his notebook. I remember something similar happening quite a few years ago. So the declaration at 544 for 7. Lead of 202. Balderson 49 not out. I think he's hit 2 absolutely beautiful shots at the end of that over. The way he opened up the offside for the second 4 in particular, having hammered one over the long off for 6 the previous ball before that. So it's 544 for 7. So that's a lead of 202. You can lose 2 overs for the change of innings, so there'll be a minimum of 91.
Yeah, that's what I reckon.
Overs left.
So, I mean, you obviously watch him an awful lot more than I do, but on the rare, the odd occasion I have seen George Balderson either live against Northamptonshire or on the box, he just looks a wonderfully talented cricketer, and what a prospect.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because I know his Auntie Helen, who did actually message me back after we were talking about this on the first day with Bumble, and she did admit that she had a gin and tonic actually at one point.
Oh, that's excellent.
To celebrate George's 100 in the last match.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, but it's that's a fantastic display this morning. And well, we talked yesterday about Lancashire having their Plan A, and it was almost like sort of Plan A star, wasn't it, in terms of examination results? And they've just done exactly again what they set out to do this morning. I mean, it's astonishing. They've scored 46 runs in 3 overs. Madness. Yeah,
madness. So a little innings break here. Just looking at the match at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are 200 for 2. So there's a possibility of something happening there as well, because they've rattled on with it in their second innings. So 200 for 2 Nottinghamshire. So they lead Kent by 234. 34, right, thank you. Who's got runs there? Slater 87. And he got 45 off 92, which is pretty good going for him. And Will Young 41 from 34. So Nottinghamshire might, well, you'd think Nottinghamshire would pull out at some point, and there could be something bubbling up there. That's the Division 1, the other Division 1 game. There's 3 in Division 2, including Derbyshire, who are playing Glamorgan. Derbyshire are still behind in their match. This has been rain affected. They all have actually in Division 2. So Derbyshire are 90 without loss in their second innings, and they trailed Glamorgan by 113 runs. There's still work to do for Derbyshire in that fixture. At Scarborough, which was pretty much rained off, I think, all day, and they've not yet started there. We can see the covers are off, so maybe there's a possibility. What's he saying there?
Inspection at 12.
Right, okay. With Durham 106 for 1. Still trailing Yorkshire by 234. I think the words coming back from Scarborough was that maybe there was a bit of a wet outfield. Need time for that to dry.
I don't know if you saw some of the footage, social media footage there yesterday. The rain was absolutely sort of Old Testament job. There was streets flooded in Scarborough. So heavy was the rain yesterday.
And Gloucestershire-Worcestershire is the other game in Division 2, the third and final match in Division 2 currently underway. Gloucestershire 231 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 406 all out. Gloucestershire still trail by 175 runs. You're up to date with games elsewhere. This pitch at Emirates Old Trafford has had has had some traffic on it over the course of the last few days, hasn't it? With the Test match being played on it, and now this match. So the Test started. The days have all sort of rather blurred into one. But are we on this day 8, day 9, or something? Obviously they haven't played on it all that time. No. But I mean, what a wonderful surface! It's the cricket it's produced in the first 3 days, or basically 2.5 days with the rain breaks, but.
we've seen some wonderful cricket. We saw, I say, Northamptonshire thoroughly enjoy batting on it in the first day, but at the same time it kept the spinners, particularly Jack Morley, kept him interested. But then Lancashire have absolutely plundered here, and just, I suppose that's the lightish. That's sort of
the light roller.
roller.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the Lancashire didn't use the heavy roller, didn't it? Neither. I think the idea was that perhaps the heavier the roller might disturb the kind of plates and open up the cracks a little bit more. So it's not the heaviest roller that Northamptonshire could use.
I realised actually also, Scott, that I've missed a trick here, because I should have gone round to the Northamptonshire bowlers last night and said, what's it worth not to go through your bowling figures at the end of the innings? Could have I could have had a nice meal out on the proceeds, but the bowling figures are not pretty.
No.
It's probably fair to say.
No. They're
Ex-certificate.
Don't make great reading, in a total of 544 for 7.
Well, I say you look at those. I mean, Jack White, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 85, 3.5 and over. That's fine. Luke Proctor was very good yesterday. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42, 3.2 and over. The rest are not pretty, I think it's fair to say. If you're on Lancs TV, you can see them there now. And I do feel so much for Alex Russell. I just think that's a... You know, if he can come back up, well, as I'm sure he will, come back after this, then he has got some, a little bit of something about him. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, not least, he played in pretty much, in fact, he may have played in all the 50-over cup games last year. Was preferred to Freddie Heldrick, the other left spinner, his left-arm wrist spinner. So I just wonder what the thinking is going to be in terms of the 50-over cup this year, whether they both get a game.
Well, you'd like to think in the middle of August, we're going to see quite a bit of spin, but I suppose a lot of games being played at out grounds might kind of potentially hamper that a little bit, maybe. But
although, funnily enough, Northamptonshire of the 8 group matches, Northamptonshire are only playing on one out ground, which is Cheltenham.
Right. Okay.
Because obviously all the 4 games are at Northampton, as they always are, and the others are at Cardiff, Edgbaston, and Durham.
Right.
So, and at Durham, obviously, you would think, I often say, if you're going to play a wrist spinner, Durham's not a bad place to play them, because it's such a big playing area. But the umpires are on their way back out. Graham Lloyd, bowler extraordinaire, back in 1999, and James Middlebrook. And Northamptonshire will be starting their second innings, facing a deficit of 202 runs. Going in at, it's going to be about 20 past 11 on the 4th and final day. So in effect, Northamptonshire have got a bat all day, haven't they? I think they can obviously still be here at tea time, batting a couple of sessions. If they scored a reasonable strike rate, they probably might just about have wiped off the arrears. But Lancashire in a very, very strong position, and they've earned it. They earned the right yesterday with the way they batted.
So here they come, Lancashire, heading out to the middle. The Northamptonshire opening pair won't be too far behind. But Lancashire and the 2 umpires are out there bright and early to see if they can get in and amongst the Northamptonshire batters before lunch. Emilio Gay, who batted superbly on the first day. Beautiful knock by Gay. And Ricardo Vasconcelos are slowly creeping down the steps on the way to the out to the middle.
One thing I was going to mention was today would have been the 84th birthday of our friend Tony Kingston, who was Northamptonshire's first 11 scorer for 32 years. He sadly passed away earlier this month. But, I know the family were very keen on the occasion of what would have been his birthday, just to thank everybody from around the cricketing family right across the country and beyond for all their very kind comments, and it's much appreciated by the family, and we miss Kingo very much indeed. And he will be the first one to be saying, urging the batters out the door and saying, come on, let's bat out the day, see if we can get something out of this game. But it is Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay heading out to the middle with still a little bit of rather watery sunshine, but a bit of blue sky up above. A lightish breeze coming from more or less straight down the ground from behind us over the tram station. And it's going to be Vasconcelos who's going to face the first ball from Tom Bailey.
It is. Bailey bowling from the Brian Statham end. With, what's he up to now for wickets this season? Tom Bailey can't be far off being up to 40, I don't think. He's exactly 40. He's picked up his 40th wicket in this match, so he's 40 wickets, an average of 20 for Bailey. Will Williams, who's probably going to take the new ball with him, he's nattering away to at the minute. He's got 33 wickets. I did ask Tom if there was a bit of a competition between them both, the leading wicket taker. There's this 3 slips weight with a short leg, and Bailey's around the wicket. And that's turned by Vasconcelos down to fine leg for a single to Northamptonshire are up and running. And Bailey said, not really, we're just both desperate to get off the field as quick as we can and put our feet to it. So, we're not bothered who takes the wicket.
Good, honest fast bowler's response.
Yeah, I quite liked it.
No, it's excellent. Well, Jack White is, I think, far and away Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker this season. You've probably seen in this match why.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? And I think you mentioned it when you're going through the bowling figures that Luke Proctor, I thought, bowled beautifully yesterday. Did the best, those two. But a few struggles elsewhere. Bailey to Gay. And leans into it and defends. Solid-looking front-foot defence from Emilio Gay. The Centurion for Northamptonshire in the first innings made a beautiful 144. Excellent partnership with Luke Proctor. They put on over 200 together. And a score of 342. Batted very nicely, and Gay, who looks like he has been struggling a little bit in the field, limping a little bit from time to time.
Yeah, he has. There's a couple of flying leaps yesterday. I don't think did him any harm. Did him any good, rather, at mid-on.
It's down the leg side by Bailey, taken by Salt. He's full of life, having hit that stunning century yesterday. 105 from 77 balls. I spoke to them both last night.
A bit of a double act, wasn't it?
It was a double act last night. We had a Phil Salt, Josh Bohannon double act on interview last night. And, well, you can imagine it was a bit chaotic. But
doing 2 players at once is never easy.
No.
This we know.
Bailey to Gay. It's flicked out towards the leg side. There's no run. I don't think it helped when I just said to Josh and Phil, well, just chat amongst yourselves. Just have a... That didn't work. They needed some kind of direction. So I had to slightly intervene a little bit and direct them a little bit as to where they were going with their conversations. But
it wasn't Frost Nixon then,
It was not Frost Nixon.
No.
No, it was not. No, it was Josh Bohannon and Phil Salt. There's Bailey to Emilio Gay, flick down to fine leg, and he gets off the mark for a single. 2 without loss, with the ball remaining of their of the first over.
Yes, it was almost the yesterday afternoon. You talk about Emilio Gay, and it was almost the sort of the signal of what was to come when we saw in a space of a couple of overs Emilio Gay do 2 or even 3 flying leaps at mid-on to try and arrest the progress of balls that were being whacked over the top.
Yeah. Bailey to Vasconcelos, edged but bouncing down in front of second slip. It's the end of the over. So it's 2 without loss, 1 over gone of Northamptonshire's second innings. Yeah, the Phil Salt century yesterday, coming off 77 balls, and he got there with a 6, which he walloped back over the bowler's head. It was pretty special to watch Salt bat as powerfully and as cleanly as he did through the course of yesterday.
Well, I think I've seen a couple of innings by players against Northamptonshire this year that I'll remember for a long time. That's one, clearly. And Tawanda Mayeye made a beautiful 170 at Northampton in the same innings that Daniel Bell-Drummond made 300. And to be honest, I can't remember much apart from the scale and the magnitude of it and all the records that were falling.
Yeah.
But Mayeye just looked to have something a bit special. He played absolutely beautifully for 170. It was just very easy on the eye.
He seems to be kind of mentioned for England at the minute, doesn't he? Trying to kind of fast track it through. And
here's Will Williams, 2 slips and a gully in place, bowling to Emilio Gay. Just plays it slightly across his front pad, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, but like I say, on the evidence of that, he looked seriously a class act. No, he's had a bit of injury, I think, problems since then, but no, he certainly looks to be one to watch. But those are the the 2 knocks this year, which without thinking about, you would say those are the ones I will remember. I mean, James Vince obviously got a big one at Northampton, but again, you almost expect it from James Vince. Played very much at his own tempo, as he does. Forward comes Gay to the next ball, plays it up past George Bell, who's in there at forward short leg. Emilio Gay playing beautifully in the first innings for 144 off 250, first century of the season. Northamptonshire need him, and preferably Vasconcelos, the rest of the top order, really to come to the party here. Long time still to bat. Here's Williams in, bowling outside the off stump, left alone by Gay, goes through to the keeper, Phil Salt. Tom Hartley at first slip, Keaton Jennings at second. George Bell under the lid at forward short leg. I wonder how, in terms of Phil Salt's career innings, where he would place that. Certainly in red ball cricket, it must be one of his more memorable ones, I'd have thought. Yeah. Sun out now, as Williams is running in to bowl to Gay, who's pushing forward. Runs out into the offside, and George Bell goes across from forward short leg to retrieve, and there's no run. Yes, the sort of practice of feeding runs, and we were talking yesterday about timing declarations and how that's almost a sort of a dying art. It's a bit like, you know, lamp lighters and things like that, isn't it? Captains that know how to time declarations. But it used to be, you say, the days of 3-day cricket, absolutely vital. Priceless skill. Williams in again, bowls to Gay, short, and that very, very nearly took an edge or a glove. That really climbed on Emilio Gay. In the end, he played it well, just managed to get everything out of the road. But Williams just finding a bit of extra bounce there. It slapped into the gloves of Phil Salt, and not surprisingly, as we see, crumbs, that has really got big on him quickly. And Emilio Gay, as I say, just doing well to get everything out of the road. And Vasconcelos, unsurprisingly, coming down and giving the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. Here's Williams in again, bowling to Gay, much fuller, pushed out into the offside, going through for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry, and he does. It was an underarm flick at the stumps, and in fact they're going to get an overthrow, but it was worth the shy at the stumps because it was a very, very tight single. Emilio Gay just pushing out there into the offside. The throw was in at the non-striker's end. Gay, I think, was home anyway, but it was worth it. Yeah, it was. It was definitely worth a shy at the stumps. They come through for an overthrow, so Emilio Gay benefits from a buzzer. At the end of the over, it's 4 for no wicket off 2 overs. Gay has made 3, Vasconcelos has made 1, and once again, as we mentioned it, even during that first innings 100 of his, if there's one part of Emilio Gay's game that continues to give me the shakes every now and again, it's his running. Yeah, a little bit frantic then, wasn't it? There's, we just look back on Lancs TV at that century for Bohannon, one of 3 centurions yesterday. Salt, Bohannon and Wells all reaching 3 figures for Lancashire on that third day, that brutal afternoon. Bailey around the wicket, balls left by Vasconcelos through to the keeper. There's no run. Wouldn't be great, would it, to have a run out? No, really, I think in this situation, really, it's not ideal, that, would it? No, I think it's fair to say that probably wouldn't be top of John Sadler's wish list, really, at the moment. So in the end, no harm done. Bailey to Vasconcelos. Oh, again, he's played that as if that's just popped on him a little bit. Maybe he's a little bit quicker than he was expecting. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, turns it away into the onside. Luke Wells was telling me the other day when we were speaking to him after the match that there are some cracks appearing on the pitch. That's understandable, as you say. It's kind of the 9th day of this pitch being used, or obviously there's rain in and around that, and the kind of plates that are just starting to appear and the cracks, and occasionally the ball finds it.
That's defended by Vasconcelos up to mid-on. There's no run, and it can be a pretty frightful place to bat.
Absolutely. This is very impressive. Scott Reed, specialist subject, plate tectonics.
I'm copying word for word what Luke Wells told me.
Very good. I'm hugely impressed. I suppose that we talk about captains and declarations and whatnot. I suppose that the art really was, and this is where Jeff Cook was very good as Northampton's captain, if you had a not particularly strong attack.
There's barely balls to Vasconcelos. It's deflected into the offside, no run.
And Northamptonshire had at that stage, of course, we're talking about sort of mid-80s, a very strong batting side, the era of the famous five, as they were known: Cook, Larkins, Richard Williams, Alan Lamb, Peter Willey in the top five, and then later the likes of Robin Boyd Moss coming along, and then later David Capel. But the bowling tended to be a little bit thin, and so you had to almost sort of do a little bit of bluff sometimes and persuade the opposition to give you a target, or set yourself something to give yourself a chance to win a game.
It's defended by Vasconcelos, again watchful, up off his toes, just playing from the crease, guides the ball away to the offside, no run.
And it was, I suppose, one of the arguments in favour of, I seem to remember, in favour of four-day cricket when that came in, was that, you know, you would have fewer contrived results, fewer instances of having to feed runs to try and get a result. You get a more natural result over 4 days. And now they're wondering if that's even long enough. Depending where you're playing.
Yes. Bailey to Vasconcelos. It's defended to mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Lancashire probing away, trying to find a breakthrough in this first opening spell of the third day. Of course, this all set up by the 3 centuries that we mentioned, the Saltburn and Wells, who was the first to reach 3 figures yesterday, to allow Lancashire to declare 5-4-4 for 7.
And it's going to be Will Williams in bright sunshine now here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's a beautiful morning. Didn't start particularly promising. As when I walked around to the ground this morning, it was a bit murky, a bit gloomy, but the forecast has always been that it was at least going to stay dry, and at the moment it really is very, very pleasant. 2 slips in a gully, and Williams in from the Anderson end, bowls to Emilio Gay, plays it out square of the wicket in the offside. Stephen Croft, happily recovered, restored to full health after a little blow in the unmentionables, as it was described on social media, I think, last night, which seemed to pop up almost everywhere on Twitter and whatnot last night.
It was a shocker, wasn't it? Oh, we're going to see a replay on Lancs TV here.
Oh, there we go. Oh, down like a sack of spuds, wasn't he? Poor man. Here's Williams in, bowls to Gay, who's forward, playing it up to mid-on, and there's no run there. And of course, the best part of it was the reaction of his teammates, and in particular Luke Wood, who was supposed to be coming out with a glass of water, a towel and tea and sympathy, and who offered absolutely no sympathy at all.
Just laughter, really, wasn't it?
Just had a quick giggle, really, but it was a horrible, sickening blow. But I say, good to see Stephen Croft out. They're apparently none the worse for the experience. Here's Williams. In again, bowls to Gay, and it's a no ball called by umpire Middlebrook and played down to long leg Balderson Field, so 1 to Gay and 3 onto the total. Northamptonshire up to 7 for no wicket. James Middlebrook had to stand there for a while until he got an acknowledgement from the scorers, which he now has. So Gay goes to 4. It's 7 for no wicket. Northamptonshire still 195 runs adrift. Lunch at 1 o'clock. Vasconcelos is taking guard from umpire Middlebrook. Still the 2 slips and a gully in the forward short leg. Williams' long stride in round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos, who steers it down towards backward point, but Stephen Croft is quickly to the ball, making ground to his right, cuts off any possibility of a single, stays at 7 for no wicket. Just looking to see where Lancashire's total yesterday figures in records here, because certainly in terms of the speed of scoring. Here's Williams in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, beats him outside the off stump. Vasconcelos with a rather sort of penitent air as he's bat over his shoulder. That's a beauty from Williams.
Wasn't it? Yeah. He just probes away at that line. Kind of consistently hitting that good line, good length.
Well, Emilio Gay comes down the pitch and offers words of comfort, advice, or both. But this is going to be a tough session for Northamptonshire. Just need to get through the new ball, and then it'll be, I would imagine, for a good part of the day, potentially trial by spin.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
So Jack Morley very impressive in the first innings. Tom Hartley as well. Here's Williams in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who goes for a wild swing, big expansive drive outside the off stump. Could so easily have got a little nick on that. Didn't, fortunately for him. But Vasconcelos, say he's had a very much an up and down year in red ball cricket. Overall, his figures are nothing great to write home about. 387 runs in 19 innings. He was averaging, just hovering around 20, including the first innings of this match. Here's Williams in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos. Big shout for LBW. Not out, says James Middlebrook. Only thing I can think of there, and we'll be able to see it on the replay, might just have been, I don't know, I tell you, it was height. It hit him quite high. I mean, he's not a tall man, as we know. Ricardo Vasconcelos may have hit him a little bit high, but I mean, my first thought was whether it was sliding down, and I don't think it was.
Could be height.
Might have been going over.
Yeah, it could be height.
Just enough doubt in James Middlebrook's mind to give it to the batter, but
looks straight enough, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a good shout. Good shout.
Here's Bailey into to Gay. He's back in defence. Drops it down to Luke Wells at gully, and there's no run. 7 without loss. Yeah, it was a good shout. Maybe just a bit of height there. He's not the tallest, though, is he, Vasconcelos? But
no, he's not. That's the only. Having seen it a couple of times on our Lancs TV replay, I think that's the only thing I can. The only thing I can think of.
Bit of sunshine. He's barely brushing in past the umpire. Balls again left by Gay. Nice carry through to Salt. And there's no runs. Lancashire have got those 3 slips there. You can see them on Lancs TV. They're at Tom Hartley, Keaton, Jennings. So Hartley at first, Jennings the captain's at second slip, and then the third slip fielder is Luke Wells. 3 catching slips, all waiting to try and snaffle an outside edge. You've got George Bell at under the helmet at short leg, just behind the batter as he's creeping down now because Bailey's back in, bowling to Gay. It's a good-looking shot, flashed away to mid-wicket where Balderson fields, and there's no run. There's a fine leg. There's a mid-on, mid-off, and a point for Bailey. 7 without loss. We're halfway through the 5th over. Lancashire probing away, looking for a breakthrough. It goes without saying that a solid start here by these 2 is absolutely crucial for Northamptonshire. Trying to get the second innings off to a good start. Bailey edged, put down by Keaton Jennings. It was a really big booming drive by Emilio Gay. It went quickly to Jennings, who's at second slip, flew off the edge of the bat. Went for that big drive, looking to hammer it through the covers. It flew to Jennings' left. Oh, it's a
sharp one.
It was.
You'd expect, I don't know, Keaton Jennings, 7 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10 even to take that. But it did fly.
It did. Bailey to Gay, slightly more cautious and conservative this time. Just said, I'm just going to drop this away into the offside and not go for anything extravagant. It's the end of the over. Well, they're creating the odd chances, aren't they? A couple of LBW appeals, a couple of edges, one that's been put down. They're probing away, but still searching for their first breakthrough.
I tell you, it's going to be a nervy day, this, I think, for Northamptonshire, from their point of view. And Lancashire, I say, are going to have the opportunity with a outstanding pair of new ball bowlers to make inroads, but then, of course, possibility of unleashing the spinners as well. Here's Bailey in, round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. This time it's left alone. Sorry, I was taking your delivery there. I was
absolutely no problem.
Diving in. Frightening, isn't it? But the reason is I was hugely excited at discovering, as I just have, that total is Lancashire's 3rd highest total ever against Northamptonshire.
Right.
Highest 650 for 6 declared here at Emirates Old Trafford in 2014, which was when Northamptonshire had another fairly ghastly season. And then they made 600 exactly for 6 declared, also here at Old Trafford in 2001. Here's Williams starting a fresh over round the wicket, hits Vasconcelos high up on the thigh pad, drops down on the offside, and there's no run. And interestingly, well, I think it's interesting, both those 2 seasons in which those large totals were made, Northamptonshire were relegated at the end of the season.
Oh, right.
2014 and 2001 were both relegation seasons. So,
well, from a Northants point of view, let's hope the trend doesn't
continue. Let's hope the trend doesn't continue, absolutely. But I offer it for what it's worth. Here's Williams in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos through to Phil Salt.
My favourite one from yesterday was when we were looking at how many times Lancashire had got 4 centurions in an innings, and the fact that it's happened at least twice, wasn't it? And it was the same 4 batters in different matches, wasn't it?
It was twice in a season, wasn't it? It happened 2003, I think, and it was, yeah, it was the same 4.
Brilliant, love that.
Chilton, Law, Loy, and Hooper.
Yeah.
Pay good money to watch all of those, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
Here's Williams in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. Through again to Phil Salt. But yes, the 2014 Northamptonshire lost 8 times by an innings in that season. 2013 was arguably, they claim, I suppose 76 you would probably say as well, but 2013 was one of Northamptonshire's better seasons. Won the T20, of course, for the first time under Alex Wakely, and were promoted.
Proper good T20 side.
It was,
for a couple of years, that wasn't it?
But 2014, in contrast, is Williams in again outside the off stump, and Phil Salt spotting Vasconcelos having a little wander, underarmed at the stumps, didn't hit them. It would be very interesting to see what would have happened if he had.
He's batting out of his crease there,
He is
isn't
batting out of his crease.
Hang on.
His bat was just down, I think.
Just down, yeah, just down.
But it was quick thinking from Phil Salt.
They've obviously spotted that, haven't they? There must have been a little word said between Phil Salt and the slip fielders to say he's batting out of his crease and maybe just occasionally being a little bit
dozy. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Vasconcelos down the leg side. Now what's he got on that? It's running down towards the boundary. It's eluded Phil Salt. They've come through for 1. Was there any bat involved? Yes, there was. No signal from umpire James Middlebrook, so he got something on that. So again, I suppose you could put that down as a half chance. It was a full stretch from Phil Salt, but he got a glove on it.
Did. And
the umpire suggesting that there was some bat involved. So, well, one palpable chance so far in the slips, and put that down as a half chance to the keeper as Gay is playing that ball defensively out into the offside for Stephen Crofterfield. End of the over. Plenty happening out there. 8 for no wicket, 6 overs gone. Gay has made 4, Vasconcelos is on 2.
Yeah, that was quite cute, that, wasn't it, by Phil Salt? Little chance to try and well, presumably would that be a stumping or a run out? I get a little bit confused with those two.
I think for a run out you have to have attempted a run.
Right.
So I think it would have been a stumping.
Right. Okay.
I think.
Okay. I'll go with that.
But umpires of the world tell me that I'm wrong. But I think I always thought I did my umpiring course many years ago. They still had 2 stumps then and curved bats, I think. But I think you have to actually have attempted a run in order to be run out.
Bailey in, starts a fresh over, bowls full, driven by Vasconcelos to mid-off.
They just legalised overarm bowling at that stage. I was just looking at that game. Northampton, this is the highest total for Lancashire, 650 for 6 here in 2014. Ashwell Prince, 257 not out. Stephen Croft, 156. Northamptonshire bowled out for 180. 5 wickets for Glenn Chappell and 270. 4 wickets for one Simon Kerrigan. Lancashire won by an innings and 200.
Bailey around the wicket, forward goes Vasconcelos. Snaps the ball away into the offside, no run. Used to love watching Ashwell Prince bat.
Oh, it's just a lovely,
terrific,
silky batter, wasn't he? Delightful to watch.
Proper warrior too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know? Absolutely prized his wicket. Hated getting it. I mean, no, most batters hate getting out, don't they? But you can almost sense the utter disdain whenever he got out. He was a fabulous overseas player for, well, I think he was a cold-back technically for Lancashire for quite a few years. Bailey to Vasconcelos, leaves, the ball's past the off stump through to the keeper.
And in the 600 in 2001, the second highest, John Crawley, 280 off 399 balls before being dismissed by Michael Strong. Northamptonshire did at least manage to draw that one. It looked a bit flat. 495 for 8 declared. Northamptonshire replied with Russell Warren, 194. Now, of course, on the first-class umpires list, Mike Hussey made 93. And it rather fizzled out thereafter.
Bailey to Vasconcelos. It's dabbed into the offside, no run.
I saw John Crawley not that long ago, earlier this season. In fact, when I was popping up to Oundle School to see Mal Loy, the aforementioned, who's got his Wellingborough school side there that day. And John, who doesn't do a lot of cricket now, but as he teaches at Oundle, but he looks after some of the girls' teams there. Got a very flourishing girls' cricket set up at Oundle School. John's daughter's been involved with that, so he was there, looking very well.
Bailey to Vasconcelos, forward in defence, no run. It's a pretty nice place to work, isn't it?
Lovely, yeah. It's a very, very nice part of the world, and yeah, John's been there for a few years now and seems to have settled in nicely.
8 without loss here. One ball left of the 7th. Let's have a look at the game to my right at Trent Bridge. We might look at this at the end of this over. That something will be of significant interest to Northamptonshire supporters. As Bailey's in, bowling, left by Vasconcelos, just shuffling back in the crease, not offering a shot. Gets a few oohs and ahs, that doesn't it? The ball goes past the off stump, but Notts are still going. So they lead by 319. So Joe Clark's got a pretty quick fire half century, 68 not out from 36 balls. So quite a good partnership between Clark and Young. So 285 for 2, lead of 319. Notts at some point will pull out, you think? I'm sure they will.
We think so.
Yes. But knowing Stephen Mullaney, I'm quite surprised he's not done it already. At 319 in front. But
yeah, well, Northamptonshire obviously would not particularly want Kent to get a great deal out of that game.
No, they wouldn't.
But it is also, you mentioned the interest in Northamptonshire supporters, because the other thing there, of course, is Will Young, who captained Northamptonshire at the back end of last season, the second half of the season in Red Ball and in the One Day Cup, as Williams starts another over to Emilio Gay, who plays that just a little bit loose, a little bit away from his body, drives it up to mid-off and there's no run. Who's obviously thoroughly enjoying himself in a, I think, fairly sort of short-term agreement with Nottinghamshire, but there's a lot of comment around the place, obviously, with the two overseas batters that both did a good job for Northamptonshire last year. Ryan Rickleton, who was the common denominator in Northamptonshire's 2 championship victories. He had a big role to play in both of those games at Canterbury and at Cheltenham. Is Williams in again. Gay drives, and that's a really good bit of fielding up there at mid-off.
Josh Bohannon.
That's Josh Bohannon, and it's saved, well, potentially saved 4, because he got a good contact there. Emilio Gay timed it nicely, but Bohannon, who's always so energetic. I mean, we talked about his batting yesterday, and we were discussing whether, you know, how close he might be to international honours. And the other thing about him is he's just absolutely mustard in the field.
Yeah, he's outstanding. Yep.
So energetic. Emilio Gay. Bat raised as Williams bowls to him, finds the edge, and it's just eluded Gully. It's running down towards The boundary at third man, is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. It runs into the rope. So 4 to Emilio Gay, takes him to 8, and Northamptonshire to 12 for no wicket. Williams just squaring Emilio Gay up a little bit, but to be fair, at least he played it down. Softish hands.
Played it well, didn't he?
Yeah, and it ran away for 4.
Looks a fine player. He looks like a player. I can't believe he's only been averaging 19 coming into this game.
This year, I mean, he's had a very, very frustrating year. Very, very frustrating start to the year, really, with the knee op. Gay on strike. Williams, and he clips that past George Bell at forward short leg. Fielded at square leg by Jack Morley, who doubtless will be in the attack in the not too distant future. 12 for no wicket it stays. It was, as I say, it was so disappointing because after he finished the season so strongly, not just in Red Bull, because he got the 100 against Surrey that had everybody talking, but made a very good 100. And you and I were commentating on it at Blackpool last year when he looked in very good nick. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Gay, clips that down towards long leg. It's a chase round there for George Balderson, gets to it, good fielding down on the boundary, keeps it to 2. Sends in his return to Phil Salt. Gay into double figures, 10 to him. Northamptonshire 14 for no wicket. And, you know, we were all thinking the sky's the limit. And then the sort of sinking feeling when we had the news that he was going to miss the start of the season. I don't think it was a sort of one of those dramatic injuries where he fell over. I think they just said he was just conscious of it. And they had a little investigation in Australia and discovered there was a problem with his knee. Forward comes Gay. Plays it up towards mid-on. That's the end of Will Williams' 4th over. No wicket for 12, 14 for no wicket off 8, with 10 to Gay and 2 to Vasconcelos. And it was then a question of how long he was going to be out for. And I think I mentioned on the first day that I was doing the pre-season interviews with the coach. So this would have been about April the I don't know, 4th, 5th, something like that. And he was, John Sadler was saying, well, he's going to be out for at least, probably 3 games, 3-4 games. And there was a sort of, you could hear leather on willow out in the middle, and it was Emilio Gay having throwdowns on one leg.
Okay.
He was just so desperate to get back on the park, and the fear then was that he would actually come back too soon.
Bailey to continue to Vasconcelos, and he leaves the ball. Shapes back in as it's taken by Salt.
But I do think, having come back, as we were discussing, I think on day 1, that he probably just was conscious of trying to make up for lost time and was going after the ball a little bit, and it's noticeable, and this was the case at Merchant Taylor School against Middlesex and here, that when he's given himself some time, then the runs have come, and they will, because he's, as you say, he's too good a player for them not to come.
Again, Bailey to Vasconcelos. That's a big shout. Yeah, he's given that one this time. Looked good from here.
Gave that from here, I think, didn't we? It didn't bounce a great deal on Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he's having a rather rueful look at the pitch. Oh, I think, well, I mean, the only thing there was whether it might have gone on to miss leg stump, but it didn't bounce. It looked absolutely dead from here.
Yeah, it did.
But either way, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's continuing his conversation with Emilio Gay, if there is a slower walker off in county cricket, I haven't seen him. He takes forever to get off when he's out, but he's got to go, and it's an early success for Tom Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, watching it live, that looked out.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, the more you look back at it at the replay, you could start to potentially throw up a few alternative suggestions. It looked out real time.
It did. Well, I think we both gave it out from up here, but yeah, it's one of those. It maybe just might have gone on to miss. If he'd have reviewed it, I think it might have been umpire's call at best, but he didn't, because he can't, and he's out.
Yes, so that ends that.
So end of conversation. It's another 41st championship wicket of the season for Tom Bailey, and it's 14 for 1.
I think I'm trying to just. How many did he get in the first innings,
9.
Tom Bailey?
Oh, sorry, Bailey 1.
1. So he's now got 2 for the match.
41, I think. So he's 30. He was 39 at 18.84 coming in, wasn't he? I think.
I think that's 350 first-class wickets.
Yes, of course, and that incredible strike rate stat as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I'll try and dig out that email. Yeah, I think that in total is 350 first-class wickets for Tom Bailey. He needed 2, yeah. So 2 to reach 350 first-class wickets. If he gets another one, it would be 350 first-class wickets for Lancashire, because he got 1 for England Lions. But yeah, 350 first-class wickets for Tom Bailey. So congratulations to him. Another one would bring him his 350th for Lancashire. Bailey in. It's left by Broad. And through to the keeper, there's no run. And those stats that Radders were referring to for Tom Bailey, yeah, he is, in terms of strike rate, so wickets for every ball, he's 15th on Lancashire's all-time list of bowlers to have taken 350. And he's in and amongst some pretty impressive characters. Bailey to Broad. It's defended down to third slip, and there is no run. 14 for 1. So on that list with Tom Bailey, the only modern, so post-World War II Lancashire bowlers ahead of Bailey are Brian Statham, James Anderson and Wasim Akram.
That's not bad company, is it really?
No.
Settle for that.
And Tom has a better strike rate than some post-war Lancashire legendary bowlers. Shapes away from Broad through to the keeper. No run. So he's ahead of Ken Shuttleworth, Peter Lee, Glenn Chappell and Peter Lever. So, yeah, he's in illustrious company, is Tom Bailey.
Northamptonshire-born Peter Lee, we were discussing with Bumble on the first day. Born in the village of Arthingworth.
That sounds lovely.
One of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year in '75. A fine bowler he was. But had to leave Northamptonshire to come up to here and get a regular first-team gig.
Bailey to complete the over, driven by Broad. And he'll come back and run 2. Slightly scampered 2, but good running. For technically for the Lancashire's book from yesterday in terms of the positivity there between the wickets. So that's the end of the over. 2 runs off it. So 16 for 1. Broad 2, Gay on 10. We've had almost an hour. In fact, we have an hour's play this morning, and yeah, the game is he's bouncing along at a merry old pace. It has done since yesterday afternoon, since we got underway at 2 o'clock. I guess you're probing away, looking for breakthroughs. Will Williams to continue. He's bowling from the James Anderson end. He's got Emilio Gay on 10. And here comes Williams around the wicket to Gay. It's defended safely enough back down the pitch. And there is no run. 1 breakthrough so far. Ricardo Vasconcelos LBW to Tom Bailey. Is the breakthrough for Lancashire by Graham Lloyd, agreeing with Bailey that was out. Stayed low, didn't it? Did stay low to Vasconcelos into to Gay. That's shuffled out through the onside towards square leg for a single. Jack Morley out on the square leg boundary. 17 for 1. He'll have a role to play, Morley. He'll bowl quite a bit, you would think, today. I think as will Luke Wells. Wells is going to, I think, have quite a big part to play. I guess you've got Morley as their left-arm spinner, and Tom Hartley, and Luke Wells with some leg spin as well. So the spinning options for the Lancashire captain through the course of today. Broad is is on strike. Here comes Williams in and bowls to Broad. Leaves that one. That side is off stump and through to Phil Salt, who's chirping away behind the stumps. It was good fun to speak to Phil Salt and Josh Bannon last night. having a bit of fun in their end-of-day interview. I think there's a chance that viewers on Lancs TV might see a little bit of that during the course of the lunch interval. Williams to Broad. Oh, it's a good lead. That's come back in. It's gone past the off stump. See the reaction from Salt there, down on one knee. And as Williams sends it down, it's shaving the off stump, isn't it? Phil Salt's like, how on earth has that missed? It's a good lead by Broad. He's still there. Still got that short leg, George Bell, right behind the batter under the helmet, crouching down. Lancashire on the attack, looking for more wickets. Williams to Broad, down the leg side. Gathered by Salt. And there is no run. One ball left of the 10th over of the Northamptonshire second innings, so they're still 185 runs behind. That's just to make Lancashire bat again, of course. Williams to Broad. Oh, it's come off the inner half of the bat. And through they go for a quick single. And the time that Croft picks it up. So that's one run for Broad. He's kept the strike as well. 18 for 1. 10 overs gone. Just over an hour of play on the final day. Broad and Gay now batting for Northamptonshire. See Bailey to continue. Here he comes to start his 6th over. Yeah, Northamptonshire 19, in fact now 20 for 1 in their second innings. They've lost 1 wicket in the morning session after Lancashire's declaration on 544 for 7, with a lead in excess of 200. The wickets are for Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW, to Tom Bailey for 2. So Lancashire probing away, looking for further breakthroughs. Northamptonshire 20 for 1, second innings, still trailed by 182 runs. Bailey to Broad, snapped away towards the onside, but again, like it came off the half of the bat, maybe just jacking back in towards Broad and defending to Bell. Short leg, no run. 6th over opening spell for Bailey. Williams has bowled 5 overs for 14 from the other end. Just dropping square leg back to the boundary, so deep. So George Balderson jogging back towards the deep square leg boundary. Bailey in, forward goes Broad, defends, and Barnum fields at mid-off.
Yes, I was just updating BBC Radio Northampton. There appears to be a certain amount of discussion on Test Match Special about the origin of steelbacks. That seems to have caused a bit of sort of social media froth and bubble this morning. I don't know what somebody has obviously said on TMS, but it may not have been right, the result of which I've been copied into lots of messages about the real meaning.
It is Bailey ball was back of a length, and Broad was able to pull it out towards Balderson on that leg side boundary for a single. Moves to 6, 21 for 1.
If anybody's really interested, I did write a piece for a learned treatise for the club website a few years ago, but you'll doze off about 2 paragraphs in, so it's probably not worth it. But yeah, as I say, I don't know what was said, but obviously there's people saying, oh no, it isn't. And it was after the Northamptonshire Regiment, which were known as the Steelbacks, supposedly because they were flogged so often by their officers during, in particular, the Peninsular War against Napoleon at the beginning of the 19th century.
Bailey from around the wicket to Gay. It's defended and there's no run.
So I don't know. I don't think it's probably something that the Northamptonshire coaching staff have considered replicating just yet.
Blimey.
But another innings defeat, and who knows? But no, as I say, I was it's obviously caused a little bit of comment this morning. You suddenly wonder what all the little notifications are that you're receiving. You think, what have I said? And it's, on this occasion, nothing I've said.
Final ball of the over for Bailey. Gay waits. Bailey from around the wicket. Forward and defending. And is the end of the over. 21 for 1. Broad 6. Gay on 11. I've had 11 overs of Northamptonshire's second innings.
Talking of the Test match, no success yet for England on the second day at the Oval. Australia 82 for 1 in reply to England's 283 all out yesterday. Usman Khawaja 34 not out, Marnus Labuschagne is 7 not out. Here, on a sunny morning at Emirates Old Trafford, Northamptonshire are digging in for the long haul. At least they hope it'll be for the long haul. 21 for 1, still have 80 overs left in the day. Although, as Scott was pointing out earlier, it could possibly be a few more than that, especially, as I say, if we get plenty of spin later on. For now, it's still Williams and Bailey probing away. Bailey has already struck a blow. Williams looking to do likewise. He's got 2 slips in the gully, running into bowl to Justin Broad, forward short leg as well, and Broad forcing that nicely off the back foot. Runs for him here. Just a couple, I think. It is indeed 2 runs thrown as he was just falling to the ground by Josh Bohannon. 23 for 1 the total, Broad to 8.
It's Australia's utter contrast to England, isn't it? Labuschagne 7 not out from 66 balls. Khawaja 34 not out from 116.
7 off 66, proper cricket.
It is, isn't it? You couldn't really have 2 more contrasting approaches to Test match cricket.
No, well, indeed not. I'm sure that'll be poured over all these stats come the end of the series. Is Williams in, bowls again to Broad, very full. Broad is forward, playing it on the bounce, back down the pitch. The bowler fields, and there's no run.
Nottinghamshire are still going as well, aren't they? They have just lost the wicket of Joe Clark, so their captain's out there at the minute, Stephen Mullaney. Not to 330 for 4, lead by 364 runs in that match at Trent Bridge.
Well, you would think Kent would do well to chase those down, but
yes.
Obviously again, you may have a figure in mind as Williams is running in and bowls to Broad again, brings him forward, plays it back down the pitch. Williams fields, and there's no run. Yes, I think if Kent chase down that number in the 4th innings today, then they'll thoroughly deserve it. Because they've got a couple of debutants in that game, haven't they? A couple of lone players, Kent. They're a little bit thin on resources. We know the feeling. down Wantage Road way. Here's Justin Broad facing that ball, and just again he plays slightly across his front pad. He's flipped it down to deep fine leg for a single. Broad to 9. Northamptonshire to 24 for 1. Still 178 behind. Field changes over for the left-handed Emilio Gay.
Yeah, it's certainly worth remembering that Northamptonshire coming into this without the likes of Tom Taylor and Ben Sanderson.
Rob Keogh as well, of course, being the other.
Big boots to fill, aren't they?
They are. Just so Northamptonshire supporters will be hoping that they're all fit and raring to go for the Metro Bank Cup.
Yes.
Starting next week. Week today for Northamptonshire.
When did it become the Metro Bank?
This year.
Right.
Recently.
I missed that press release.
Yeah, very recently. Here's Williams over the wicket to Gay, and again that doesn't bounce maybe as much as Emilio Gay was expecting, but he got behind it okay, plays it up to mid-off where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. They've got 2 back for the possibly for the short ball. There's a deep square just in front and about 5 yards in from the boundary. And then Jack Morley is down there at long leg. So I wonder whether Will Williams might just slip the short one in here. No, he doesn't. It's outside the off stump. It's the double bluff, or the bluff, I should say. Outside the off stump, taken by Phil Salt. And that's the end of the over. 24 for 1, 12 gone in the innings. Emilio Gay is 11. Justin Broad is 9. There are 79 overs left in the day. Northamptonshire still 178 runs behind.
I feel like we're too far away until Keaton Jennings turns to his spinners. Frontline seam bowlers Williams and Bailey here with this new ball, trying to make the most of it while they can. I reckon Luke Wells could bowl quite a bit today. Lancashire's leg spinner, as well as Jack Morley.
Well, he's something a bit different, isn't he? Because he bowls leg breaks at a decent pace.
Bailey over the wicket to Broad. Edge, but down into the ground. Bouncing well short of Keaton Jennings. That'd be a really awkward one for Jennings to take that because of that bounce in front of him. Ball spinning up off the surface and stinging the hands of Keaton Jennings at second slip. 24 for 1. 7th over for Bailey. And he sets off again to Broad. Off the back foot, punched into the offside. Crofts at a point to field, as he has been, it feels, for about 15 years. 24 for 1.
Perhaps that's the 15 on his back.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
I was saying, we were talking about that match in, was it in 2014 when Lancashire made their record score against Northamptonshire, and he was the 4 there with 156. So he's already made 100, of course, against Northamptonshire this year in T20. That was his first one, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It's defended by Broad, takes his bottom hand off the bat. Again, that just spits a little bit on Broad. No run. Yeah, that century in the T20 Blast. His first T20 century. It was in his, I'm trying to remember, I think off the top of my head, I think it was his 235th or 36th T20 match. And his first century, T20 debut came in 2016, and all those years later he gets his first century. So, he's been some player for Lancashire. Bailey to Broad. It's nudged out towards the onside. Well, Williams fields, no run.
He played beautifully as well, didn't he? Because Lancashire were in a spot of bother in that game. 3 down for not many, with some of the big guns gone, and it was Mitchell and Croft that gave Lancashire what at the end turned out to be quite comfortably a winning total.
That being a pretty cold night by the end of
it. Was.
The end of the.
It was decidedly parky,
wasn't it? Yeah.
I think you were in the rabbit hutch, weren't you? Just in the.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Little way along the media sort of media area rather than media centre.
Here's Bailey in balls, full ball, driven away by Broad. And there he is. Man, we're talking about Stephen Croft again at point, fielding low to his right, no run.
Yeah, 101 off 52 balls. Stephen Croft that evening at Wantage Road, after Lancashire had been 25 for 3, with Joss Butler, Phil Salt and Luke Wells all back in the hutch, but not the rabbit hutch. Because there wouldn't have been room for them as well.
One ball left to the 13th. And a move Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-off. Where are they putting Josh Bohannon? He's running down to maybe kind of leg slip position. There he is, yeah. So they've dispensed of their mid-off.
Has Tom Bailey been setting that he's told James Middlebrook where to go? He's moved him as well.
He's moved the umpire too, yeah.
Gone across some square leg to point, presumably because he's a little bit close. George Bell maybe at forward short leg, just obscuring the line.
There's Bailey. in. That's punched into the offside. Croft's got a bit of ground to work across to catch up with the ball. Neat footwork. Little back heel, and then he does a little dance around the ball, doesn't he, Stephen Croft? It's the end of the over, 25 for 1. Broad has 10. Gray has 11, trailed by 177 runs. And Stephen Croft, little back heel, and then have a little dance.
Hey. That needs setting to music, doesn't it? It really does.
Yeah, it's like a Carry On film, isn't it?
Carry on, Crofty.
Yeah.
25 for 1, and the arrival of the helmets suggests that we're going to see some twirl, as indeed we are. We're going to see the first spin of the morning. We didn't think it would take too long. And it is Jack Morley who's coming into the attack from the far end, the Jimmy Anderson end. Morley, I thought, was very good in the first innings. My first sight of him. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 87. Wickets of Sam Whiteman, Dom Leach, the night watchman, and James Sales. And one imagines he could have a long bowl today.
Yes. I think he's in for a lengthy spell.
Tom Hartley as well, one imagines, also will be in the attack. Luke Wells likewise, as we've been discussing. Now a slip and a forward short leg. Jennings at slip, Bell at forward short leg. As Morley round the wicket, bowling to Broad. Just drops a defensive bat on that. Goes more or less square of the wicket on the offside, and Phil Salt comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. Morley in again, bowls, and Broad set himself very early for the sweep. It's running down towards the boundary at fine leg. It crosses the rope, and it's 4 to Justin Broad, who goes to 14, and Northamptonshire to 29 for 1. Used his height well there, got well out to the ball, got on top of it as well, just paddled it round the corner. Haven't seen an awful lot of Justin Broad playing spin. I mean, this is only his, what, third first-class match. Here's Morley, and again bowls a quicker ball and pushed past Bell at forward short leg for a single by Broad, who goes to 15, 30 for 1. I have to say, and I was talking last night, I think, to one of the gentlemen that operates it, the scoreboard here at Old Trafford is astonishing how quickly it registers things. They're almost got the run up before they've actually touched down at the other end. It's extremely efficient.
It's Matthew and Colin on duty today.
Well done, Matthew and Colin. You're doing a splendid job. Makes our lives an awful lot easier. Here's Morley, switches to over the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who plays inside the line of that one, and not taken cleanly by Phil Salt. But it is going to be tricky, you would think, with all these left-handers and some very, very obvious footmarks for Jack Morley to aim at. Bowls big appeal for LBW. I think Gay had just got himself outside the line, and James Middlebrook, the umpire, not interested on this occasion. Here's Morley to complete his first over. The sun just dips behind a cloud. Morley in bowling to Gay, who's forward defensive, back down the pitch. Morley fields off his own bowling, and that's the end of Jack Morley's first over. 5 runs off it. It's 30 for 1. 14 overs gone, with 15 to Justin Broad, 11 to Emilio Gay.
Well, 2 people on the hotel balcony today. There's a Lancashire fan in full kit by the looks of it. By the looks of it. He's ready to come out and have a go. Lancashire shirt on.
I have to say, it's a great place to watch from, isn't it? It really is. All I can see is the car park, of course.
Right.
Side, but
it's a lovely car park.
It's a lovely car park. No, to be fair, it's a good. You can see Trafford Town Hall and the footer ground and all sorts.
Bailey from the Statham end to Broad. Oh, he's have a bit of a probe at that. Is Broad a non-committal kind of probe?
Well, there's Lanky.
Oh, Lanky's got a good view from the hotel balcony. Looks a bit uncomfortable, actually, doesn't it?
I was going to say, I think.
A bit of neck strain, isn't he?
Get him a stool, somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, put Lanky on a stool. Dearie me. I need a neck massage after that. Here comes Bailey. Again, 3 slips waiting. And then balls broad off the back foot. It's a nice looking shot, punched away. And through he goes for a single. Takes him to 16, 31 for 1.
Now, see, that's more like it. I was watching Lancs TV. There's another Lancashire mascot in kit, but he's got a nice stool to himself.
Oh, I love that.
That's
so
like a little teddy, doesn't it?
The guy with his Lancashire shirt on has got a little bear with a Lancashire shirt on next to him on the stool. Oh, that's brilliant. That's terrific.
It's very thoughtful.
I like that, yeah. 31 for 1.
My mum made me a sort of England lion when I was a little boy, and it was Brian Lion. Had it for years.
Not sort of got it then?
No, I haven't got it then. No, it's one of the house moves, you know. You finally have to sort of
say goodbye.
Start weed things out a little bit. But 31 for 1. It's going to be Bailey to continue.
Yeah, just put a leg slip in place.
They haven't they?
There's a short. Well, Bell was a kind of short, fine leg, but he's not now. He's a short square leg. There's a short mid wicket. There's a leg slip. It's defended into the onside by Gay to Bell, who's gone from forward short leg to short square leg. So there's a bit of company around the bat, isn't there? There's plenty of fielders in catching positions with the 2 slips in place as well.
I was trying to think, how many grounds is it in the country now that have got hotels? Obviously here at Emirates Old Trafford, Ageas Bowl, Worcester.
Yeah, Worcester.
I mean, Derby's not too far away. It's just over the road, isn't it?
Bailey to Gay, forward, defending. And there is no run. Is that it?
I think that's it. I just can't think of any others. If we've missed any, let us know.
When I was down at Bristol the other season, that they were saying that they don't regret building the flats, but I think they kind of wish they'd built a hotel instead.
Yeah, because you got the flats and you got the lovely flats at Canterbury as well, Freeman House, which I always have a little look at the property pages when I go down there.
Bailey to Gay, forward in defence, and there is no run.
It's a long commute though to Northampton.
It is a bit, isn't
from
it?
Canterbury over the bridge. It's no, I don't think
you'll bother.
But they are lovely, aren't they?
They are.
Just a lovely spot there. And I think you spend the whole summer sitting out on the balcony with something chilled and agreeable, watching cricket at the St Lawrence ground. I could handle that.
Well, here, why have one when you can have 2 hotels, I suppose?
Yes.
Bailey sets off again. Final ball of the over. His 8th. Balls to Gay down the leg side, taken by Salt. So that completes the over. So 31 for 1. It's 20 past 12, so we've got 40 minutes to go before the lunch interval. Just that 1 wicket to go. Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW, the bowling of Bailey for 2. Gay on 11, Broad on 16.
And Nottinghamshire have declared on 372 for 6, so they leave Kent to score 407 to win in the rest of today. That's the only other Division 1 match, other than this one, of course, that's still in progress. Still haven't started at Scarborough today, which is a shame. Here's Morley starting his second over, round the wicket to Broad, who is defensively forward, pushing it out the onside for Bell to come across from forward short leg to field.
You were saying there kind of flash floods, weren't you, in Scarborough?
Yeah, there was I saw a couple of clips of very, very heavy rain in the centre of the town yesterday. Here's Morley in again. Back of a length and Broad onto the back foot, punches it back to the bowler on the bounce. Yeah, it looked as though they'd had. We saw on the radar, didn't we? I think we had a look yesterday, and we see quite a heavy storm that obviously just gone through the area. And that's edged and caught at slip. Morley strikes with his 8th ball. Broad pushing forward, finds the edge, loops to slip, and 31 for 2 it is. Morley, where we thought he would have a big role to play. Keaton Jennings making no mistake with the catch. Just wondered if it actually deflected off the keeper. Oh, yes, it did. That makes the catch even better.
It does.
Because it deflected off the gloves of Phil Salt, and it just deflected the ball enough for Keaton Jennings to have to make a late adjustment, and he took it low. It's a very, very good catch by Jennings. 31 for 2, Broad goes for 16, and Morley strikes in his second over.
It's a lovely ball, isn't it? A little bit.
Oh, yes.
It's an absolute beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just a classic left-arm spinner's dismissal. Yeah. Beautiful bowling from Jack Morley, who continues to impress.
Yeah, that's a lovely ball. It's kind of... Actually, the wicket in the first innings when he got rid of Sales is probably like the perfect left-arm spinner dismissal, isn't it?
Yes.
And a drift in, pitch turn away, hit the stumps, but that's not far off. Yeah, that's a fine piece of bowling by Morley. And as you say, Riders, that's a very good catch by Keaton Jennings because of the deflection of Phil Salt.
It just required that late adjustment, and it was low as well, so he didn't have any margin for error. That's a very, it's just good reflexes, isn't it? And, well, Northamptonshire making the start they didn't want to make. 2 wickets down early. Sam Whiteman coming to the crease. Sam Whiteman's, I suppose, most notable innings of the season being the long 106 3/4 hours for 130 not out to save the match on the last day against Somerset at Taunton. Made 100 as well a couple of games ago against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School. But Northamptonshire needs something of the similar order from him here. Stephen Croft.
Jogging
down. I think he's going to get another helmet, maybe, or
possibly, yeah.
Whether he's gone off the field for a minute. Anyway, the new batter is. Oh, it's a new. Yeah, there we go. Another helmet.
Yeah.
I was wondering what other part of protective equipment he might require after yesterday, but no, he's all right. So Stephen Croft dons the helmet, and where's he going to go? I would suspect probably, I don't know, silly point, or maybe leg slip. Looks though he's going in to leg slip for the left-handed Whiteman. So 3 men round the bat plus the keeper, putting pressure on the new batter. Here's Morley in bowls to Whiteman outside the off stump. Slightly quicker ball, I think, from Jack Morley, and it didn't bounce a great deal. This is going to be a tough challenge for the Northamptonshire batters for the rest of the day. Here's Morley, and again bowls full toss and driven by Sam Whiteman gratefully through point for 4. 35 for 2. Whiteman is away, but Northamptonshire still 167 behind. Yeah, Whiteman playing that nicely, just didn't try and hit it too hard. Big gap out there, and ball has disappeared. It's gone under the covers. It's always a pain, isn't it, when that happens?
Oh dear. Where's Will going?
Will Williams.
Oh dear. Oh, steady on.
I tell you, if I did that, I'd be like Winnie the Pooh in the hole. Wouldn't be able to shift me one way or the other.
He's going to reverse out now.
Very impressive. Well, you see, you can do that when you're fit and slim.
Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, silly sausage.
Yes, I say they've been pushing and pulling, and I'd still be wedged under the covers when everybody else had gone home. 35 for 2. Here's Morley, and again to bowl to Sam Whiteman, who pushes forward. There's an appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Middlebrook, and I suspect we're going to see quite a bit of shouting around the bat today, because I think, as I say, the spinners, as we did say right at the start of the day, are going to have a big role to play here. Applause for Jack Morley, wicket in his second over. 35 for 2, 16 overs gone in the innings. Gay is 11, Whiteman is 4. Northamptonshire having lost Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW to Tom Bailey for 2, and Justin Broad caught Keaton Jennings off the bowling of Jack Morley for 16.
Something quite pleasant about watching a left-arm spinner bowler in action, isn't it? Yeah, it's just
aesthetically pleasing.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, and he's not played too much. He played a few county championship games, played a little bit last year, played a bit of one-day cup games last year, but every time he plays, he impresses. He takes wickets for Lancashire. He took in the championship matches he played last year, and he got a 5 in a match at Southport. He took wickets in a game at Bristol a couple of years before that, I think. And
it's the golden arm of George Balderson.
Right, isn't it? Yeah.
Wicket with first ball of his first over and first ball of his second over in the first innings.
So he replaces Bailey into Gay. on this occasion, as Gay gets forward and defends, easing the ball away into the offside for no run. 35 for 2 with half an hour to go before lunch. I think Australia have lost a wicket. They have. They're 91 for 2. Labuschagne, the man out for 9. Caught by Root off the bowling of Wood. 9 off 82 balls.
Not battered.
Balderson to Gay. That's just dropped away into the offside. There's no run. There's something quite, I don't know, satisfying. The more Bazball that England become, the more anti-Bazball that Australia become. I don't know, it's just, I love the complete opposite of the two approaches. Like, well, you're going to go completely bonkers with the bat and we're going to go the other way.
I tell you what, if you played like that at Cardiff and in Glamorgan colours, you'd have been barracked from them. Would have given him the bird.
Balderson to Gay. He's driven. He takes a single to Bailey at mid-off. And in the end, Bailey didn't kind of scoop it up quickly. Not even with that and a direct hit, he might have been okay, but gets through for a single. Moves on to 12, so 36 for 2. Brings Whiteman on strike. Unbeaten on 4, Sam Whiteman. He made 20 in the first innings. He was a victim of Morley. It was a bit of a rush of blood, really. Whiteman, he looked quite nicely set, and then came down the pitch to Morley and was stumped by Phil Salt. It was a bit out of character to what we'd seen previously from
very odd
Sam Whiteman in that first innings. Defends this delivery from Balderson away to the leg side, no run.
Became a father, I say, just a week ago, so maybe just a bit short of sleep. I don't know. Sleep deprived. Well-known symptoms of which is charging down the wicket to a left-arm spinner and getting stumped by about 3 yards. But
he'd be keen to try and make amends second time round. Balderson sets off again. And balls to Whiteman. And that's defender just pushing the ball back towards the bowler. No run.
Thank you very much to Alex at Big A Lob, which I rather like as a Twitter handle, who's one of our regular listeners. Good afternoon to you, and just asking if I had any idea who was going to be captain for the Metro Bank Cup, which obviously does start in a week's time. Hasn't been a formal announcement.
Balderson to Whiteman, full but wide and left. And it's the end of the over. 36 for 2.
It's gone through various possibilities. I suspect, and I don't know. I don't think. I assume probably a decision has been taken, but I don't think it's been a formal announcement. I mean, my best guess would be Lewis McManus as obviously Red Bull vice captain and somebody who is pretty certain to play every game, assuming he's fit. So I think he would probably be quite a good fit. But we shall see. First game, of course, for Northamptonshire week today. The lovely setting of Cheltenham College.
Oh, very nice.
2 games in 3 days. Cheltenham College against Gloucestershire, and then at home to Sussex at Wantage Road on Family Day. Here is Morley starting his 3rd over, bowling to Gay, clips that nicely away through mid-wicket, could be 4. It's beaten 2 fielders and it's running out to the fence, and it does indeed cross the rope. So nicely timed stroke from Emilio Gay takes him up to 16 and the total to 40 for 2. It's on leg stump. He is very, very strong through there. There's a man in there at short mid-wicket and a more orthodox mid-wicket covering behind, but it beat both of them and ran away for 4. Gay's 2nd boundary, 16 to him. Here's Morley. Over the wicket, in again, outside the off stump, and Gay has a little fiddle at that, and again it doesn't bounce a great deal. It just hustles through.
It's a little flirt, wasn't it?
It was. He had a little dabble at that one. Here's Morley. And again, bowls to Gay. Again on leg stump, and he clips it firmly, but this time straight at George Bell at forward short leg. As a result of which there's no run. Morley turns again, bowling from the James Anderson end, far end of the ground as we look out from our commentary position. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Gay. Stretches right forward, plays it up towards that short mid-wicket position. Josh Bohannon, busy as ever, fields, and there's no chance of a run there. Breeze looks to be just getting up a little bit. As Morley is in again, bowls to Gay, works it again into the onside for Bohannon to field at mid-wicket.
Will you have a change of coach for the One Day Cup?
No, because I assume not anyway,
Right.
because I don't think any of them are involved in the in the other tournament, as far as I'm aware. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, pushes it up towards mid-on, but Bohannon almost inevitably comes across to field, and that's the end of another tidy over from Jack Morley. 3 overs, 1 for 13, 40 for 2. Whiteman is 4, Gay is 16, and we have about 25 minutes or thereabouts to go till lunch.
Yep, 2 wickets so far in the morning session.
I think Glenn Chappell's involved in the 100, is he?
He is, yeah. So he's not been in charge of Lancashire's one-day team for the last couple of years. Carl Cricken and Graham Onions kind of ran it, certainly last year, and I think the year before as well. So yeah, as Balderson comes in and bowls to Whiteman, forward in defence, and there's no run. So I assume something similar will happen again on this year. I think Glenn's with, I think he's with the Northern Superchargers. I think he's going across the Pennines.
Oh dear.
No, we'll keep that quiet. I think, yeah.
We'll see Safe Save then, because he's involved with them.
But Keaton Jennings will be again, I'm on the assumption that Keaton Jennings will captain the one-day team. Can't see a reason why he wouldn't. It's left alone by Whiteman, through to the keeper, no run. And of course he got the captaincy of the one-day team last year, which when Dane Villas was the club captain, I think either Dane was injured or he was called up by the 100. I can't remember which one, but he gave Keaton Jennings the captaincy in the one-day cup, and Keaton got them all the way to the final, and
yes.
they lost to Kent in the final. And of course, Keaton now replacing Villas in the winter as the club's captain. Balderson to Whiteman, just hurried a little bit, defending back down the pitch. And there's no run. That's been a wicket at Trent Bridge. So Kent have lost a wicket. 5 for 1. Brett Hutton with the breakthrough for Notts at Trent Bridge.
He's having a wonderful season, isn't he? He really bowled beautifully at Northampton. I mean, I know quite a lot of opposition bowlers have bowled beautifully at Northampton this year, but he was outstanding.
Balderson to Whiteman. Again, forward and defending. There's no run.
News from Scarbados.
Oh, okay.
Early lunch is being taken about now.
Okay.
And further inspection at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
A photograph that our friend and colleague Jonathan Doidge has put up makes it look as though there's certainly an absence of covering. It looks as though people are out there in the middle, and so hopefully they might get some cricket there later on.
Balderson to Whiteman, plays forward and defends. No run. I've just seen a look. I've just seen the look of. I've just seen the picture of Scarborough on the live stream. It just looked quite pleasant, doesn't it? Hopefully, yeah, the outfield will dry and they can get some play.
Northamptonshire have been again the last time we were there. It was got half a game in. It was a very enjoyable trip, but we basically only had half a one-day match.
Balderson to Whiteman, leaves. And into the gloves of Phil Salt. It's the end of the over. 40 for 2. Whiteman 4. Gay on 16. 19 overs gone. And at Northamptonshire trailing by 162 runs at 40 for 2.
I was talking in the press box earlier to one of our colleagues about outgrounds, and he was saying about where will Northamptonshire play their home matches in the 50 over cup, because a lot of counties do take the opportunity to take some of the games out to different grounds, but Northamptonshire haven't played a game away from Wantage Road in any competition for a number of seasons now. They're having invested heavily in Northampton. They need a compelling reason to go and play somewhere else. So
fair enough.
At the moment, at least, everything is happening at Wantage Road. For now, it's Morley starting his 4th over from the Anderson end, clipped on the bounce by Emilio Gay out to Bohannon at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Lancashire have got 2 home matches away from here, Sedbergh and Blackpool, and the other 2 group matches are I hear.
I did enjoy the visit to Stanley Park last year. It was good fun. Good game as well.
It was, wasn't it? It's a belter, yeah.
Here's Morley. In again, bowling to Gay, pushes forward. It runs off a thickish inside edge along the floor to Bell at forward short leg. I think Tom Hartley might be having a little limber up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him on in the near future. Here's Morley. And again, padded up. Gay, it loops up off the pad into the offside. Bell comes across from forward short leg. Swing of the arms from Phil Salt behind the stumps. Not quite dance moves of the calibre of Stephen Croft's earlier, but here's Morley. And again, bowls and finds the edge of Emilio Gay's bat, but it's a thick outside edge. It goes harmlessly from Gay's point of view. Down through slips. He's going for a quick second run. Big appeal for a run out. I think he was just about back. That was certainly Graham Lloyd's opinion, but it was a very tight second run. And it was the aforementioned Stephen Croft who sent in the throw. And this was tight. See him running it down away, wide of the close field. He sets off for the second. Whiteman looks to be going and turning anxiously and having a look at that, and he was just back. But that was a very, very tight second run. And, well, I've got plenty of grey hairs as it is without Emilio Gay's running adding to them. But still a lot of the season to go. Back on his stumps this time, Gay, turning it into the onside, and there's no run. You really, I know you don't want to be positive and all the rest of it, but that was a very, very tight second. And if,
wasn't it?
This seems a risk too many to me. Down the pitch comes Gay, drives up to mid-on, trying to be aggressive, trying to come down the pitch. As he mentioned in the first innings, when I was talking to him afterwards, and trying to be positive, trying to get after Jack Morley early on, but Morley's already got a wicket under his belt. He's bowling really nicely. 4 overs, 1 for 15. It's 42 for 2, and, well, you can just see on the replay, for those watching on Lancs TV, he was back. It was absolutely the right decision, but it was very, very tight. 42 for 2. Gay is 18, Whiteman is 4, Northamptonshire still 160 behind.
Gay's the key here, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
18 not out, 54 balls faced. He had his captain, didn't he, in that first innings? It was a lovely partnership with Luke Proctor in the Northamptonshire first innings. 207 between them. A minute, it is Whiteman waiting for Balderson, who was in and bowling. It's defended up towards Luke Wells. I think we might see a bit of Wells, you know. Yeah. Leg spin, which he's been working a lot on over the course of the winter. He's bowled a lot. He's absolutely kind of front and centre of Lancashire's bowling attack in the blast. More often than not, bowls his 4 overs. Not bowled a great deal in red ball cricket this summer, but not really been required to. It's fallen wide and through to the keeper, no run.
Talking about young spinners, I see Leicestershire have announced this morning they've added Uttam Ramji, leg spinner, on a short-term contract for the Metro Bank Cup. He's involved with the club's pathway, player pathway, just 18 years old. I've heard some very exciting things about him, so he's going to be given a chance in the Metro Bank Cup. And I mean, that is one of the big advantages of the competition. The scheduling, all the rest of it does give a chance to young cricketers, as it did with James Sales a couple of years ago.
Balderson to Whiteman. That's defended into the onside. It's one of the senior boys. He's involved in the One Day Cup last couple of years, Stephen Croft, to field. Described it the other year as being a dads and lads competition. That was quite sweet.
Excellent. From Northampton's point of view, and I hope the likes of Gus Miller get a go.
Balderson to Whiteman, leaves that. And there's no run. He's probing away here, Balderson, just targeting Whiteman off stump, just outside off stump, and either making him make tight leave decisions or forcing him to defend. He's actually he's started really nicely, Balderson. Just probing away on Whiteman's off stump. And again to Whiteman. It's defended. Ball bouncing down towards Keaton Jennings. Comes across from second slip to complete the fielding. No run. So 1 ball left of the over. 42 for 2. Northants get to the break. Just 2 down. It gives them 8 wickets to play with. 4 in each session. Defended again by Whiteman. And it completes the 3rd over for George Balderson. 3 overs, 2 maiden. And gone for 1 run so far. It completes the over. So a little under 15 minutes remaining of the morning session. Day 4. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. On the BBC Sport website and the app. And on Lancs TV. Lancashire probing away for further breakthroughs, and Northamptonshire with Gay doing all they can to frustrate them.
Here's Morley then to start his 5th over. Still with a slip in, Keaton Jennings. And a forward short leg. Morley is in, bowls to Gay. And that bounces a little bit. Gay just drops it down at his feet and then kicks it sideways to George Bell. Tom Hartley continuing to limber up. So he could well have spin from both ends before the break. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, comes quite across his stumps and he's dropped. At forward short leg, straight in. I mean, it's one of those reaction catches, they either stick or they don't.
George Bell.
I'm pretty sure it carried. Judging by George Bell's reaction, I think it almost certainly did. Perhaps we'll get a chance to have a look at it in a second, but here's Morley. And again, bowls to Gay, just turns into him, gets behind it, pushes it up to be retrieved by Bell. Let's have a look at this one on the replay. It's just straight at him. You hesitate to call that a chance, really, because it's just a reflex thing, and sometimes they stick. And unfortunately, on that occasion for George Bell, that one didn't. Fortunately for Emilio Gay. Here's Morley, and again, big sweep, attempted sweep by Gay, doesn't make contact, hits him outside the line, runs down to Jennings at slip. Gay is, again, trying to be aggressive, trying to get after Morley. Morley so far has been equal to it. Down the pitch comes Gay, drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. And this is a really good contest, but you just feel that it's all very well being aggressive, but Emilio Gay gets out now. Northamptonshire really will be in deepish trouble. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, just plays that very calmly. On the bounce, past Bell at forward short leg, goes out to Tom Hartley at mid-wicket, and that is the end of another Jack Morley over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. It's 42 for 2, 18 to Gay, 4 to Whiteman. We have 69 overs left in the day, and Emilio Gay once again determined to give himself a little bit of time. 18 off 60 balls. Tidy figures from all the Lancashire bowlers so far. Tom Bailey especially, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 in that opening spell.
Yeah, good stuff, isn't it, by Bailey? Impressed with Balderson the way he's backed it up too, but we are going to see some spin from both ends. Balderson's little spell there coming to an end. 3 overs. He's replaced by Hartley. He's got a little bit of wind brushing into his left-hand side. See the flags on the roof of the pavilion. Hartley, left arm over balls to Whiteman. It's nudged away down to fine leg. And Whiteman hurries back for a couple. So he's up to 6, 44 for 2. Hartley into the attack for the first time today. 10 minutes to go before we get to the lunch break. In for a really intriguing afternoon session. Hartley to Whiteman. Playing it calmly off towards fine leg for a single. Takes him on to 7, 45 for 2. Gay back on strike. I guess you'd love to prize another one out before the lunch break. Slip and a short leg. Crouching down, Hartley in. Loops up, but off the thigh pad perhaps. Over the top of Salt, and it fell nicely to Keaton Jennings at first slip. Fizzes one in, forward goes Gay. It's a little flatter and quicker from Hartley. Defends it to the leg side, no run. In past the umpire again. And hopping back and across is Gay, and that's worked to the leg side. And there's no run, Bohannon Fields. Gay settles back into his crease and gets ready for Hartley, who's in to complete his first over. And again going back, guarding that off stump, defending. So it's been called a no ball by the umpire, just overstepped as Tom Hartley, so he'll have to bowl it again. Score moves on to 47 for 2. And just leans onto the front foot there, Gay, offering the pad, pulling his bat away. Slides past into the gloves of the keeper. That's the end of the over, 47 for 2.
It's fair enough, but the danger obviously is, you saw how close that landed to the footmarks, and if it does clip the edge of one of those, it can, as Bumble said on the first day, it's just a lottery. It could go absolutely anywhere, and that's the danger with leaving that sort of ball. It's just a very, very tough situation that Northamptonshire find themselves in, but really down to the way Lancashire batted yesterday, just giving themselves so much time, which, as I say, when we were talking close to the second day's play, I don't think they could have dreamed that they'd find themselves in this position, but they thoroughly deserve to be. Sun back out, Morley in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Whiteman, goes through to Phil Salt.
It's like Kent have lost a second wicket.
Oh yes, right, okay. Dane Patterson bowling with a new ball, even though apparently he doesn't like bowling with a new ball. Here's Morley in again, that turned sharply, and Whiteman plays it well, just helps it round the corner. There's a man there at backward square on the 45, but that turned sharply from Jack Morley, who's in again, the old pavilion behind him. Bowls to Whiteman, who's pushing sort of half cock, drops it down at his feet. Salt comes round to retrieve. Stays at 47 for 2. Here's Morley. Bowls again to Whiteman, who's defensively dropping it round the corner for George Bell to retrieve at forward short leg. Yes, he got wickets with a new ball at Northampton, and our colleague Dave Bracegirdle was saying that actually he doesn't like bowling with a new ball, he prefers to. Right. But he got 5, I think, in his opening spell with a new ball in the second innings. Here's Morley in again, bowls short, pulled away by Sam Whiteman for 4. Gone just in front of square. It hits the boundary boards. Well, it's bracketing one of the Lancs TV cameramen down there in front of the new part of the hotel. As George Bell swivelling out of the way. Rare loose ball from Jack Morley, but Whiteman putting it away brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. 51 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 24th over. Takes Sam Whiteman into double figures. He's made 11. And here's Morley in again. Bowls to Whiteman outside the off stump. Leaves it alone. Goes through to Phil Salt. End of the over. 51 for 2. Whiteman is 11. Gay is 18.
I mentioned that wicket falling at Trent Bridge. Losing their second wicket. So 8 for 2 now are Kent. With wickets falling in the morning session. Viewers on Lancs TV are going to see this actually. This second wicket. As Nottingham should try and get themselves a victory on the 4th and final day. Caught a short leg.
Nice catch.
Yeah. 51 for 2. There's Hartley to Gay. Snaps it down to the onside, bouncing just in front of Bell. Short leg. Going to be doing a lot of crouching down today, George Bell, under the helmet. The left arm over balls. Forward goes Gay. Leans into it and turns it away to mid-wicket. Bohannon fields. Back to his mark. 2 gone of this 25th over. Floated up outside the off stump, and that brings Gay forward. Drives the ball nicely through the offside. And he comes back for a second. Caught up with by Balderson. Gay moves on to 20. And score moves on to 53 for 2. Huntley back in for Lancashire. Again, Gay on the front foot defending. Works it away to mid-wicket. Bohannon fields, no run. 2 balls left. Hartley's second over. So Gay bringing the bat down. Ball bouncing into the hands of Keaton Jennings. Final ball coming up for Hartley. And again, Gay right forward. And defending, and there's no run. 12:56 is the time on the scoreboard on the far side. So the time for one, might get a couple, might get 2 more in.
Yeah, Phil Salt certainly scampering down the other end to make sure he's in position for, I imagine it'll be Jack Morley to continue. But he's indeed hands over his cap to umpire James Middlebrook as a plane somewhere above the clouds going into or out of Manchester Airport. Can't actually see it, but we can hear it. And now for Whiteman, forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip. Morley is in, bowls to Whiteman, he's bounced and he just lands in front of Bell at forward short leg. Came off, I think, a bit of glove maybe. As he pushes forward, it landed well in front of George Bell. But that is exactly what Jack Morley is trying to do. And he's in again, bowls to Whiteman, who's beaten outside the off stump by one that just went on with the arm.
Good
Great
stuff this by Morley.
It is, it's excellent stuff, and you can hear encouragement coming from the other fielders. Good line. It is indeed. Here's Morley in again, and this time it's the similar line, just outside off stump, but Whiteman covers up. Plays it to Bell at forward short leg, and there's no run. Morley into his 7th over, 1 for 19 so far. In bowls to Whiteman, is beaten again outside the off stump.
It's a great little battle.
It's a super battle, and Whiteman, I say, is an experienced cricketer, gone past 5,000 runs in first-class cricket in the course of this season, captain of Western Australia. Here's Morley in again, and Whiteman brings Whiteman forward this time. He just drops it down in front of him. Bell comes across from forward short leg to field. We'll definitely have time for another over.
Yeah,
Unless Whiteman swings this over the stands, which I think is, on balance of probability, unlikely. Here's Morley in again, and Whiteman doesn't. He just plays it back down the pitch. End of the over. 53 for 2. Whiteman is 11, Gay is 20, and pretty sure we shall have at least 1 over to go before lunch.
Yeah, going to sneak another one, aren't they? Hartley's already at the top of his mark. That's that little chance that dropped short in front of George Bell at short leg. So 6 balls away from having 8 wickets to work with going into the final 2 sessions of the match, Northamptonshire. Crucially, the man on strike for this final over is still there. A centurion from the first innings, Emilio Gay. Here comes Hartley, and then to Gay, plays forward, defence. And there is no run. I suspect we'll see quite a bit of Gay rocking onto that front foot. Oh, this time he goes back and works it into the onside. Bell catches, loops it up towards Hartley. 4 balls until lunch. Oh, hang on. We've got a few fielding changes here. And they're going to want an extra catch around the bat. The field is buzzing all over the place. It's Stephen Croft popping on the helmet, who's at leg slip. So a slip, a leg slip, a short square leg, short mid-wicket, a backward square leg, cover, mid-off and a mid-on. 4 balls left to go before lunch. And that has Gay off the back foot and working it up towards the onside. And there is no run, 3 to go. There's Hartley. In and balls. Gay getting forward again. Bouncing in front of Jennings. I don't think there's any bat on that. Gay keen to get on the front foot here to Hartley, trying to see if he can get anything out of those footmarks outside the off stump to the left-hander. Oh, it turns back in. And with Gay going across, looking to defend. As the day goes on, I think we're going to see more and more of this, of men around the bat and cries and appeals. And final ball of the session, it's just dabbed away. And that's going to be lunch. Lunch on the 4th and final day. Players are heading off. Emilio Gay taking off his gloves. He's still there. He's the main man for Northamptonshire. He's 20 not out. Whiteman on 11. Morning session where Lancashire got the runs they wanted to get the declaration in, and have picked up 2 wickets. Not sure if I can hear the sound of the hover cover, which is slightly worrying. I mean that maybe they think there's a bit of rain potentially coming in. I think I can hear the hover cover. So anyway, the players are heading off. Lunch on the 4th day, and it is 53 for 2 Northamptonshire in their 2nd innings. They trailed by 149 runs, so lots of work to do for Northamptonshire in the afternoon session. Hover covers going out maybe as a precaution. There's a suggestion of maybe the odd shower, but much later in the day was what I was told before we started play. Oh no, they're just moving it. Thankfully, I think they're just moving it. Maybe it was just that. I was slightly concerned they were pushing it out then, and they knew something that the rest of us didn't. So that's lunch. 53 for 2. Northamptonshire trail by 149. Viewers on Lancs TV, just keep an eye out a little bit later. I think you might see a little bit of Phil Salt and Josh Barnum reflecting on their wonderful partnership from yesterday. We'll perhaps bring you that before the start of the afternoon session. Northants trail by 149 at 53 for 2.
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right because our 2 favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newtonley Willows. Mm-hmm. So I can remember as a 6-7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club, and enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections. And you know, I used to go and watch, and
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field, and that was the end of that.
well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever? I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah. Purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours. And I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire schools and club cricket at Grappenhall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So obviously I played at Grappenhall, which was Cheshire, went to Lim Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all, but that enabled me to play for Cheshire schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire schools?
Yeah. So,
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer?
I think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around, we'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grappenhall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, the heavy bat and a quick pitch, no good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and I hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. and I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike, though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82, you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 8:45, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the word he
mumbled
was
a bit
saying.
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me. And I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home, I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career, and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue. And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, well, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, we'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100. And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great, I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time.
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before.
Yeah.
Ben was born on the Friday night.
Yeah.
And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
Yeah. We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year.
Yeah.
86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancastrian and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have 2 of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those 2 guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at at Lords in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
First ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to what, 98?
10 years. Yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from '87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through '89, '90. We started in '88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, '86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in '87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormerod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in '87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened? If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as '86, and then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second, and I think Yoza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room, and then, you know, those lads that had played well in '87 carried on, didn't they? Yeah, they did.
And then,
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in '87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walked.
No, it was pretty special. You know, without getting the mick taken out by a few people, but it's a tricky pitch to come in and play like that. And you know, some of the shots he played, especially to some of their best bowlers, was. I was still at the other end. I kept saying to him, "I feel like you're playing on a different pitch," but it was one of the best I've seen, I reckon.
From the position that we're in the game, obviously we had to put the foot down for a bit, and I suppose that's what we did. That's what we were talking about. We were trying to, you know, go at 5s and 6s and above for a period, which isn't easy on that wicket. I think you also showed some really good intent to actually keep us going. There was a period of 4 or 5 overs there. I don't think we faced a dot ball, and especially on a wicket like that where it is tough and it is going up and down. I think those are sort of important moments in the game. Not to get too serious.
I think obviously I'm at the other end in awe of some of the things he was doing, and just that partnership there. You know, obviously in the timing of the game when it happened was obviously awesome for the team and for where we are now in the game. So which adds even more value to the way he played, and almost able to play second fiddle at the other end. But you know, we're good friends, and obviously it's nice to spend some time out in the middle together. And you know, we had a right laugh as well, so that always makes it better.
I think if we want to go full Lancashire 90s mode tomorrow, I think maybe, you know, 20-30 minutes more batting, and then, you know, we'll get the heavy on it again, and hopefully it breaks up even more. Like it's noticeably deteriorated today, hasn't it? That little patch at this end, the plates are moving around quite a lot, so hopefully around 200 odd ahead.
Yeah.
That was Josh Bohannon and Phil Salt speaking last night. They had a touch of the giggles before we managed to get a little bit of sense out of the pair of them. So it ended well, but it didn't start particularly well.
Your knock today was obviously, as you said, pretty special. I heard that you were watching videos of Lancashire in the 90s to sort of draw up a bit of inspiration for this week.
Yeah, Chappie last week at Edgbaston, you know, he said it's when they won everything, so wanted to get a bit of inspiration from that, and watching Lancashire at 90s. What an egg. Backstop 130.
So they've obviously been watching videos of Lancashire in the 90s, and when Lancashire were winning one-day competitions, and obviously Josh Bohannon's a massive fan of Warren Hegg, and who isn't, because he's terrific. There's Phil Salt and Josh Barnett for viewers on Lancs TV, which we spoke to last night. If you missed it, you can watch it again. It's on our Twitter handle as well, at BBC Lancs Cricket. I think Lancashire put it on their Twitter handle as well. So welcome back to coverage of this fourth and final day with Lancashire up against Northamptonshire, and we've got 64 overs left to go today. So it's 53 for 2. Whiteman 11, Gay on 20. 2 wickets to fall in that morning session for Northamptonshire leaves them 8 wickets to play with Radders going into the afternoon, and certainly there's ground for hope for Northamptonshire fans.
Well, there is. They battled hard, didn't they? The Whiteman and Gay, especially in that last little session up to the break. You still feel that the spinners are going to have the key here. I think it's we saw in that spell the bounce is a little bit up and down, and as you would expect on a pitch that's been used to the extent that this one has, it's a little bit up and down. There's turn there. Jack Morley, I thought, bowled beautifully again before lunch. We saw a little bit of Tom Hartley as well, and these two have just got to keep grinding. There's from Northampton's point of view, the draw is the best possible outcome. There's absolutely no way they can win the game from here, so they've just got to keep batting. And if they're still in there at 5 o'clock or 10 to 5, whatever it is, then happy days for Northamptonshire. But there's still a lot of cricket left to be played. So 64 overs minimum, maybe that Lancashire even get a few more in if we see a lot of Morley and Hartley. So there's a lot of cricket still to be played, and you feel that these two and Luke Proctor, who's probably in next, are going to have a lot of work to do if Northamptonshire are going to get out of this. Here is Morley starting proceedings for the afternoon session from the Jimmy Anderson end, and the first ball to Sam Whiteman is played up towards George Bell, who's under the lid at forward short leg, and there's no run. There's a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg as Morley is in, bowls to Whiteman, who's stretching forward, plays it down behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. Bit of blue sky up above us, spells of sunshine, plenty of cloud around, but I think the forecast is fine until much later in the day. Outside the off stump, left alone by Whiteman, which is dangerous given that the odd one is turning sharply out of those footholds. You could very easily, as a batter, be made to look a bit of a Charlie by one of those, but so far Whiteman's okay. Here's Morley in again, bowls, and he's gone up off, I think, the pad, maybe just looped off an inside edge. It's gone down towards third man. I think it's going to be signalled as a leg by umpire, as a bye in fact, so it beat everything, including Phil Salt, and it's one more onto the total. It's the first run of the afternoon session, but it's a bye, 54 for 2. Whiteman stays on 11, Emilio Gay to face his first ball. 20 off 77 balls, so as in the first innings, he's prepared to play himself in. Bat time, and here's Morley in bowling to Gay. Clips that away nicely for his first run of the afternoon session. It goes out just in front of square on the leg side for a single. Gay goes to 21, Northamptonshire to 55 for 2. One ball to go in the over from Jack Morley. This is his 8th over, 1 for 20 so far. Picked up the wicket of Justin Broad before lunch, well caught by Keaton Jennings at slip. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Whiteman, beats him outside the off stump, and Phil Salt, in his excitement, does a sort of backward roll, and he gets a pat on the head for his pains. End of the over, a bye and a run off it. 55 for 2, 28 overs gone. Whiteman is 11, Gay is 21. Morley's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 20, and it's going to be Tom Hartley to continue.
Could be a bit of that this afternoon, Radders, couldn't there? Yes. Was men around the bat and plenty of noise being generated.
Lots of froth, bubble and excitement, I think, and the umpires will need to be absolutely on it this afternoon.
Yep. Lancashire try and create chances.
Bad news is off for the day at Scarborough.
And yes,
abandoned,
that,
which is a great shame.
So there's been no rain, has there, today in Scarborough? It's just a wet outfield, isn't it?
So wet from yesterday. That is a great shame.
Lancashire are at Scarborough next Thursday, I think it is Thursday. Yeah, it's Essex on Tuesday and then across to Scarborough on the Thursday. Here's Hartley in, down the pitch comes Gay, handsome looking shot. Out through the covers for 4 runs. Just a little ease down the pitch. And timed to perfection. Good looking shot for 4.
Yeah, well, as you said before lunch, Gay, as he explained to us when he spoke after the 100 in the first innings, is not prepared to let the spinners settle. He's going to try and be positive, try and get down the pitch. Showed that before lunch.
And so Hartley to Gay, 25 from 79. Lovely shot for 4 runs. Flashing this one away towards the leg side. And there is no run. Will Williams field. So it is that balance, isn't it, between attack and defence. Gay goes back and defends this time. You don't want to just be bogged down and defend. Try and be a little bit proactive, and it's a good example by Gay.
It is, and I think that there's always a feeling that on this surface with these footholds, sooner or later you're going to get one that's going to be difficult.
Forward again, it's nudging the ball away to the leg side. As Bohannon comes up to complete the fielding. And there's no run. There's a leg slip and a short leg and a slip. There's Tom Hartley twirling in. And forward once more. Comes Emilio Gay. And again, there's no run. They get through plenty of overs. In Lancashire, what they were +6 on their over rate after the first innings. Took the back foot and defended. And there's no run. The scoreboard now tells us that their over rate is +9. Can you say? I said it the other day. Can't you bank some of them and use
yes,
them?
Absolutely. No.
Use them later in the season.
Well, I say it does mean that although it says 62 left on the board, it may well be that we get a few more than that. There you can see those on Lancs TV, right bottom left-hand corner. Over rate +9. Northamptonshire once missed out on promotion through getting points deducted for a slow over rate at Trent Bridge a few years ago.
Not ideal.
They sort of a little bit more conscious of that than some. Here's Morley. Sun's gone behind a cloud for the time being at least, but still pleasant enough. Bright afternoon as Morley comes in, bowls to Whiteman, finds the edge, runs it down safely enough past Jennings at slip. They've come through for 1. That's all there will be as Keaton Jennings tracks back and retrieves. Sends in a throw and takes Sam Whiteman to 12 and Northamptonshire to 60 for 2. I see the player merry-go-round continues. Jordan Cox has announced that he's leaving Kent and joining Essex on a 3-year deal from the start of next season. Morley in again, bowls to Gay, comes down the pitch and smashes it down past the bowler. It beats the dive at mid-on and it runs away for 4. So Gay again down the pitch, 2 steps. Positive batting from Emilio Gay and he picks up a boundary. He goes to 29, Northamptonshire to 64 for 2. Still the 3 close catches plus the keeper. Forward short leg, slip as Morley is in and turned by Gay between the 2 close fielders on the leg side. It goes down to fine leg where George Balderson comes round to field and they're through for 2 more runs. Gay to 31 and Northamptonshire to 66 for 2. Yes, there's an awful lot of players that we've already heard about moving around the circuit from next year. Here's Morley in again and on driven by Gay but straight to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Asking Paul Allott about kind of whether you should see some kind of financial compensation. Should you have some kind of transfer system in place now in cricket?
You do feel for Worcestershire, don't you, at the moment, or I do anyway. It's pushed up to deep mid-on by Gay. There's an easy single there. And they take it. Gay to 32, 67 for 2. Yes, I mean, I think Northamptonshire felt the same, obviously, when the likes of Ollie Stone and Ben Duckett moved on. Bit different with Richard Gleeson, obviously, because he started up here in any case before Northamptonshire gave him an opportunity and came back up to his own part of the world. Here's Morley in, on driven by Whiteman this time, but stopped by Morley off his own bowling. End of the over, 67 for 2. So Northamptonshire still 135 runs adrift. Jack Morley's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 28. Emilio Gay is 32. Whiteman is 12. I was writing a piece for Rob Keogh's benefit brochure, his benefit next year, and talking about one club players and the fact that they are something of a rarity these days, and compare it to the likes of, and I'm sure every county's got these people they can talk about, but Dennis Brooks, who basically was involved with Northamptonshire for 3/4 of a century, and, you know, Brian Reynolds' 50-year involvement. A bit different now, as I've said, three years at the same club and you get a parchment scroll and a clock for the mantelpiece.
Yeah, it's doesn't happen too often now, does it? It's a little punch up towards mid-off by Emilio Gay, where Bailey fields, and there's no run. I suppose it's just a reflection of kind of the opportunities on offer, isn't it, for players now that going back. That's an excellent snaffle by Stephen Croft. Speaking of one club men,
yes, absolutely,
he's one of them. Leaping away to his left.
Oh, look at that! Just caught the edge of one of the footholds.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? The in bowling, thumped up to mid-off, no run. Hartley to Gay. You can see outside the batter's off stump those darker shades on the pitch. That's where he's occasionally just landing the ball and becomes a little unpredictable then. Forward goes Gay. His defender back down towards Tom Hartley. And there's no run. An outstanding pitch, really, to have got to this stage. Worked out towards the leg side by Gay, and through he goes for a quick single. So 68 for 2 brings Ben Whiteman on strike. Well, yeah, there's plenty of footmarks for the spinners to try and work with. I mean, he's been spinning out of those footmarks since the first day, I think, pretty much. And occasionally we've had that bit of turn off the straight as well, which is intriguing. And Morley's dismissal of Whiteman, I think, in the first innings.
That's right. Yeah,
pitching off the straight and turning away, and it's a good piece of bowling. It's a nice shot, actually, forcing away through the offside, and he'll come back for 2. Balderson out towards the cover boundary. Let's catch up with it and sends it in on the bounce to Keaton Jennings. Whiteman runs 2. He moves to 14. 70 for 2.
Yes, Dennis Brooks always used to reckon that he first played a trial match for Northamptonshire when he was 16 in 1932, and 70 years later they had a big dinner for him at Wantage Road, with some of the sort of the great names were there, and to mark his 70 years with the club. I mean, he was brilliant, you know, player, but then became sort of senior professional, captain. After he'd retired well into his 40s, he was coach there. He basically ran the indoor school, then became assistant secretary, and eventually was the first professional cricketer, or former professional cricketer, to be president of the club. Fantastic. In the 1980s, which is superb. A steady involvement. Here's Jack Morley starting another over, and again that hasn't bounced, it's just scuttled through a little bit, but it's a good leave from Emilio Gay. Goes through to Phil Salt, and Mr. Brooks always used to reckon that he only got the gig at Northamptonshire because he could type. Here's Morley in again, squeezed between the short legs again by Emilio Gay. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. It's another long chase round the boundary for George Balderson, who's lovely pick up and throw, all in one movement into the keeper, but 2 more to Gay. He goes to 35, 72 for 2. Eric Coley, who was then a former rugby player, rugby international I believe, who was secretary of the club at Northamptonshire at the time. He's in. That's Morley outside the off stump, left alone by Gay. Goes through to Phil Salt, who knocks the bails off, but Gay hadn't left his ground, and they put him into work in the office during the winter, and he said he might not have got the contract. It wasn't the fact that he could type a bit and so help out in the office. Down the pitch comes Gay, drives but doesn't time it, goes up to mid-off, and there's no run. 35 bob a week he started on. With lodgings to be found, it said in the minutes.
Brilliant.
But yeah, great man, and he was still walking around the ground latterly in his walking frame, past his 90th birthday, not long before he died. Here's Morley. And again, bowls to Gay, who covers up, plays it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Played just one test match for England. The West Indies in 1948, went out on Gubby Allen's tour and broke a finger, played one test, broke a finger and was never picked again. But there were a lot of decent batters, of course, top order batters at the time. Forward comes Gay to that next ball from Morley, plays it back down the pitch, end of the over. Morley 10 overs, 1 for 30, 72 for 2.
Another wicket at Trent Bridge.
It's carnage. Ooh, I think Mr. Finch might be in the headmaster's study after the end of day's play. If you're watching that on Lancs TV, Finch has just been given out LBW and made his displeasure apparent, I think it's probably fair to say, but it's 34 for 4. Another wicket for Brett Hutton, and Nottinghamshire, you would think, sniffing blood there.
Yep. It's Hartley to Whiteman, who's back and works the ball across his pads, way to square leg. The kind of the result for Nottinghamshire, if they were to go on and win that match, would be quite a big one for them. Didn't offer a shot here, Whiteman. The ball again pitching in those foot marks. It's the bat and glove out the way of all that. He did his best to make sure that his bat and his glove was not in the danger zone as the ball landed and spun back in. And
Graham Lloyd's got to be guessing, hasn't he? With that.
Yeah.
Good decision.
Hartley again. It's turned away into the onside. No run.
But it is interesting how Whiteman's setting up here. I mean, I just watching on the replay there, he's basically taking off stump guard here, isn't he? He's getting right across in front of his stumps.
Starting across the off stump and going wider, isn't he? Yeah. Again, looking to negotiate anything that's pitching outside his off stump and turning back into him.
This reminds me a bit of the game here 2 years ago, which was again a cracking game of cricket, and it was on that occasion Matt Parkinson that bowled Northamptonshire out on the last afternoon. Quite deep into the last session. Luke Proctor batted a long time.
Forward again goes Whiteman in defence, no run. Is that was the game where Parkinson produced one of these big
ball of the century
rippers, wasn't it? Yeah.
Part 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
To bowl Adam Rossington.
That's
absolute Jaffa.
Yeah, that did the rounds, didn't it?
Did.
Quicker ball from Hartley, a little flatter to Whiteman. He's turning it away towards the leg side. End of the over, 72 for 2.
So did the decision, I think, that Saif Zaib got, if you remember.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
I think that did the rounds as well for slightly different reasons, but
it was an absolute stinker, that, wasn't it?
It wasn't the best. Anyway, these things happen.
Yeah.
72 for 2. So Northamptonshire still 130 runs adrift. Of course, the other thing to mention about Dennis Brooks was the fact that he lived most of his adult life at number 19 Wantage Road. So talk about, looks like living over the shop, really, is just a few doors away from the gates at the county ground. But he scored 30,000 odd runs, so it wasn't just down to his ability to type. I think he could 67 centuries for Northamptonshire. Must have got a bit of a nick on that. He played back Emilio Gay, which is always a little bit dangerous in these sort of conditions, and Morley appealed for LBW but stifled it, and I suspect the reason was that there was a little bit of a nick on that one. But you can't take your eyes off this. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, and that's bounced. And that's a really good leave from Emilio Gay. It's also a terrific take from Phil Salt.
It's the bounce there, isn't it?
That's one or two have been saying have just kept a little bit low, and this is just bounced sharply off the pitch. And I say Emilio Gay did well to get everything out of danger. That one's just turned past the edge. It runs down off the pad. Tidied up by Jennings at slip. It's absorbing stuff.
It is. It's really good. Yeah.
And Gay is fighting very, very hard out there for his side at the moment.
I really enjoy watching Morley bowl today.
Just an absolute joy. It's lovely to watch. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, and that just bounces and turns a little bit, and Gay, using his height, big tall young man, manages to work it down behind square on the leg side for a single. George Balderson fields. Gay gets himself up to the other end, which I'm sure he won't be too sorry about. 36 to him, 73 for 2. Have a go, Sam.
Well, I mean, we've seen bouncing this over. We've seen balls keep low. I think Vasconcelos perhaps got one that kept a little bit low when Bailey was bowling. It is that uncertainty, and that unpredictability that is adding extra kind of sense of theatre to the whole thing, really.
But again, at the risk of repeating ourselves, Lancashire have earned the right to be in this position because of the way they played yesterday, which was breathtakingly good.
We're wanting another helmet here, aren't we?
Oh yes, I think they might be signalling back to the. It's in his bag. Come on, it's in his bag.
Keaton's sprinting after it now. Captain's having to leg it off the pitch. He's the captain.
So there's a whole. You can see a plethora of equipment there. Keaton Jennings has sprinted back. Well, as they always say, if you want a job doing, do it yourself. Says the captain. So he has brought another helmet out, and there are now 4 men around the bat. What we've seen this over, I think, has prompted an extra close catcher in there. So we have a forward short leg, a silly point, a leg slip, and a slip. And here is Morley. 2 balls left in the over. Bowls to Whiteman, who's solidly in behind that. Plays it on the bounce to forward short leg, where Bell fields, and there's no run. 1 ball to go in Morley's 11th over. And he's in, bowls to Whiteman again. He covers up, drops it down at his feet. End of Morley's 11th over, 1 for 31. Northamptonshire 73 for 2, 36 to Emilio Gay, 14 to Sam Whiteman.
Yeah, it is enthralling stuff. With that spin from both ends. Young left-arm spinner Jack Morley twirling away from one end. Hartley's a very different type of left-arm spinner, but doing it his way from Brian Statham end. So there's, even though they're both slow left-arm bowlers, they're both very different in the way that they tried to do it. Maybe there's a touch more kind of the one-day feel to Hartley, perhaps. Maybe we'll bowl it a little bit flatter and quicker from time to time, and not. Morley perhaps will try and give it a bit more air and a bit more loop. That's a thick edge. That's actually a bit of a loopy ball sent down by Hartley to begin with, and Gay invited to drive and does, and it does come off the edge and down towards the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs. Takes Emilio Gay on to 40, pushing up to 200 runs in the match. Emilio Gay now showing wonderful stubborn resistance for Northants. And again, down the pitch comes Gay. That's a really good shot. Up and over mid-on. Williams as well to catch up with it. They're going to run 3. So it's good running, it's a good shot, and it's good fielding. That's just very good kind of cricket all round, really. Nice looking shot. Williams after it. Looks like it's going to beat him. Gets the dive in. And they run 3. Still searching for wickets. Like I should have picked up 2 so far today into the afternoon session. We're after lunch, watching spin from both ends with Hartley and Morley bowling in tandem for Lancashire. With Whiteman on 14 and Emilio Gay on 43. Northants 80 for 2, still trailed by 122 runs. Here comes Hartley again. Check drive back down the pitch, and Hartley fields off his own bowling. Hartley to Whiteman, and it's just dabbed away into the offside, and there's no run. It's the intriguing contest, which is going to play deep into the day by the looks of it. Short this time by Hartley. Whiteman off the back foot, trying to pivot back and pull it down towards that fine leg boundary. Jack Morley's got it. He won't be letting go of it neither, Morley. I think he's going to have another go. 11 over spell either side of lunch. 1 for 31 for Lancashire's left arm spinner. Having a chat with his captain. It's 80 for 2 at the end of the over. Trailed by 122. And Emilio Gay and Sam Whiteman put together a partnership of 49 now of 117 balls. It's a very strong, stubborn resistance, and they're doing well.
Yep, fighting very hard, which is what Northamptonshire would have been hoping would be the case. I just wonder, as you mentioned before lunch, Scott, how long it'll be before we see a bit of Luke Wells. I think he might be a bit of a handful on this with his little bit of extra pace. But Jack Morley and Tom Hartley in possession at the moment. Morley, as we say, has been bowling beautifully and got 1 wicket, could easily have a couple more. He's in again, bowling to Gay, and that pushes forward. It just bounces off, I think, the pad. It loops to leg slip, where Stephen Croft takes it. Just demonstrating the relevant angle. Here's Morley staying over the wicket to the left-hander. Gay is forward defensively, solidly, back down the pitch. Morley fields off his own bowling. The silly point has disappeared, at least for the time being. He was in there for Sam Whiteman, which is still just the forward short leg, the leg slip and the slip for Gay. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, works it between the 2 close fielders on the leg side once again, and picks up a single down to George Balderson at long leg, and that's the 50 partnership for the 3rd wicket between these two. Gay is 44, Whiteman is 14. Came together at the demise of Justin Broad. Have hung in there very well indeed. That was in the 16th over. We're now in the 36th. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Whiteman, who nudges it down to the left of George Bell at forward short leg, who fields, cuts off any possibility of a single. So it's not quite chappy ball from yesterday, but what's required at the moment as Whiteman goes back, drops it down for Bell to field at forward short leg, and there's no run. He's to put on 50 in 20 overs.
Lancashire put on 50 in 18 balls this morning.
Exactly. This next ball from Morley is played defensively to forward short leg again by Sam Whiteman. Stays at 81 for 2 at the end of the over. And Northamptonshire still trailing, of course, by 121 runs. We have still plenty of time left in the day. Minimum of 55 overs to go. And it's going to be Hartley to continue.
Did like it here in that there were Josh Barnon saying he was watching videos of Lancashire from the 1990s, and there were, apparently Glenn Chappell said to him last week, that's what we were good in the 1990s, we won everything in the 1990s or something like that. Barnon's watching videos of that Lancashire 1990s team on YouTube, and it's quite amusing. As Hartley's in and bowls to Gay, plays forward and defends, and there's no run.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about the 1996 final, and Ian Austin Bully was man of the match.
Hartley to Gay. Oh, it's crazy catch. It's gone left to the left of Croft. A leg slip. Low down to his left-hand side. Didn't carry. A yelp of catch it. There's Hartley back into Gay. Floats one up and it's driven away into the offside. No run.
The other one I do remember very well was the NatWest Trophy final in 1990, when one of the days when they used to start really early in the morning in those finals, and he'd win the toss and very often won the game, and not the case that time.
It's the pad offered by Emilio Gay. Again, it's an appeal more in optimism than expectation, really. A shake of the head from Graham Lloyd, the umpire, who's been here a lot recently. He's his second home, isn't it, really? Forward goes Gay, defending away to the onside. No, I think he did most of the home blast matches here.
He's trying to erase the memory of his 10 overs for 100 in 1999 that we were talking about earlier.
I was walking to the ground with him the other day. Hartley's into Gay, forward again. And there's no run, 81 for 2. I said, you know, is it good that you're doing the same, pretty much the same county every week? He's like, well, it's nice, you get to know the players, but I know them pretty well anyway, but you get to know the mannerisms and the way they go about things. But I did say it can work against him sometimes when you are umpiring the same team on a consistent basis a little bit. Nice to vary it, but I think... I presume it's just like a bit of a financial thing. It's
I would imagine so. Yeah,
regional umpire, so to speak, cuts down a bit of expenses, doesn't it? I guess.
Yeah, there's a few of the match referees certainly from our part of the world. But of course, well, Nick Cook has recently retired, so from the umpiring panel, one of the most instantly recognisable characters, particularly when he starts talking. Covers up Whiteman, the first ball of the new over from Jack Morley. Just loves a natter, doesn't he, the beast?
Shuts up, does he?
Wonderful guy. He was at the former Players' Day.
Was he? Oh,
one of those, obviously when they're umpiring, it's always difficult to be able to get there, but he was there this year in very good fettle. That's turned sharply again, and Whiteman's taken, I think, somewhere around about the midriff. Dropped safely. But Morley asking all sorts of questions here, with a bit of help from this surface. He's in again. Bowls to Whiteman. Short. He tries to pull it. It comes off, I think, a bottom edge. He's running away for 4. And it is indeed 4 runs. He got into position. And in the end, it was maybe just on him a touch earlier than he thought. And rather than pulling it just in front of square, it went away down to fine leg. But he picks up 4 runs. Northamptonshire go to 85 for 2, Whiteman to 18, the deficit now 117. Yeah, the 1990 final and the NatWest Trophy. Toss was won by Lancashire. David Hughes captaining Lancashire at that time. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Whiteman, defensively dropping it down at his feet, and there's no run. And Northamptonshire were very quickly 56 for 6. Daffy de Freitas was well nigh unplayable, picked up 5 for 26 in his opening spell. Terrific stuff. Whiteman defensively again, dropping it down in front of him. Bell retrieves and there's no run. It took a bit of a rally from David Capel, who made 36, and Curtly Ambrose 48 down the order to give Northamptonshire any sort of total. 171 all out. Forward goes Whiteman to finish the Morley over, no run. Morley 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. It's 85 for 2, deficit still 117. Gay is 44, Whiteman is 18, but it was nothing life enough. Neil Fairbrother made 81 off 68 balls, which at that time was decidedly hectic. And Lancashire winning pretty comfortably by 7 wickets with plenty of overs to spare, 14 overs to spare. But it was one of those, I dare say, if Alan Lamb had won the toss and put Lancashire in, I suspect Curtly Ambrose and David Capel and co might have been quite a handful, but
could have been tricky, couldn't it?
Yeah.
There's Hartley in, down the pitch comes Gay, clears mid-on. Will Williams leaping up with his right arm outstretched, gets it up and over. Williams, calculated risk, but he played that shot beautifully. Lovely follow through too. It looked lovely side on that, didn't it, from Emilio Gay. Moves him to 48. 89 for 2. Just wonder whether since lunch in particular, as Hartley's in to Gay, and defends and there's no run, there's a little bit of more sense of positivity from time to time from the two batters against the spinners.
I think so. Certainly from Emilio Gay.
Yeah. 2 away from a 50. It's driven to mid-off. No run.
Again, I suppose it sort of feeds in slightly to what we were saying just before lunch, that there is going to be a ball sooner or later that's going to do something untoward.
In and balls, forward goes Gay, defends, no run.
So you do need to just give the bowler something to think about, just not allow yourself to be bowled at for hour after hour, because it's just not going to happen.
Hartley to Gay, again on that front foot, jabbing the ball away. Picked up by Bell at short leg, loops it back to Hartley. And there's no run. Bring an update from Trent Bridge at the end of the over. As Hartley's in to Gay. It's left and through to the keeper. So 89 for 2 here, trailed by 113. Northants, 5th wicket to fall at Trent Bridge. Jack Leaning, again off the bowling of Brett Hutton, who's picked up 3 now. Leaning gone for 21, so Kent are 59 for 5.
Looks very, very good for Nottinghamshire there. I was sort of wondering if they just declared, left the declaration a little bit too long, but not a bit of it by the look of what's been happening so far. That 1990 final, not a bad Lancashire attack. Paul Allott, Daffy de Freitas with the new ball, Wasim Akram, Mike Watkinson and Ian Austin. Decent five bowlers.
Superb.
4 men round the back plus the keeper as Morley starts another over to Whiteman. It turns back in, but it's well wide of off stump, and Whiteman leaves it alone. Sunshine is back with us. Clouds are high, plenty of blue sky around. Very pleasant afternoon. Decent crowd in as well, actually, in the bits of the ground that are open. So a few spectators in. That's again fairly wide outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Whiteman. That said, those September Cup finals, for all the problems, the fact that it was an early start, dew all over the place, they were wonderful occasions, weren't they? The September end of season cup final. Whiteman coming across his stumps, nudging that one into the ground. Stephen Croft in there at leg slip, diving away to his right to stop it.
I presume it's at Trent Bridge again, is it?
I think so, yeah, I believe so. Here's Morley again, putting that outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Whiteman. And I mean, particularly in the 70s, the crowds, just amazing. Sell-out Lords without any bother at all. That's turned away around the corner again by Whiteman for Croft to field at leg slip, and there's no run. I remember when Northamptonshire did play Lancashire in that 76 final that we were talking about with Bumble on the first day, very nearly missed the first over because the crowd's just getting into the ground and getting parked up. And here's Morley in again, bowls to Whiteman, who's again just dropping a bat on it. Sam Whiteman really has dug in here. 18 off 67 balls. It's 89 for 2 with Gay on 48, Whiteman is 18, Northamptonshire still 113 runs behind. But I was just looking at how many overs we've had since they bowled 13 overs in 35 minutes, 36 minutes since lunch.
They can buy a few extra here, can't they?
Yes, without any bother at all.
Yep. 89 for 2. 2 spectators in the new terrace in front of the hotel. Some very comfy red-looking seats there.
They look nice, don't they? Like, sort of like cinema seats.
They do, don't they? Extra padding in there.
Do they bring the popcorn round?
Still need to get round there, have a quick look to see what the view's like. I'm told it's quite a good spot to watch the cricket from.
It looks, I have to say, it just looks very civilised. I think if I was watching here regularly, I'd camp out there. I know it's not behind the arm, but it's just a very nice view of the game. Bar nearby.
It's Hartley in. Forward goes Gay. It's turned into the leg side. Deflects away to the right of Croft at leg slip. Jack Morley, short fine leg fielding. Kind of backward square leg probably. Here comes Hartley again. Down the pitch comes Gay, forcing it to mid off. Bailey with a pick up and throw. And Gay getting through for a single. Takes him on to 49, so he's a run away from a 50, having reached a century in the first innings. 144 made by Emilio Gay, so he's in excess of 200 runs in the match for Northamptonshire. And Whiteman comes back on strike, still with a leg slip, silly point, short leg. Field for LBW as Whiteman has gone back to Hartley, spinning back into him from outside off stump.
Came a long way across. It was worth a shout. Phil Salt certainly seemed quite animated by that one. Yeah, come a long way across, but again, it's done so much. It's probably done a bit too much.
Yeah, it's kind of guesswork again, isn't
Yeah.
it? He doesn't offer a shot as he goes across the stumps and leaves it. Kind of sticks out his backside and gets his bat out the way and allows the ball to go past him about hip height. 90 for 2. Hartley to Whiteman. Oh, again he goes across and defends. Ball ricochets down to Croft at leg slip. I'm not surprised he's gone for a bit of walk out towards square leg here. Sam Whiteman just take an extra few moments. Retake your guard, just take a little bit of time. Sense that Mike's trying to crank up the pressure. That might help. Trying to get forward and play a bit of an attacking positive shot. He's punching the ball away into the offside. Straight to cover, no run. So end of the over here, 90 for 2. There's another wicket to fall at Trent Bridge. So Kent have lost a 6th wicket in their match against Nottinghamshire. So 6 down now, Kent. So not so well on course for a victory. 64 for 6 with 3 wickets for Hutton and 3 for Patterson.
Also, a couple of wickets in the Test match since lunch.
Oh, right,
Stuart
okay.
Broad has picked up 2 in 2 overs. Khawaja LBW for 47. That was 115 for 3, and then Travis Head caught behind by Johnny Bairstow for 4. 127 for 4, now 139 for 4. Smith and Mitch Marsh in. Here's Morley starting another over to Emilio Gay. Forward defensively to forward short leg, and there's no run. 90 for 2, so the deficit now 112. Here's Morley over the wicket to Gay, and that's bounced, and Gay's played it really well. Again, he uses his height well. Gets on top of the bounce, turns it through the short legs. Balderson, who's there at backward square, sort of 45 to save 1, fields. Morley in again, bowls to Gay, who goes for a big drive. Gets a little edge onto pad, I think. It just died in the surface, but false shot from Emilio Gay. Aiming the big drive away through extra cover. There's a big gap between cover and mid-off. That's short, and he's on the back foot, and he's punching that away out towards the extra cover boundary. It's going to take him to 50. They run 2, they come back for an easy 3, as it's fielded by Tom Bailey just inside the rope, but it's 3 to Emilio Gay, and he reaches his half century, 52 off 126 balls. Applause from the Northamptonshire balcony. And Northamptonshire to 93 for 2, so he's having a very good game, Emilio Gay, for Northamptonshire. 144 in the first innings, 52 not out in the second. It's 93 for 2.
Super match, isn't he? Super game.
Well, it'll do his confidence, I'm sure, absolute power of good. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing him playing in the 50 over, because he looked good last year, as we saw at Blackpool.
Look at this field now.
It's like Jim Lake of leg trap in 1956 here. 3 fielders close in on the leg side, and Whiteman sweeps Morley through the lot of them down to deep backward square for 4. George Balderson has to go to retrieve. It's a boundary to Whiteman. There's a leg slip, almost a sort of a leg gully and a forward short leg. And Whiteman swept it through the lot of them. He goes to 22, 97 for 2.
Bohannon's on his knees, isn't he?
Yeah. In there, it's incredibly close, ridiculously close at leg gully. Looks like he's about to start a race, doesn't he? He's on his starting blocks. Nudged again wide of Bohannon by Whiteman to end the over. No run. 22 to him, 52 to Gay. 97 for 2. The deficit 105. It's like the old newsreel footage of Court Oakman, bowled Laker. Well, he got his 19 wickets here in 1956. Bob Danvers Walker doing the newsreel commentary.
I feel like you've got some of this on kind of archive somewhere at home that you listen to. I thought you might. I thought you might do.
Keeps you warm in the winter watching that sort of stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah. Quite as theatrical the field this time to Hartley with short leg slip and a slip. Okay, he drives away into the offside, no run. 52 not out, Emilio Gay. Hartley balls and the ledges. It's worked her way down to backward point. Loops back for a second. Emilio Gay moves on to 54. Something come off the outer half of the bat. He went forward and play the ball. Ricochets away through the offside. Captain Keaton Jennings has catch up with it. .99 for 2. The balls again. Forward goes Gay, and that's defended. Bohannon is in the ball back to Hartley. He's creeping his way back in again, bowling. Quicker this time, I suspect. Hartley just fizzed in a little extra pace, and Gay turns it out towards the leg side. And there's no run. In and bowling once more, and Gay nicely in behind. Played that with a great sense of authority, really, Emilio Gay.
I have a question for you at the end of the over that I wonder if our colleagues on Lancs TV might be able to help us with.
Okay. There's Hartley to Gay. He's off the back foot, and that's worked out towards the leg side. 99 for 2 at the end of the over.
Alex O'Boyle has been on Twitter. Hello again, Alex. He says, asking you and myself, is it just me or is Jack Morley a dead ringer for Jason Roy?
Right, okay, like a looky-likey for Jason Roy.
Bowls a bit better than Jason Roy, but yeah, I don't know. It's not something I've studied closely, but I'll obviously watching on Lancs TV, and it was, yeah,
I suppose you could see it a little bit, can't you?
Yeah, maybe. Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Jason Roy. Or maybe Jason Roy will be Jack Morley, who knows. Anyway, Morley's going to bowl, starting his 16th over the wicket to Sam Whiteman, and that's just grubbed along the floor. It's beaten everybody. It's beaten Phil Salt, and it's going to go down for 4 byes. Yes, it is, signalled by umpire James Middlebrook. You've got Phil Salt, and that really just did grub along the floor. Stood absolutely no chance. Keaton Jennings diving across, trying to get something on it. Was left sitting on his backside on the outfield. There we go. There's Jason Roy on Lancs TV. And there's Jack Morley. Yes, there is a resemblance. There is definitely a resemblance. So thanks for that, Alex. Any more lookalikes in this match? Here's Morley in again. Whiteman is defensively forward. And just dropping it into the crease next to him, and there's no run. Still these 3 close fielders on the leg side as Morley comes in, and it's pushed forward by Whiteman. Just drops down in front of him, and there's no run. I can't get over how close Josh Bohannon is in there.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah.
So close in, on his knees. Here's Morley, bright sunshine, and again Whiteman dropping a bat on it. His methods are in fascinating contrast to Emilio Gay, who has been trying to get down the pitch from time to time, be a bit more positive.
Yep.
Whiteman is just entrenched. So just having a word between Tom Bailey out there and Jack Morley. And here's Morley in again, bowling to Whiteman, short, and Whiteman thinks about a cut. It turned in and was very close to him. Phil Salt, not for the first time today, finishes up doing a sort of backward roll, and that's turned sharply. And Whiteman was trying to give himself a bit of room to cut that away down through backward point, and didn't make the desired contact. He drives that, though. He's going to get runs this time as it goes away through extra cover. Bailey tracks back to field, in fact keeps it just a single, takes Sam Whiteman up to 23 and Northamptonshire to 104 for 2 at the end of the over, so Whiteman keeps the bowling. 104 for 2 it is. The deficit drops down under 100. Northamptonshire 98 runs behind. We have at least 47 overs to go, but I suspect it'll be rather more than that.
Did we establish whether we think that Morley and Roy look?
Yes, we had a picture on Lancs TV of
right.
Jason. Well, there is certainly a resemblance.
Okay.
I think there may be another one down at
Trent Bridge.
At Trent Bridge.
It's all unfolding pretty quickly, is it, for Nottinghamshire?
Ooh, yeah. Big hook. Yeah. Oh, 2 back for the hook, thank you.
That's 7 down, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a good way to go, is it? That match hastening to a very rapid conclusion.
78 for
6 or 7.
It's Hartley bowling. It's left by Whiteman through to the keeper, and there is no run. 6 down, I think. 78 for 6, I think. Flatter and quicker again to Whiteman. It's off the back foot and nudged away towards the leg side.
7.
Is it? Oh, right, okay.
78 for 7.
Right.
Oh, but that was Matt Quinn who had the happy hooker. That's straight up in the air.
In comes balls left by Whiteman through to Salt. No run. Be a win that would take Nottinghamshire north of 100 points. Well, it's down the leg side. They're wondering whether there's a little bit of bat on that. Salt reckons there is. Graham Lloyd says not out. And says there's 2 balls left of the over for Hartley. A little bit of. I'm not sure he's not hit that, has he? I don't think so. $104 for 2. Hartley in. Again, Whiteman going back and across and working the ball to the leg side.
If Hannam was any closer, be able to examine Sam Whiteman's bridge work, wouldn't he? Incredibly close in there at Silly Point.
Yeah, isn't he? And again, he's smothering that one away. It's really watchful stuff by Whiteman. Oh, I felt Salt's on his backside again.
Could somebody not furnish him with a shooting stick or something, so if he feels like a sit down, he could just. I know yesterday's innings probably took a bit out of him, but though that said, he was only out there for what, 77 balls.
Yeah, it didn't take long, did it?
No, it wasn't a sort of say the Sam Whiteman's effort to save the game at Taunton when he's batted only just shy of 7 hours, 6 3/4 hours, I think, in his first game as captain, which I think is what you call leading by example. Oh, I think there's another one at Trent Bridge, and I think it's another one caught on the boundary. Deary me. Right, 104 for 2. Morley starting his 17th over. From the Anderson end, down the pitch, a long way down the pitch comes Emilio Gay, works it out to mid-wicket, where Tom Hartley fields, and there's no run. It's a long way down there.
Different approach, isn't it, between Gay and White?
Totally, fascinating contrast. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Gay. Just bounces a little bit, but Gay again able to use his height to get on top of the bounce. Just runs it down to the left hand of Keaton Jennings at slip. Jennings just having a word with somebody down at the boundary. And moving Tom Bailey, I think, a little bit straighter at mid-off. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Gay, it bounces, and Gay gets himself into a little bit of a tangle. In the end, does well to keep it down, but that has turned and bounced. And you feel sooner or later Morley is going to find one that the batters don't have an answer to, but so far they've done pretty well. Driven up to mid-off by Gay, where it's fielded there by the substitute. It's a sub on, I think. Not sure who's off. Here's Morley, bowls to Gay, clips that out into the leg side stroke. He's played successfully and productively in this innings, but it's fielded this time by Tom Hartley at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Morley to finish the over. Bowls to Gay, wide outside the off stump. It's missed by Phil Salt, taken by Keaton Jennings at slip, and that is the end of the over. 104 for 2. Gay is 54, Whiteman is 23, and for those watching on Lancs TV, this is another wicket, and that's caught on the boundary. Dear oh law. And it's another wicket, I think, for Brett Hutton, who's having a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon, and that's 8 down for Kent, who really are collapsing in a heap. I know they had issues obviously ahead of this match, had to bring a couple of players in on loan. That's 4 wickets, 78 for 8, and 4 wickets now for Brett Hutton, 4 for 43. And well, Northamptonshire may be in a bit of a pickle here, but as Alan Bennett used to say on Beyond the Fringe, there's always somebody worse off than yourself.
It's Hartley bowling to Whiteman. That's turned out towards the leg side for no run. And it's all unravelled pretty quickly for Kent at Trent Bridge. Northamptonshire offering much sterner resistance here. It's driven by Whiteman away into the offside, no run. Stop by George Balderson. Remains on 23. There's Hartley to Whiteman, who's right across the stumps there and defending again. Back with Hartley. Over number 13 for him now. Morley 17 overs, 1 for 44. Again, that's defended. Turning it away to the leg side. Croft low to his right at leg slip with the stop. With Hartley. In he comes and bowls. Driven this time. That's a nice looking shot by Whiteman. 4 runs, but it'll be a shot that Hartley's not too concerned about seeing. Looking to drive that ball away.
We have a bit of breaking news about Yorkshire and the sanctions that have been imposed on them, which I can share with you at the end of the over.
108 for 2. There's 1 ball left of the over. Hartley to Whiteman, who defends, no run. 94 behind at 108 for 2.
So a press release has just been issued. The Independent Cricket Discipline Commission has today published its sanctions in relation to Yorkshire County Cricket Club after admitting 4 amended charges, with obviously all the background to that. Basically, to cut to the chase, Yorkshire have been handed an immediate 48-point deduction in the county championship for this year, as well as a 4-point deduction from the 2023 T20 Blast. Well, that I suppose is academic really, in the sense that that tournament is already done and dusted. They've also been fined £400,000, but 300,000 of that is suspended for 2 years. Here's Morley starting a fresh over to Gay, turns it down to Balderson at backward square on the 45, saving 1, and there's no run. So that has just been released. 48-point deduction.
That's for this season.
For this season,
right?
For Yorkshire in the County Championship Division 2. Is Morley in bowls, and that's pushed forward again by Gay, and I think it's just come off an inside edge. It's dropped down at his feet, but the up and down, the variability of the bounce, I think, is what's causing a few issues here now, which is again what we would have expected. Gay reaching forward to that ball from Morley, but opening the face nicely, running it down towards backward point, and he's through for a single. 55 to Gay, 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And, uh, it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. That's 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over. 109 for 2, Northamptonshire 93 behind. And it does also say that obviously there is a 1 ball left of the over mechanism for an appeal, but that would need to be made by the 11th of August, which is 2 weeks today.
Well, I don't think it's going to have a massive effect on the Division 2.
Not really, no.
I think the bottom, aren't they? Or certainly towards the bottom.
Towards the bottom, but guarantees that they won't. They won't be going up.
It does, yeah.
Well, I quite like a trip to Headingley. He says rather jumping the gun, but looking at Northampton's position at the moment, I'm just trying to be realistic. More protective equipment is coming out.
Oh, lovely.
Keaton Jennings is sort of holding it almost at arm's length, as though it's something he doesn't really want to be carrying. But it's essential protective equipment. Let's put it that way. Just ask Stephen Croft. Forward short leg. He's wearing it. There is now almost a matter of sort of silly mid-on. A forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip as he bowls to Whiteman. Morley plugging away, looking for a second wicket, but Whiteman again just blocking that one out onto the onside. He's not lacking for company, Sam Whiteman, at the moment. As Morley is in, bowls to him, and that bounces from outside the off stump again. Whiteman had come so far across, but he managed to get everything out of danger. It bounced sharply. So he got everything out of danger. It wasn't a nice, particularly pleasant one for Phil Salt to have to try and deal with. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Whiteman, turns it down behind square to the centre, the middle of the three short legs, and that's the end of the over. 109 for 2. Whiteman is 27. Gay is 55. And I think, is that another one down? It is. Another one down at Trent Bridge. Another one caught on the boundary.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a sec. When Colin gets himself sorted out. 109 for 2 for those watching on Lancs TV. He's frantically rewinding things.
It's absolute carnage there, isn't it? Here we go.
Yeah, this is the 9th wicket. 85 for 8 becomes 85 for 9. There's
Arshdeep Singh, good catch in the deep. But you have to ask, what are Kent doing?
Fancy an early dart back to Canterbury, clearly.
Rhetorical question.
Yeah. Jimmy's got a wicket in the Test match.
Oh, good.
He's bowled Mitchell Marsh for 16, so Australia are 5 down. Hartley in to Gay. Nice use of the feet down the pitch, and that's played down towards long on. There is 1 run.
Well, it means that Middlesex will definitely go above Kent in the table, up to 8th place, and now in the almost whatever happens here, unless something very, very strange happens, then it's going to be Northamptonshire and Kent occupying the 2 relegation places going into Super September.
But will it be? Just how super will September be?
Doesn't usually matter when it comes to media hype, does it?
I don't know who coined this phrase, Super September.
No idea.
I think I'm going to blame Kevin Howells. It sounds like something that Howells would conjure up.
Only joking, boss.
Yeah. He's coming left arm round the wicket instead now to Whiteman, is Hartley. And he's left that one through to Salt. And there is no run. And bowls once more. It's turned away into the onside. And again, there is no run. 110 for 2. So that Australia score is 152 for 5. They still trail. Whiteman defends again. Still trail by 130. Steve Smith is 26 not out. Alex Carey's just joined him. Not the left arm, round balls, spins back in towards Whiteman, who's the back foot and driving the ball away into the offside. No run. .110 for 2. Final ball of the over. Again, left. It fizzes into the gloves of Salt, who takes it almost above head height, really. It's unpredictable coming out of those footholds at times.
I just wonder Is it maybe time that Lancashire tried something a bit different, bit of Wells maybe, just to try and break this partnership, get an end open? Just while they're debating what's going to happen here, a very good afternoon to Hayden Spenceley, who's sent us a very nice message on Twitter. Hayden, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, is chaplain, I think, of the Cobblers, Northampton Town Football Club, but loves his cricket as well, and saying how much he's enjoying our coverage here. So let us stay with us for the rest of the afternoon, Hayden. Well, right on cue, we're going to have a change of bowling. It is going to be Tom Bailey, and I imagine it's Tom Bailey in off-spin mode.
It is, yeah.
So Jack Morley is just going to have a chance to rest his fingers for at least for a little while.
Yeah, it's quite a lengthy spell, that,
it is
wasn't
a long stint.
11 overs it was in the end.
But I mean, the over rate is
through the roof, isn't it?
It's just astonishing. 49. So we've had 22 overs in just over an hour since lunch. Had an hour and, by my watch, about an hour and 4 minutes. So Bailey bowling his off spin. 2 left-handers in, of course. The first ball's on leg stump, but it's turned away by Emilio Gay. Down to George Balderson at deep backward square for a single. Takes Northamptonshire onto the dreaded Nelson, 111 for 2. Gay to 57. Deficit 91. And for Whiteman, the passive Sam Whiteman, there is a forward short leg and a slip. Here's Bailey round the wicket, bowls to Whiteman, pushes forward, a little bit circumspect, and it just ran off a, let's say an edge exactly, but off the outer portion of the bat. Just did enough to beat the middle of the bat. There's Bailey, and again flights that up, and Whiteman running it down to Keaton Jennings at slip. More blue sky, I think, now than we've seen probably since the first day. And I can tell you that they are done and dusted at Trent Bridge.
Goodness.
Here's Bailey in again. Whiteman defends, and the game is all over at Trent Bridge. And Kent have collapsed in a heap. They've been bowled out for 85 in 21 overs and a bit. That is frightening. Big win for Notts.
It is.
Sweep by Sam Whiteman. It's running down to the boundary down below us. Did he get any bat on it? Yes, he did. So 4 more to Whiteman. He goes to 31, 115 for 2. That's how it finished. A little chip to mid-wicket. Rather a tame end to a decidedly tame batting performance by Kent. Which leaves us as the last game standing in Division 1. Well, quality will out. Here's Bailey in, bowls to Whiteman, who drives, and it's running away down towards third man. It's a long chase for Stephen Croft down towards the Lancashire dressing room, where I'm sure he's had plenty of vocal encouragement. They're through for a couple. Takes Whiteman up to 33. It's 117 for 2, and that's the end of Tom Bailey's first over of off spin of the afternoon. 117 for 2. Gay is 57, Whiteman is 33, and the partnership between these two now worth 86 for the third wicket.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff, isn't it? I mean, it's been a kind of a trial by spin, and so far they've surpassed it. Elsewhere in the County Championship, as Ryder's mentioned, we're the only game going in Division 1, but there are games in Division 2. There's 2 of them at the minute. That's Derbyshire against Glamorgan, where Derbyshire are 263 without loss. Harry came on 109 and Lewis Rees on 143. So they lead Glamorgan by 60 runs in that game. And so Hartley comes left arm over the wicket and bowls to Gay, but it's down the leg side like a tired ball, that really, from Hartley. Taken by Salt. It's coming back over the wicket to Gay. Bowled around the wicket a little bit to Whiteman. In again. That's a good ball. Brings him forward. Beats him. Through to the keeper. And there is no run. And the other game in Division 2 is Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 38 for 1 in their second innings. Lead Gloucestershire by 143. Driven away by Gay, or at least the attempt was to drive away. The ball Picked up by Jennings at slip. And there is no run. So yeah, that match, is that taking place at the college?
Yep.
Okay. Again, Gay looking to drive. Ball squirts past the off a little toe end of the bat, perhaps. One 7 for 2. 2 balls remaining of the over. Hartley throws that one out wide, and he's done well there keeping Jennings at slip, because it beat Salt, and Jennings leapt away to his right to stop the ball. Hartley to finish the over. And Gay watchful once more, going back and lifting the bat out the way, and through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. So the partnership continues to go and to frustrate Lancashire here. Just 2 wickets have fallen so far since Northamptonshire came out to bat after Lancashire's declaration. It's 117 for 2, trailed by 85.
Mentioned those wickets for Stuart Broad in the Test matches. Takes him to 150 Ashes wickets, which is a remarkable return from Stuart Broad. So nice to see Jimmy Anderson getting on in the wickets column as well. Now Bailey to continue, and to the left-handed Whiteman, a forward short leg and now 2 slips. And Bailey is in, bowls to Whiteman, who's pushing forward, beaten it around the line of just outside off stump. Goes through to Phil Salt. So Jennings at first slip, Hartley at second, Croft in there at backward point, George Bell still under the lid at forward short leg, where he's been pretty much the whole innings. There's Bailey in again, and it's squirted down the leg side by Whiteman. They've come through for 1, they'll come back for 2. Another little run round the boundary for George Balderson. And it's 2 more to Whiteman, who goes to 35, and Northamptonshire to 119 for 2, 83 behind. Tea will be at 20 minutes to 4. Here's Bailey in again, driven by Whiteman, but only as far as Bohannon at extra cover. And there's no run. Bailey in again from the Anderson end, bowling to Whiteman, pushes forward, but only as far as George Bell at forward short leg. I'm still slightly worried about Lanky the giraffe that we spotted before lunch, and whether they found him a bit more comfortable spot up on the balcony there. Forward goes Whiteman, running it down to Croft at backward point, tries a bit of fancy footwork to go with his little bit of dancing earlier on, but I think the dancing was more successful than the fancy footwork.
Looks like Lanky's gone.
Oh right, perhaps he's gone for his lunch. Outside the off stump, left alone by Whiteman. End of another over for Tom Bailey. He's bowled 2 overs of off spin now. 119 for 2. Whiteman is 35. Gay is 57. The deficit is 83. Just I hope he's gone for his lunch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have toppled over, would he? No, sure.
I hope he's not. Goodness.
No.
Oh, but it looked a bit precarious, didn't it?
Well, that was my concern, but I think I think he's all right.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's fine.
Hope so.
I'm just a little bit surprised we haven't seen Luke Wells this afternoon. I thought we might, as you flagged it up this morning, he could well have been very handy on this surface. I wonder what he's watching on Lancs TV. Must be watching us. Can't believe Kent 85 all that. What's going on
with that? Yeah. Right, here's Hartley. Bowling to Gay. He's plonking that front foot down. He's beaten by Hartley. Through to Salt. .57 not out. Hartley again, down the pitch he comes. It's not where he was aiming. He's squirted it down towards the third man boundary. Jennings he's catching up with it. Run 3. So it's up to 60.
Too many spectators on the hotel balconies this afternoon. Oh, there's one of them might be a bridge 4, is it, down at the second floor up? Dodgy bid there. 3 no trumps. No. What are you doing?
Four around the bat, all creeping down. Whiteman plays forward and drives back down the pitch. Gathered by Hartley. No run. In again. Watchful from Whiteman. Been watchful from Whiteman since the word go, but he gave it away in the first innings, and there's no sign of him giving it away second time round, that's for certain.
I don't think it is a bridge 4, actually. I'll take it back.
Hartley to Whiteman. His runs this time. Driving through the offside. Out towards backward point. There's nobody there. So he should get 4. He does. Pushes Whiteman to 39 not out. 126 for 2. Had Bohannon at silly point hopping out the way of that. Ball remaining of the 53rd over. Hartley bowls and Whiteman goes back and defends. Okay, completes the over. 16 overs gone for Hartley. Probing away looking for his first wicket of the day. 126 for 2. Trailed by 76.
Can't beat a good bit of Brigadier block, can you? It's marvellous. Favourite rearguard actions of our time. We could spend a lot of time on that. The sub coming on. I think Stephen Croft is just trotting off the field. 126 for 2. Match referee Peter Such come up to make sure that we're not doing anything untoward. And here's Bailey about to start another over from the Anderson end, with 2 slips and a forward short leg, bowling to Emilio Gay, who is beaten outside the off stump. I say beaten, I may just actually pull the bat inside the line of that one.
He has got a wicket with his off spin previously.
Oh right, I was going to ask you whether he'd had any if he'd tasted success with it before.
I think he got Jordan Clark out last year.
Okay, decent wicket to get. Quicker ball from Bailey, and that's fizzed past the outside edge. Well, I say with 2 left-handers in and 2 more to come in Proctor and Zabe, it's nearly not a bad thought to get the offie on. On driven by Emilio Gain. He's going to get a single up to the wide mid-on. Takes Gay up to 61 and Northamptonshire to 127 for 2. I think my favourite rearguard action was a long partnership between Mal Loy and Richard Montgomery against Yorkshire, which was absolutely wonderful. Beaten outside the off stump. Whiteman just having a little fiddle at that. Keaton Jennings at slip thought they might have been in business for a moment. Yeah, Northamptonshire were absolutely, dead and buried with about 5 sessions to go, and they batted through, I think, about 4 of them.
Brilliant.
Attempted pull by Whiteman. Finishes up playing over the top of it. It goes into the gloves of Phil Salt. I suspect didn't miss the off stump by much. And Sam Whiteman, who's a little bit of a prowler, not quite in the sort of Ted Dexter class, but there's a little wander from time to time out towards square leg. Takes his guard again, pushes forward to the last ball of the over from Bailey. Runs out into the offside, and that's another one down. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. Bailey. Stephen Croft is back on the park. 127 for 2, so Northamptonshire are 75 runs behind. Gay 61, Whiteman 39.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it, by these two? Great sense of level of kind of concentration apply and application. Determined not to give it away. Standout partnership in the innings, 96. Gay involved in the big one in the first innings, wasn't he? Gay and Proctor 207, I think it was. And Lancashire have used Bailey and Williams and Morley and Balderson and Hartley. 1 for Bailey, 1 for Morley so far. Looks like He's going to have another twirl. Oh, we're going to have a little look at the ball, I think. What do you reckon to that? Bring out the bracelets. Here they come. These little metal bracelets. Well, passes through fine. Not wrong with it. And, looks like we're going to have to continue with that one. A little batch of balls in the metal box. Not required on that occasion. 1, 2, 7 for 2. Alright, Gay on 61. There's Hartley, left arm around the wicket to Emilio Gay, bringing balls in a little square at point. Down the pitch he comes, edged and gone, breakthrough at last for Lancashire. Jennings with the catch. Gay coming down the pitch, edging to Jennings at slip. Hartley strikes, and Lancashire have a breakthrough at last. They've been probing away and searching away, spin from both ends, and it's Hartley that gets the breakthrough. Gay coming down the pitch, looking to be positive to Hartley, as he has done since lunch in particular. And a little edge through to Lancashire's captain. Ends a good knock by Gay. He's had a very good game. A century in the first innings. Replaced by his skipper. Luke Proctor's heading out next. He's been excellent in the match, Emilio Gay. Edge to Jennings, who didn't make any mistakes there. And Lancashire have that third wicket. Change of line from Hartley, left arm round the wicket, having predominantly gone over the wicket just in the last 2 or 3 overs, changing that line to bowl round the wicket instead. Gay advancing towards him. Edge to Jennings. Partnership comes to an end. Northamptonshire 3 down now. 1, 2, 7 for 3. Still 75 runs behind. So Proctor joining Whiteman. Batted beautifully in the first innings with 75. He batted wonderfully in the end in a defeat for Northamptonshire here the other season, when he batted for a long period of time trying to save the match for his side, and he's back out again trying to do something similar. 4 around the bat. Hartley back over the wicket. It's a full toss, which Proctor drives straight to cover, and there is no run. Hartley in. Turns back into Proctor. Keeps it out. That's with a new batter there. As skillful as Luke Proctor is, it takes time to get used to the pace of the pitch, just how much it's turning. Forward he goes, right forward, good stride into the pitch of the ball. Harry Singh on his 12th man. And we'll see a little bit of Harry Singh in the one-day cup. I might see 1 or 2 names we've not seen yet this season for Lancashire. Proctor goes back and across, and that's defended to the leg side. No run. I think he's still on the 18, I think. He's certainly highly thought of. I think he's had runs this year for the seconds. It's driven away through the offside by Proctor. And he's up and running with a nice shot through the covers for 4 runs. They've found a breakthrough, Lancashire. They've ended a partnership for the third wicket involving Emilio Gay and Sam Whiteman. Gay eventually out for 61, caught by Keaton Jennings off Tom Hartley. Jack Morley and Tom Bailey with the other wickets for Lancashire. Northamptonshire 31 for 3, still trailed by 71 runs. So Bailey continuing with his off spin to Whiteman. Whiteman defending, remains on 39. So 2 slips and a short leg. There comes Bailey around the wicket balls. Just turns him round a little, and squirts away into the offside. And there's no run. Bailey to Whiteman. Turns it down into the ground. Stopped one-handed by George Bell. Away to his right. He's been under the helmet for well, pretty much all day, hasn't he, Bell? Bailey to Whiteman, forward again. He's pushed out into the offside, no run. T today will be at 340. 131 for 3. Maybe a chance they'll get if they want, quite a few more overs today. With Lancashire +9 on the over rate. Bailey into Whiteman. It's defended, and there is no run. It's a final ball of the over. Lancashire with so much spin bowled in the match, or quite a way ahead. It's driven away underneath Josh Bohannon at Silly Point. Stopped by Stephen Croft. Bailey again. Whiteman once again defending. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. 133 for 3. Whiteman 39. Proctor on 4. Trailed by 69 runs. We've got 35 overs, a minimum, left in the day.
Yeah, should be substantially more than that, I would think, Scott, by the time we've got through. Yeah, it's interesting, wasn't it? As soon as Tom Hartley changed his angle, just coming round the wicket, a couple started to do a little bit more and just to ask a few different questions, and in the end it was a very good catch, I thought, from Keaton Jennings. But Gay has gone, and now Lancashire may feel one more wicket and they're in with a really good chance of wrapping this one up. It's Proctor who will be trying his damnedest to make sure that doesn't happen. Playing the first ball of the over from Hartley up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Surrounded by 4 close catchers plus the keeper as Proctor turns that round the corner to backward square, and there's no run. So a slip, a silly point. It's a silly mid-off really rather than a silly point. A leg slip and a forward short leg. And here is Hartley over the wicket to Proctor, who's coming forward, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Partnership between those two added 96 in 39 overs for the 3rd wicket. So used up a lot of overs, which is obviously a primary objective for Northamptonshire today. Flights that one right up Hartley, and Proctor plays it up to Will Williams at mid-on, and there's no run.
Joe Root's got a wicket at the Test match.
Oh, right.
Got the 6 down now. Yeah, 174-6. Root getting Alex Carey.
Well, that'll go down well. Popular figure.
Yes.
133 for 3. Hartley in again, bowling to Proctor, stretching right forward, pushing it up past Bell at forward short leg. Sun behind the clouds at the moment, but the clouds are high, bit of blue sky there. Hartley trying to come in before Proctor was ready. Luke Proctor will not be rushed. Here's Hartley in again, turned through the short legs down to backward square for a single. Fielded out there by Jack Morley, and that's the end of another over. 133 for 3. Whiteman is 39, Proctor is 4. And we have just over half an hour to go until tea, but as Scott was saying, we'll get lots more overs, or should, if Lancashire decide that that's what they want, they could have a lot more overs than the 34 showing up there on the scoreboard at the moment.
Yep. Potentially would mean they could have quite a decent amount of overs with a new ball.
Yes, absolutely. 23 overs to go.
So Bailey from the Anderson end to Whiteman. Plays forward, the ball comes off the to half of the bat, past second slip, and gets through for a single.
And Lancashire will be aware, I mean, look in the first innings, Northampton lost their last 7 wickets for 76 in 30 overs, just a touch under 30 overs. So there is time. And it probably then wasn't doing anything like as much as it is now.
Bailey around the wicket to Proctor. Just dabbing the ball away, no run. It's Hartley at second slip, trying to cut it off away to his left. Tall man, Hartley, almost got something on it. Remains on 4. In comes Bailey again. And Proctor drives to Croft. And there's no run. Slip. Gully, silly point, short leg. And Proctor defending. Plays it back along the ground, up towards Bailey, off his own bowling. Walks away towards square leg, and Bailey comes back in to continue this over. Bowling off spin, Tom Bailey to Luke Proctor's off the front foot and turns it away into the onside. Down to the right of Bell at short leg, and there is no run. 134 for 3. It brings Proctor forward, the ball just turning away from Luke Proctor into the gloves of Phil Salt. It's the end of the over, so 134 for 3. There's 33 overs left today. Whiteman on 40, Proctor on 4. And Northampton are looking for the start of another partnership. Lancashire have got the wicket of Emilio Gay. Felt like that potentially could be a key wicket. Whiteman still going, and the captain's alongside him.
The teddy bear's still there anywhere, with the Lancashire top on. If you're watching on Lancs TV, it's absolutely best seat in the house for Teddy with the Lancashire shirt. I just hope I'm just sort of harbouring a few concerns about Lanky the giraffe, who we saw hanging rather precariously on one of the balconies before lunch. His Hartley round the wicket, bowls to Whiteman. Scoreboard has given up for the time being. It's dozed off, I think, this afternoon.
Too much cake, perhaps.
Well,
or too much pie at lunch.
It was very nice, wasn't it? Pie day for Friday. 134 for 3 here, with or without the scoreboard. His Hartley bowling to Whiteman, who's playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. I suppose the thing is, Scott, Lancashire will also feel that if they get through these, you've got Safe Zabe, who's a more than capable player. But that next ball just dropped down on the onside by Whiteman. The scoreboard reappears, thankfully. Hartley still with the 4 close catches in. That's outside the off stump, and a drive, attempted drive by Sam Whiteman. Beats everything. Was not far away from the outside edge. I suspect probably wasn't too far away from the off stump. There is still, particularly it seems with Hartley bowling round the wicket, enough to keep the bowlers very interested indeed. Whiteman dropping that ball from just short of a length down into the ground, wristing it down. Hartley Flights that one up, pushed forward, and he's caught a forward short leg, I think. Big appeal, and he's given him out. Looked all right to me. That was a terrific catch at forward short leg, and George Bell, who's been camped there under the lid all day, finally has the opportunity to hang on to a catch, and that is a really, really sharp catch. The doubt I think that Sam Whiteman had was whether he played it into the ground. The catch, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the catch. No. That was quite clear. Whiteman had stood his ground and waited to be given out, and he just had a little word with Luke Proctor on the way past him, and I don't know whether he thought he'd played it hard into the ground, but anyway, it was a super catch, as you say, from George Bell, and he's got to go, and Hartley has gone bang bang, as the young people say. Bowling round the wicket, he's removed Gay for 61, and the other partner in this long stand, Whiteman, goes for 40. Caught Bell, bowled Hartley. It's 134 for 4.
That's a super catch.
You've had a look at that a time or two on the replay. It's hard to judge, isn't it? But as I say, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the catch, which was a super one. The only question was whether he maybe just jammed it into the ground. But nevertheless, Lancashire now sensing they're right on top here. There's still 25 minutes to go till tea. Saif Zaib was coming out. I was starting to say, you've got Saif Zaib, who obviously we know can bat long, but at the moment, the sort of the last few games, he's been possibly trying to be a little bit more adventurous, and that in itself brings with it dangers. And then an out-of-form Lewis McManus, again talented, good player as we know, but he's having a poor run in red ball cricket. And then Sales, Leach, White and Russell. James Sales, again, fine player, but this is a tough situation. Hasn't played much red ball cricket of late. Sort of feeling his way back into the format, you feel. So this is a really, really good opportunity for Lancashire. That was the end of the over, 134 for 4.
Yeah, 2 new batters. They've broken the partnership, got rid of Whiteman and got rid of Gay before that. It's flashed out through the onside by Proctor off Tom Bailey out towards the mid-wicket boundary. And they might run 3, they do. Wells does catch up with it, but they come back for 3. Proctor moves to 7, so 137 for 4. Yeah, it's a double bonus that for Lancashire, isn't it? Edging up towards tea. About 20 minutes or so to go before the tea break. Not 1 but 2 wickets in this little passage leading up towards the final interval of the match. Bailey to Zaib, who's defending. Bohannon catches up with it and lobs it back to Bailey. No run, 137 for 4. Bailey to Zaib, that's defended again. That's right back down the pitch. It's 137 for 4. Zaib on naught. Bailey in balls. Worked into the onside. And there is no run. 137 for 4. Bailey to Saif Zaib. Watches that one outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Let's that one go through. 137 for 4 still. Final ball for Bailey. And again left by Saif Zaib. Happy to watch the 5 deliveries he's faced go through to Phil Salt. End of the over. 137 for 4. We've got a minimum of 31 overs left in the day's allocation. New partnership here for Northamptonshire. And Captain Luke Proctor, who got 70 in the first innings, or 75 I think it was, and Saif Zaib.
Yep, 75 in the first innings. So he's been scoring pretty consistently in red ball cricket, Luke Proctor. He's in the last few matches, particularly since he came back into the side after that shoulder injury, he's made a half century in each of the last 4 matches. And the first ball of this next over from Tom Hartley finds Proctor dropping that into the ground, bounces up for Bell at forward short leg to field. So slip silly mid off, leg slip, forward short leg. Hartley in bowling to Proctor, stretching right forward. Runs out to Bell under the lid at forward short leg. Took the very good catch to dismiss Sam Whiteman just a few moments ago. Hartley into his 20th over, 2 for 44. Proctor just hanging back, dead batting that down to his feet. Hartley round the wicket where he's taken both of his wickets. Proctor defensively forward. So we have lost the sun at the moment, but the clouds are high. Forecast fine for the rest of the afternoon. I think that's going to be an issue. It's outside off stump, driven by Proctor. Hasn't had many scoring opportunities. That's running out towards the boundary at extra cover. Is it quite going to get there? No, it's a really good bit of fielding by Tom Bailey, who saved a run, certainly, because it looked for all the world as that was going to go for 4, and he just dived, clawed it back, and keeps it to 3. So Proctor goes to 10, 140 for 4. Northamptonshire still 62 runs behind. They'll be conscious of the fact that, of course, once they go into surplus, there has to be time for a change of innings, and Lancashire to have time to chase down whatever they may be left. That's wide again outside off stump, and this time Zabe drives. It's running out towards the boundary. And Tom Bailey's obviously been taking a few terpsichorean lessons from Stephen Croft and doing a little bit of dancing. It wasn't the sort of the round the ball dance that we had from Stephen Croft. It was particularly good. It was sort of a little sort of Morris dancing whiffling step from Tom Bailey. The upshot of all of that was that Zabe got 2 runs. It's 142 for 4 at the end of the over. Northamptonshire 60 behind, being demonstrated now by Scott Reed in the commentary box. I think you need lessons from Croft, to be honest.
It's nowhere near as good as Stephen going round the thing.
The footwork's not quite there.
No, it's not. It's poor, isn't it, from me, that really.
You can tell it's been a long match, can't you?
It's been a good game, though, hasn't it?
Been a terrific game, yeah, with power to add.
Yep. Bailey to Proctor, forward in defence. And there is no run. It certainly has. It's well, we're heading towards 20 minutes away from tea on the final day. Still not sure which way it's going to go, this. Northamptonshire hold out for a draw. Can Lancashire find a way to win the match? It's turned out towards the leg side by Proctor. Still 60 runs away from making Lancashire bat again. On Northamptonshire, they've got 6 wickets remaining. 2 slips, short leg, silly point. Forward again goes Proctor. And up comes Luke Wells. Not seen him at all, have we, Wells?
No, surprising.
Because she's dropping Will Williams back towards the deep point boundary. Forward Proctor defends, pushing that into the offside, no run.
Well, if Lancashire were to win this, it would give them 123 points from 10 matches, and right in the sort of the thick of that rather crowded bunch at the middle of the table.
Driven by Proctor, it does hit Bohannon, who did his best to try and get out the danger zone. What's that win for Nottinghamshire done then? I presume that's pushed them above Lancashire.
Yes, it has. Right. Yeah. But they have played a game more, of course.
Yeah. Bailey to Proctor, defends, no run. Yeah, end of the over, 142 for 4.
Yeah, they got 22 points in that game, so that puts them up to 114 from 11 matches. Lancashire, well, they've got what, 5 batting points, 2 bowling, so if they get a win here, that would be 23. And that would put them on to 1, 2, 3. So 2 behind Somerset, 4 behind Warwickshire. Somerset have played a game more as well. Nottinghamshire have played a game more. Northamptonshire, for their part, we've got 2 batting points and 2 bowling points. So we get 9 points from a draw here, put them on 59, still be 22 adrift. Swept by Zabe at the start of a fresh over from Tom Hartley, bowling over the wicket now. And there's no run. It goes down to deep backward square rather, just on the edge of the. That's on the edge of the circle, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Force of habit. Padded up, safe Zabe, which is a dangerous business on this surface. But that just rolls down harmlessly wide of Jennings at slip. Still silly mid-off, staring into his eyes. As Zabe faces that ball, goes for the reverse sweep and absolutely nails it, and it's gone down for 4 to the front of the hotel. 4 to Zabe, he goes to 6, 146 for 4. He's one of those players that seems almost equally adept and comfortable with the orthodox sweep or the reverse sweep. This shows the latter option there and played it very well. 146 for 4, 56 behind Northamptonshire.
Ken Grime downstairs has been punching the numbers about the number of overs bowled on this pitch.
Oh, excellent.
Which I'll come back to.
Here's Hartley over the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who's pushing forward, bounces down off the pad. Down to forward short leg for Bell to field. 2 balls to go in this over from Tom Hartley. Flights that one up outside the off stump, left alone by Zabe. Goes into the gloves of Phil Salt. Every ball pretty much being greeted with exclamations and general froth and bubble. Here's Hartley in again. Full toss, and oh my goodness, it almost bowled him. He went for a sweep. Now I'm not quite sure what that's come off, or whether it's come off anything, or whether it's just beaten everything. It has beaten everything. It's signalled a bye by umpire Lloyd, but it was very full, and Zabe went for the sweep, and it didn't miss the stumps by much. It eluded Phil Salt as well, and they go through for a bye. So it's 147 for 4 at the end of the over. Safe Zabe telling Luke Proctor exactly what happened, as though he knew. 6 to Zabe, 10 to Proctor, the deficit 55.
It's about 10 minutes ago Ken sent me this message to say, including the test match, we were about to bowl the 550th over on this wicket.
Astonishing.
And then says, I wonder what would have been like had we not lost the 68.5 overs on the last 2 days. There's Bailey to safe Zabe, goes back and chops the ball into the offside, no runs, and now in excess of 550 overs bowled on this pitch.
That's a remarkable start. Thanks, Ken. That's a nice afternoon for a drink. There we go.
Lovely, yeah.
It's only water, of course.
Yes, yeah. Bailey to safe Zabe. He was defending off the front foot. And there is no run. Bailey from around the wicket. Zabe hopping back, playing a nice shot, easing the ball away through mid-wicket. Jogs back for a couple. It's all the rage now, isn't it, to have seen bowlers practicing their spin. We've seen quite a bit of Ben Stokes, haven't we, doing that for England.
There's somebody suggesting on one of the papers this morning that could do the same as Tony Gregg did and switch from medium pace to off spin.
Bailey to Zabe, left, and through to the keeper, no run.
Bowled that a lot, didn't he, Tony Gregg, on one of the tour of the West Indies at 73, 74, Mike Denness's tour. Bowled it pretty successfully.
Into Zabe, fuller this delivery, maybe a little bit extra on it from Bailey. I think it was Paul Allott that asked Tom Bailey before play on the first day about what Lancashire's bowling attack was going to be. That's driven to mid-off and there's no run. End of the over, 149 for 4. And Bailey said, we're going in with 4 spinners. And Allott thought, well, there's obviously Hartley, and there's Morley, and there's Wells. He went, who's the 4th spinner? He went, well, me. 149 for 4.
Nothing like confidence. 149 for 4 it is. So we have about 12 minutes to go thereabouts till tea. So by the time we get to the tea break, we're going to be looking at 24, maybe 23 overs, sort of statutory overs to be bowled. But as we've been saying the chances are we're going to see more than that. Now, we have a change of bowling, and Jack Morley is coming back into the attack, having bowled all of his overs in the innings previously from the James Anderson end. He's now switching to the Brian Statham end.
Yeah, Hartley, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 46 in that spell.
Well, 2 vital wickets, 2 partners in that stand that had occupied 39 overs, wasn't it, from the 16th to the 55th. 149 for 4, 53 behind. Morley back into the attack, bowling his 19th over, and immediately there's an appeal for a stumping. It's gone past the outside edge of Luke Proctor's bat. Not out, says umpire Middlebrook. See this one again. There's Morley. I mean, he didn't miss the outside edge by much, and Salt was flicking the bails off. I think Proctor, obviously the umpire's view was that his back foot hadn't been lifted. James Middlebrook says not out, but immediately Jack Morley getting one past the outside edge. Here he is in again, bowling just back of a length, and Proctor trying to work it down on the leg side. So easy with those, especially when it's turning and bouncing a little bit. Just feather on the glove. There's a leg slip in there. There's a forward short leg. There's a silly point. There's a slip. Here's Morley in, bowls again a little bit quicker. Proctor playing it off the back foot on the bounce to forward short leg. Belfields. George Bell took the really good catch to dismiss Sam Whiteman, of course, just a few moments ago. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Proctor, turns it round the corner to backward square, no run.
It's a big shout, wasn't it, by Salt?
It was. He seemed very confident. He was most animated, but James Middlebrook having none of it. Here's Morley in again, brings Proctor forward, plays it past Bell at forward short leg, and they come through for a single. Tight single, but they both went together. And that's the 150 up for Northamptonshire. 150 for 4. Proctor to 11. Zabe with one ball of this over to face. Here is Morley, flighting that one up nicely, but driven by Zabe. There's a big gap between backward point and extra cover. And he just pushes it into that gap for a single to keep the bowling. Zabe is 9, Proctor is 11. It's 151 for 4, 51 runs behind Northamptonshire, and around about 9 minutes to go till tea.
Just a reminder already, today in Division 1, the victory for Nottinghamshire beating Kent by 321 runs. That follows wins completed inside days 3 for Essex, who beat Hampshire by 6 wickets, Surrey, who beat Somerset by 10 wickets, and Middlesex beating Warwickshire by 8 wickets. And the results all confirmed yesterday in Division 1, and one match completed today in Division 2, which unfortunately is finished in a draw in the match at Scarborough. No rain today, but a wet outfield has denied any play on the 4th and final day. It's a drawn match between Yorkshire and Durham.
And Tom Hartley switching to the Jimmy Anderson end.
With safe, Zabe on strike, slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point. There's 4 all around the bat. Hartley bowls to Zabe, and turns it to the leg side. And there is no run. Sweep attempted by safe Zabe. I wonder whether there's a thin leading edge on that might have gone through to the keeper. Well, it did go through to the keeper, but
he likes the sweep, doesn't he? But I think that was a little bit too short to sweep.
Only to Zabe, goes right back and plays a nice shot, cuts the ball away through the offside. Just the single, who's on to 10. 1-5-2 for 4. Brings Proctor back on strike. Steve Smith still going in the test match and beating them 40. 185 for 7. Australia trail England by 98. Around the wicket to Proctor, comes Hartley, and Proctor works it away to the leg side, bells it short leg, stops it, loops it back to Hartley. He's ready to come back in again. Proctor, his open stance of his, kind of crouching down and watching it go past the off stump and whipping the bat away. Gathered by Salt. Settles in again, Hartley to Proctor. Yeah, and they decide that there is one there. He's turned across his front pad. Up towards the leg side for a single. And he keeps the strike, so he's on 12. And Northamptonshire 153 for 4. So trail by 49 runs. A minimum of 25 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, it's about 6 minutes to go until tea, so I would say certainly 2 more overs. It's conceivable. Depending on what happens, you may even get more than that, depending on which clock they're going on. The main clock on the scoreboard over to our left says 35, so 5 minutes to go. And here is Morley. Still 4 men round the bat, bowling to Proctor, who's playing that off the back foot past George Bell at forward short leg. Jack Morley himself completes the fielding and there's no run. So the slip, silly point, leg slip, forward short leg. Morley in again, bowls to Proctor, stretches forward, pushes it past man at silly point and there's no run. George Balderson comes around to field. Clock on the Old Pavilion still showing good 5 minutes to go until tea. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Proctor. Dabs it down at his feet, bounces up for Bell at forward short leg. Morley in again, bowling to Proctor, playing defensively up on the onside. No run again. Be interesting to put the watch on Jack Morley. So somebody in the first innings, I reckon, was saying that they thought he bowled an over in about 1:40 during his long bowl in the first innings. Next ball finds Proctor pushing forward on the bounce to silly point. Josh Bohannon in there very, very tight in the batter's eye line. Morley over the wicket. Bowls full toss to Proctor, who misses out. Just works it out to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 153 for 4. Proctor is 12, Zabe is 10. Morley's bowled 20 overs, 1 for 47. It's going to be Hartley to continue with 3 minutes or thereabouts to go until tea.
Two batters are in conversation. Doing their best to try and make this the final over of the session. Lancashire already, but Proctor and Zabe have got every right to take their time.
And Zabe, of course, has to check his guard now, of course, just to make sure he doesn't move in the last 15 seconds.
Hartley to Zabe. Takes a single here, drops it into the offside, and they get through for 1.
I was thinking one of the quickest through their overs was a fine bowler who was actually in the back of our box earlier this afternoon, Simon Kerrigan.
Yeah,
Simon would get through overs very, very quickly.
Pretty quite fancy a bowl on this, wouldn't they? Proctor just stuffed the front foot to drop it away into the onside, no run.
I bet he would. It was against Yorkshire at the county ground at Northampton a couple of years ago, and we reckon he would have been very close to bowling the sub-minute over.
He's rapid, isn't he? Defended by Proctor, no run. It helps with the fact he kind of comes off about 3 paces,
yes,
doesn't
exactly,
it?
Yeah. Well, it was one of those that was towards the back end of the day when the batters were just blocking it back.
1-5-4 for 4. Hartley to Proctor. Leaving the ball across the stumps and lifts the bat out the way. Content that's going to pitch and turn, but not to trouble his off stump too much. And he comes again to Proctor. Defending this time, bat on ball, works the ball out towards the leg side. Walks away to square leg. It's 15:39 on the clock. To Proctor. He turns it to Bell at short leg, and everyone's sprinting round to see if they can try and get one more over him before the tea break. 1-5-4 for 4.
So Lancashire have bowled 41 overs in the session so far in 2 hours, and they're going to be, it's going to be 42 because we're going to get another one in. Jack Morley's handing his sunglasses to umpire Graham Lloyd, who, I mean, he was the one that obviously determines if he gets to his position at normal walking pace.
Wasn't for being rushed.
He wasn't for being rushed,
no,
but he was there in good. Well, I say, if you're going on that clock with a minute to spare. So this will be the last over before tea, but it will be 42 in the session. And here is Morley bowling to Zabe, who's on the back foot, playing it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, well, 21 an hour, you'd settle for that, wouldn't you? It's like the 1920s. We've all hit a time warp. All we need is Luke Proctor to sort of put on a Harlequin cap or something, and it could well be. Now, change in the field with Jennings moving a man round to backward point. There's a big yawning gap through the offside, and Morley hangs that wide outside the off stump. Zabe not to be tempted. He stays on 11. 154 for 4 as the sun comes out again. There's Morley in, bowls to Zabe, who cuts nicely, but down to the man just put there at backward point. And there's no run, but there was nobody in the offside between backward point and extra cover, so there's a huge gap. If Zabe decides to try and cut, or maybe venture a drive out that way. That's turned, bounced, hit Zabe somewhere, possibly on the body. It's bounced down to slip. It's bounced, it hit him around about the rib cage. Maybe, it's hard to tell if he just flicked the glove on the way through. Tossed up by Morley, wide outside off stump. Zabe not to be tempted. Good cat and mouse stuff between bowler and batter at the moment. 1 ball to go in this session. And here is Morley bowling to Zabe, who pushes forward, drops a bat on it, and that is tea. Tea on the 4th and final afternoon of the championship match between Lancashire and Northamptonshire here at Emirates Old Trafford. And at tea, Northamptonshire go in at 154 for 4. So they scored 101 runs in the session. They lost 2 wickets, and we had 42 overs, which is remarkable stuff. Zabe is 11 not out. Proctor is 12. Hero of the afternoon for Lancashire, Tom Hartley, who picked up both wickets to fall. 23 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 56, dismissing Emilio Gay, caught by Keaton Jennings at slip for 61, and Sam Whiteman very well caught at short leg by George Bell for 40. Wickets falling at 127 and 134. It's now 154 for 4. We're going to nip off in search of a cuppa. Trust you'll do the same, and you'll rejoin us on Lancs TV and of course on the BBC Sport website and app when play resumes in just under 20 minutes time.
from room.
How's that?
How's that?
Oh.
How's that?
How's that?
So here we go for the final time in the game. The players are heading out after tea. Live on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Here come the two not out batters. Luke Proctor just a little behind Safe Zabe in runs, with Proctor on 12 and Zabe on 11. And Northamptonshire, they've got 20, a minimum of 22 overs left. Lancashire's over rate's plus 20. Which, was it 40 overs in the afternoon session? 42 overs in the afternoon session. I wonder what the pigeons are making of it. No, too interested in trying to find a few seeds to peck on, I think. So we'll see what this final session in store has to offer. Where is the game going? Which captain will be happier? They're both out there. Lancashire's captain Keaton Jennings and Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor is on strike for the first over after tea. And both skippers are out there. Will they be shaking hands on a draw? Will they be shaking hands and congratulating the other side on a win? Is that a wicket straight after lunch? Well, Proctor getting forward and driving. They got everybody hopping around in excitement, that didn't it? It might well be the sound of bat hitting the ground. I think that's perhaps what the umpire's suggesting. Ball missing the edge of the bat. The sound that we heard, perhaps the bat striking the ground. It had Hartley and the slips and the keeper all excited. Hartley in and balls to Proctor. That's turned away towards the leg side. Looks like a pretty good decision for me, just watching it back first time. Hartley to Proctor. It's worked out towards the leg side, and there is no run. Balls again, Proctor leaves, and through to Salt. Take another look at this. I love the reaction of Keaton Jennings. I believed him. 154 for 4. There's Hartley balls to Proctor. I think the replay looked like the replay suggested it's missing the bat. And the bat's perhaps striking the ground. I think that's what the umpire thought anyway. It's worked away to the leg side. No run. So that's the end of the first over after tea. 154 for 4. Needs 6 more wickets, Lancashire. They may need to bat again yet. It depends how quickly Northamptonshire can score and if Lancashire can take 6 more wickets. 154 for 4, Northants. We're just back underway after tea. They trail by 48 runs. We've got a minimum of 21 overs left today.
Well, that would have been an interesting start to the session.
It was.
Big appeal. I think, like you, I just felt it possibly bat it ground. Just didn't sound quite right anyway. Here is Morley, who starts off with a short pitch ball that Safe Zabe was trying to propel into the party stand and didn't manage to make contact. Bright sunshine now, beautiful evening. Nicest part of the day, somebody will say somewhere on the ground. Zabe trying to give himself a little bit of room to cut, needs to keep his concentration here. Tried to cut that one, didn't bounce a great deal, went through to Phil Salt, probably didn't miss the off stump by a great deal. Here's Morley, in again, bowls to Zabe, and that's turned, bounced a little bit, plays it well, jams it down into the ground in front of George Bell at forward short leg. Still forward short leg, leg slip, silly point, slip. All around Safe Zabe as Morley comes in and Zabe sweeps, the orthodox sweep this time, as we were saying in this afternoon session. He plays the orthodox and the reverse sweep, more or less equal facility. That occasion tried the orthodox one but didn't make contact. Here's Jack Morley. flights that one right up to Zabe, who drives, ricochets off Josh Bohannon at silly point, and there's no run. It's retrieved by the bowler himself, Jack Morley, who's into his 22nd over, which is concluded with a ball outside off stump that's driven by Safe Zabe through the covers for 4. Mentioned before too this huge gap that there is between backward point and extra cover, inviting the drive, and on that occasion Safe Zabe accepted the invitation, drove it through the covers. He goes to 15, and at the end of the over it's 158 for 4, so Northamptonshire are 44 runs behind. As we look towards the number of overs left, well, it says 20, but it's going to be more than that in practice. But Northamptonshire hanging in there.
Yeah, new ball due shortly. Well, relatively, pretty quick with 2 spinners on, wasn't it? Not sure that's out as Proctor gets forward. The ball loops up to short leg.
Altogether or not at all, chaps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, what, 9 overs? That'll be about 10 minutes then, won't it? Before the,
yeah, exactly.
before the new ball's due.
Yeah. There's Hartley into Proctor. Going right across the stumps. The ball is stopped by Stephen Croft at leg slip. And there's no run. We're in the 72nd over of the Northamptonshire second innings. Hartley to Proctor. Played away into the offside where Bailey fields. And there is no run. 158 for 4. It's Hartley in from the Anderson end to Proctor, who defends again. And there's no run. Back underway after tea here at Emirates Old Trafford. There is tea around the country elsewhere. With Hartley bowling to Proctor. It's turned away into the onside. There's runs here for Luke Proctor. It's bouncing up and over George Bell at short leg. Through they go for a single. Moves on to 13. 159 for 4. Ball remaining for Hartley. His 25th over. 2 for 57 for Tom Hartley. Slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point. And he's into Zabe. Going back. Plays a nice shot actually. Just slicing the ball away behind square. Just for 1 run to keep the strike. So 160 for 4. Zabe on 16. Proctor on 13. Tea elsewhere, including at Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. And well, cricket fans do like to gather around the edge of the pitch, don't they?
It's nice that they allow it at Cheltenham as well.
Yeah.
They don't allow it everywhere.
Just having a very close look at the surface there for those watching on the live stream. There's a real interest in the pitch at the College Ground in Cheltenham.
We've all done it, stood there, and you don't actually know quite what you're looking at. But is Morley down the pitch? Zabe, having got there, just squirts out, I think, off a thick inside edge, past Bell, forward short leg. Morley, this duel between Morley and Zabe, fascinating already in its relatively early stages. Is Morley in again, a little bit short, and Zabe is very decisive in his foot movements, goes right back and punches it away out through extra cover. Tom Bailey retrieves at length and sends in his return, and there's 2 more runs to save Zabe. He goes to 18, 162 for 4. Still the 4 close fielders around the bat, plus the keeper. As Morley over the wicket bowls to Zabe, turns that up to mid-wicket, where Luke Wells fields, and the main mystery of the afternoon is why Luke Wells hasn't bowled.
Yeah, I don't know.
So far, it's very surprising. Here's Morley in bowling and padded up, safe Zabe, and we've said what a potentially dangerous move that is. But Graham Lloyd not interested in the appeal. It wasn't, I have to say, with enormous conviction. hit him outside the line. He just looked to be going straight on. Hit him well outside the line. Here's Morley, bowls to Zabe, who sweeps, but only to backward square where Tom Hartley fields, and there's no run. And although he hadn't played a shot, so where it hit him was immaterial, it was so far outside the off stump, and unlike some that have turned and bounced, that one just looked to be going straight on. I think that's what Graham Lloyd obviously thought. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Zabe, clips that up to mid-wicket. More work for Luke Wells to do, and there's no run. 162 for 4 at the end of Jack Morley's 23rd over. 1 for 53 for him so far. Zabe is 18, Proctor is 13. And there's the pigeon again. We used to have one at Wantage Road, which the late and much missed Mike Carey, who we lost sadly during the winter, great figure in the written and the spoken broadcast media in cricket. He was used to refer to as Walter after the 1940s film star Walter Pigeon. Do you remember Mrs. Miniver? No,
I do not.
No, that's all right.
No.
Don't worry. Indulge me. There was one called Walter Pigeon.
It's Hartley to Proctor, no doubt into the onside, no run.
Walter Pigeon and Greer Garson in Mrs. Miniver. That was a wonderful film. If you like that sort of thing.
Maybe something for the winter for me. Forward goes Proctor in defence, and there's no run. What was the TV programme that we were referring to last season?
Oh, Rumpole of the Bailey.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Have you not started watching that yet?
Not got round to it yet.
Deary me.
So I know it's on my to-do list.
Good.
Hartley to Proctor. Doesn't offer a shot, pulls the bat away through to the keeper, no run.
It came up in conversation with those who might not have been listening to us 2 years ago when I think it was when the 100 started, and fortunately it coincided with the reruns of Rumpole of the Bailey, so I was all right.
It's a Proctor off the front foot to defend, pushed away into the offside, no run.
See what are the classic dramas on this year.
162 for 4. Proctor 13 not out, and defending into the offside, into the onside. Sorry, no run. 2 balls left of the over. 74th, 6 overs away, and Lancashire will have the chance to take a second new ball.
Do you think they'll take it?
Hartley to Proctor. Can they get one more out before that? That was a big appeal. It felt like a better appeal.
It did. I think probably. It hit him outside the line, and he was, I think, at least nominally playing a shot. So let's have a look. He was playing at it. Yes, hit him outside the line. Yeah. Good decision.
Yep.
Spot on from James Middlebrough.
End of the over, 162 for 4, and the game at Derbyshire. There's a massive second innings partnership between Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, with 310 put on for the first wicket between. Rees on 174 and Kame on 125, so Derbyshire lead by 107.
That one's going nowhere fast, isn't it? They've the Lancashire, Glamorgan have already used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers. Sam Northeast is on now, bowling his speculative off spin. Well, here we go at last.
Oh, right.
Luke Wells. Just started thinking about him in terms of the forgotten man, but he's obviously been remembered. So Luke Wells, for the first time in the innings, he's going to have a bowl. Bowled 11 overs in the first innings, and although he didn't get a wicket, he looked a threat with his quick leg breaks. He's bowling in from the, running in from the Brian Statham end. First ball is right on the money. Played defensively by Safe Say back down the pitch.
He's not a prolific bowler for Lancs in red ball cricket. Definitely is in the white ball. He's in the T20 format for Lancashire.
But in these circumstances, he's got to be worth a try.
Absolutely,
isn't it? Yeah. Here's Wells in again, turned up to mid-wicket by Safe Say. Bohannon, who spent an awful lot of this afternoon staring into the batsman's eyes at Silly Point, now finds himself out at mid-wicket, but still with the rather bulky shin pads on. The Justin Broad look from yesterday. Here's Wells in again, bowls, heads up, big appeal, and he's gone. And that looked a very, very good shout, and we've been saying all afternoon, where is Luke Wells? Well, there he is. He's taken the plaudits from his team, and we've also been saying that padding up is a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. And Zabe has gone. LBW to Wells for 18. It's 162 for 5.
I think you might have enjoyed that, Luke Wells.
I think he did.
I think he would have been quite eager to have a ball this afternoon, and he's had to wait till after tea.
Didn't play a shot at it, and he's got to go. That looked absolutely dead. He was hiding his bat behind his pad and sort of trying to pretend that he was playing it, but he clearly wasn't. And that looked a very good shout, and now I think Lancashire will feel that they have an end open, potentially.
With the new ball just around the corner as well.
It's a very, very important wicket.
Wells with the breakthrough. And yeah, he's very adamant that this is not kind of something that is just a bit of part-time bowling from Wells. He feels as though he can be and has played a very big role. Keaton Jennings' reaction on the replay there. He has played a really important role in the blast and clearly wants to play a bit more of a role with the red ball. But Jennings' reaction was one of relief. And, well, I got there in the end. I put you on in the end, Luke. What are you whinging about?
Well, it took him 3 balls to break through. I mean, he's wonderful, Luke Wells. He's a demonstrative cricketer, isn't he? Wears his heart on his sleeve on various occasions. Once or twice, I think it's probably got him into a little bit of the odd sort of gathering. I remember at Northampton, was it last year, when he was given out and didn't think he was, and I think it might have been just a quiet word in the headmaster's study after close of play. But anyway, he's made absolutely the breakthrough that Lancashire wanted, and as I say, having seen it 2 or 3 times, it looks as out as it did in real time.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah.
So 75th over, 5 to go after this until the new ball is due. James Sales comes to the crease ahead of Lewis McManus. We're back to the 4 close catches around the bat, and here's Luke Wells in, bowls to Sales outside the off stump. Nice way to get off the mark for James Sales. Cuts that away, running out towards the boundary. It's going to go for 4. Well, that's a nice way to go. Open your account. A little bit short of a length, and James Sales cutting it away for 4. So he goes to 4 runs off 1 ball, 166 for 5. Northamptonshire still 36 behind, remember. But when they get past that figure, if they do, then of course we have to factor in the amount of time left for Lancashire to knock off whatever they need to chase down. Here's Wells in, bowls to Sales. Forward, pushing it up past Silly Point. Bohannon back in there now for the new batter. 1 ball to go in the over. Bright sunshine now at Emirates Old Trafford. Beautiful evening as Wells comes in, bowls, and Sales pushing forward. Runs up to mid-on where Tom Bailey will pick it up eventually. There we go. 166 for 5. Luke Wells, 1 over, 1 for 4. Sales is 4, Proctor is 13. 166 for 5. Northamptonshire still 36 adrift.
Yeah, still behind. Lancashire able to press on this morning well, they put on 50 runs in, I think it was 18 balls, so we should allow them to get to that lead north of 200 and without eking out too much time from the day. Means that Northamptonshire, even though they've batted through 75 overs, are still trailing. Still 36 away from just making Lancashire come out and bat again. Proctor waits, and that turns the ball away into the onside. 1 bounce to George Bell at short leg, and there's no run. So Hartley's into Proctor, and that's just dabbed away to the leg side. Again, there's no run. 13 to Proctor. In comes Hartley, balls. Proctor gets forward and defends. Works away to the leg side. Again, there's no run. Hartley in, bowling. Proctor leaving. Ball does bounce. Proctor, understandably, very watchful. And the gloves and bat hoisted high out the way and spinning round, watching that bounce of the ball. Actually, in the end, deflected off the gloves of Salt and picked up by Jennings at slip. Again, he leaves. 1 ball left of Hartley's 27th over of the day, 2 for 58. Lancashire are plus 20 in their over rate. This defender back to Hartley. And that completes the over. 76 gone, 166 for 5, trailed by 36. With Northampton losing wickets of Vasconcelos and Gay, Broad, Whiteman and Zabe after tea. One standout partnership between Gay and Whiteman was worth 96 runs. And the wickets shared amongst Bailey with 1, 2 for Hartley, 1 for Wells and 1 for Morley.
I think it's going to be Wells to continue from this Brian Statham end. 1 for 4, having removed safe save in the previous over, and he's in bowling to the right-handed James Sales, who lets that go, and that I suspect shaved off stump and and young Bumble, Graham Lloyd, he's having a little chuckle at that one, because I think that was very, very close to off stump.
Kind of straight on.
Yes, I think that was a little bit. Luke Wells auditioning for Hamlet. Here he is again, bowling to James Sales, flights that one right up, Sales digs it out. Back to Wells. A little bit of breeze today, it's a little bit more than there was yesterday. In fact, it's coming up from the west, so coming from outside the off stump of the right-handed Sales. The next ball is very full, driven out into the covers for Tom Hartley to field. No run. This is over number 77, so 3 after this, and then Lancashire will have, Keaton Jennings will have the option. As Wells is in, bowls to Sales, drives straight into Josh Bohannon at Silly Point. Bohannon staring into the batter's eyes. Keaton Jennings at slip, also a leg slip, and George Bell, where he's been all day pretty much, at forward short leg. On leg stump from Luke Wells, turned up to mid-on by James Sales, where it's fielded by Tom Bailey, who's been bowling in both his modes today, mostly pace, but we had a couple of, was it 2 or 3 overs of off spin from him this afternoon as well.
We did.
Here's Wells, and that's turned back in to James Sales, who fortunately it was a bit short, and so he was able to watch it onto the bat, play it back down the pitch off the back foot, and that's the end of another over. 166 for 5. Sales is 4, Proctor is 13. Wells has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 4. And we have 3 more to go until the new ball is due, as the sun disappears behind some slightly heavier cloud.
Not sure if that was his googling.
Well, I was thinking, I mean,
off spin. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, because he bowls wrist spin, but he does bowl off his as well, doesn't he?
Hartley into to Proctor, worked away into the onside. There's no run. Have to look back, wouldn't we, at the wrist position?
It makes him such an effective bowler in the white ball, of course. But yeah, I mean, it turned back into the right-hander, so it was one or t'other.
Comes Hartley to Proctor. That's defended, no run. I have to ask him, working on a googly, he's just throwing in the occasional offies again. Something that Liam Livingston does quite a bit for Lancs, actually, in the white ball game. Forward goes Proctor, and then they're trying to work it to the right of Bell at short leg. And, there's no run. 66 for 5. Tom Hartley in. Walloped away by Proctor. 1 bounce. And deflected by Hartley up towards Wells. Hartley to Proctor. And just plays it as if to try and get the ball off him, really. Ball gripping and turning back in towards him and keeping it out, really, which he already did and has done for 75 deliveries for his 13 runs. Here is Hartley to Proctor. Let's work down towards the leg side, and there's no run. 166 for 5, so 78 overs gone. We've had that one result today, haven't we, which is Nottinghamshire beating Kent. It has meant a change to the Division 1 table, because as it stands, Nottinghamshire have gone above Lancashire, moved up to 114 points. Obviously that doesn't account for what will happen here over the course of the next hour or so.
So if this is a draw, Lancashire will go up to 112 then, won't they? Because they've got 5 plus 2 plus 5. So that will give them 112, but they will have a game in hand over both, obviously, Somerset and Nottinghamshire, 2 teams immediately above them. As Wells starts another over, Wells will just be thinking about trying to bowl Lancashire to 16 points for a win. First ball is played defensively by James Sales. Up past Bell at forward short leg. Still these 4 close catches. Helicopter flies overhead, heading over, I think, towards the city centre. Here's Wells in again, bowls to Sales on the back foot, nudges it round the corner. He's going to get a single. It goes down to deep backward square. George Balderson sends in a return, and it's one more to James Sales, who goes to 5, 167 for 5. At least you can see the high-rise buildings in the city of Manchester today, which for a good part of yesterday, certainly the first part of yesterday, you couldn't see them at all.
No.
It just disappeared into the murk.
Yes. It's a bit filthy morning, wasn't it, yesterday?
It was. And then last night they were once again illuminated like the proverbial Christmas tree. Lots of red lights on the top of those big tall buildings in the city.
Have you had your tram ride?
No.
Oh, no.
You'll have to save it to next time. The next ball from Wells is played defensively by Proctor, just past Bell at forward short leg. It was just one of those yesterday. John Sadler, actually Northampton's head coach, asked me exactly the same question last night. I was supposed to be asking him questions, and he was asking me had I had my tram ride. Here's Wells in bowls, and that's turned and bounced, and it's come off, I think, the body somewhere of Luke Proctor. It's gone to Bell at forward short leg. And he's now taking his glove off. So that just, I don't think it hit him on the glove, because if it had done, I think they might have been asking a question, but perhaps he just has sweaty palms. Been out there a long time, as Scott was saying. 78 balls now for 13 runs. Here's Wells round the wicket again. Goes to Proctor, gets himself outside the line, pushes it out to Behannon at Silly Point, and there's no run. Does remind me very much of that innings Proctor played here 2 years ago.
Yep. Hung around for ages,
Well,
didn't
he did. He was last out, wasn't he? I think for 96. Floodlights coming on. It is to say it's a little bit darker last few minutes. A bit more cloud around as Wells outside the off stump. Left alone by Proctor. I think it flicked off his pad. It was taken by Keaton Jennings. There was a sort of half-hearted exclamation from Phil Salt rather than appeal. End of the over, 79 gone, 167 for 5. So Northampton just still 35 behind. Sales is 5, Proctor is 13. 1 to go until the second new ball becomes due.
Well, the scoreboard says 12 overs left. There'll be a few more on top of that, because you're going to have a new ball due in the end of this over from Hartley. Well, Keaton Jennings turned to Tom Bailey and Will Williams straight away. James Sales taking guard from umpire Graham Lloyd, and it will be Hartley to continue.
And it is going to be Hartley. So interesting to see after this over whether the second new ball is indeed taken. For now, here's Hartley bowling to Sales, who stretches forward, drives out into the covers, and there's no run. One of my regular correspondents has commented on the absence of my tram ride, as Hartley is in bowling to Sales, defensively back down the pitch, suggesting that if Northamptonshire are relegated, then it may have to wait for a few years before Northamptonshire play a championship match here at Old Trafford again. Sales forward on the bounce to Behannon at Silly Point, and there's no run. sure there'll be other opportunities with the T20 or the 50 over cup or something. Hartley in bowls to Sales, and that beats Sales. It wasn't taken cleanly by Phil Salt. Just looking to see how close James Sales was to that. And he was not too close to it, but it wasn't taken cleanly by Salt on this occasion. Sales stretching forward again. Solid defensive block on the bounce to Bohannon at Silly Point. We now have Silly Point forward short leg and 2 slips in rather than the leg slip. There's Hartley in. Sales on the back foot. Works it out into the gap at mid-wicket. Bell has to track back from forward short leg to retrieve, and that's a single to James Sales to finish the over. 168 for 5, so 80 overs gone, and the new ball is being taken. It's being brandished towards the scorers by umpire Graham Lloyd. He's just waiting for acknowledgement, which he's now got, and Tom Bailey has the second new ball in his hands. It's 168 for 5, so the new ball taken as soon as due. And Tom Bailey, as we mentioned earlier, has been bowling in both his modes today. Mostly seam, bowled excellent opening spell with the first new ball, 8 overs. So we had a little bit of off spin from him this afternoon, which made very good sense, bearing in mind that Northamptonshire at that stage with Emilio Gay and Sam Whiteman in, they had 2 left-handers, so it made sense to bring the off spinner on. But now he's going to be operating in his principal mode, seam bowling, with which he's had so much success in the championship this season. And the first ball with the second new ball is back of a length, and Sales is in behind it, playing it up to Bohannon at mid-on, and there's no run. 3 slips in place, a backward point, and again big gap through the covers, the mid-off, mid-on, square leg just in front of square, and a long leg down the boundary in front of the hotel. As Bailey runs away from us outside the off stump, cut by Sales, hard into the ground. It bounces up to backward point, and there's no run. So Keaton Jennings, well, the fact that he took it straight away suggests that he wasn't really much of a decision. We were sort of debating whether he might think about keeping the spinners going, but I think, to me, it makes sense.
Absolutely.
Here's Bailey in again, very full outside the off stump, left alone by James Sales.
You could always give the spinners a new bit,
well,
bit harder ball.
Some, yeah, and I mean, you think of Luke Wells in particular. I don't know. I mean, I know spinners have very different views, don't they, about bowling with a new ball. But you would think Luke Wells with a new ball, the amount of bounce he gets anyway, he might be quite a handful. Not sure how Jack Morley thinks about bowling with a relatively new ball. Though he's had the opportunity, I suppose. Here's Bailey in, bowls to Sales, just squares him up a little, runs it down to backward point, and there's no run. And as was the case in the first innings, on the first day rather, if you remember, when the floodlights came on, it was the cue for the sun to come out, and it's actually a lot brighter now than it was about 10 minutes ago when they put the floodlights on. But anyhow, we're there just in case. Is Bailey, and again bowls to Sales, and you can see that just swinging away, shaping away from Sales, but he played it well, pushed it through the big gap on the offside out towards the extra cover boundary, and 2 more to James Sales, who goes to 8. Northamptonshire to 170 for 5, so 32 runs behind.
Second new ball taken at 4:30. When the innings started at what, about midday?
They started at 20 past 11.
Right.
Because they batted for 10 minutes this morning, didn't they? 3 overs.
That's true, yeah. Goodness.
Here's Bailey. Bowling again to Sales outside the off stump. Not to be tempted. Leaves it alone. Goes through to Phil Salt. End of the over. First one with the second new ball. 170 for 5. Sales is 8. Proctor is 13. And the deficit 32.
So Lewis McManus, Dom Leach, Alex Russell and Jack White, the 4 batters still to come. for Northamptonshire. With oh no, it looks like it will be Tom Hartley.
Yep.
To take the new ball.
Well, he obviously has no problems bowling with it then.
No, so left arm spin from one end and with the new ball. I just Will Williams had the ball in his hands. I just thought it would be Williams, but no, they're going to have a little go with Hartley. The new ball to Proctor. Defends away into the onside, no run. A bit like Wells. I mean, Tom Hartley must be 6'3" or something.
Yeah,
you know, he's a tall lad. He might get a bit of extra bounce with a firmer, with a new ball. So got those footmarks to aim for as well, hasn't he? Outside Proctor's off stump. Gets right forward and defends. No run.
That innings of Proctor's here 2 years ago, 93 off 294 balls. He was in for 6 hours 6 minutes before Matt Parkinson got him out.
It was a brilliant effort, wasn't it? Forward again, Proctor goes to defend. I mean, I'm sure there will be an element of wanting to not give it away against his former team, and that was displayed in that innings a couple of years ago. So it worked out to leg side by Proctor. Again, there's no run.
The other innings I remember in that rear guard was Tom Taylor playing completely against all his inclinations. 13 off 115 balls.
Hartley to Proctor. Dabbed away to the leg side. And again, there's no run.
The common denominator, as it often is with all these Lancashire records against Northamptonshire, was another Stephen Croft 100 in that game.
There's always Stephen Croft popping up somewhere, isn't there? Pads that one away, does Proctor. So that's the end of... I mean, whether it's just maybe having a little luck with Hartley with a new ball, or whether this might be something that they'll continue with, maybe pace at one end and spin at the other, we'll see. But Hartley's over's complete. And that was a maiden, wasn't it? 170 for 5. Sales 8, Proctor on 13.
There's one thing that Keaton Jennings does have in his favour, and that's he has lots of options, doesn't he? I mean, he's got so many possibilities in his bowling attack. For now, it is going to be Bailey to continue, starting his 18th over. Scoreboard showing 9 left, but it's, what, 25 minutes to 5. So there'll be plenty more available for Lancashire as Bailey comes in, bowls to Sales, who's in behind that, playing it up towards mid-on. Bohannon comes across to field, and there's no run. And full marks to the spectators on the balcony of the hotel. So there haven't been too many there today, but those that I think were there before lunch are still there now, following the action. But why not? You've got refreshments within easy reach.
Yes, a bit of room service.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Bailey running away from us outside the off stump. Sales leaves alone. I think you were updating BBC Radio Lancashire when I mentioned the message I had from one of our regular listeners and correspondents, John, who said you were talking about the tram ride, and he said it'll be a few years before Northamptonshire play at Old Trafford again, so your tram ride may have to wait. Well, in the Championship, I understand the point that John's making, which obviously is anticipating relegation, but there may be other opportunities in other competitions or
exactly.
winter meetings. Here's Bailey in again, and Sales is nicely in behind that, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Well, there's Walter and his friends. Not to be confused with Paul Allett, of course.
No, don't be
confusing that. Known as Walt. Let's put some more seed down. Out towards the new hotel at deep mid-wicket as Bailey comes into bowl to James Sales. And Sales squared up by that one. Good ball from Bailey, just held its line. Sales managing to get a bat on it, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run, and immediately goes down and has a slightly suspicious prod of the pitch. grand terrace over in front of the new pavilion, named after David Hodgkiss. Here's Bailey in, and he's beaten Sales outside the off stump with an absolute beauty again. That's left Sales. He also bounced a little bit, as you would expect with the new ball, and well, again, I think he would have taken a Tendulkar or even a Tom Bailey to nick that one. Great man of the club, wasn't he, David? David Hodgkiss?
He absolutely was, yeah. And in terms of trying to get that development through and underway, he played a massive part of it.
Here's Bailey in, bowls again to Sales, who covers up, plays it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Will Williams. That's the end of the over, 170 for 5. We've had 83 in the innings, including 3 with the second new ball. Proctor is 13, Sales is 8, Northamptonshire 32 runs behind.
Yeah, sadly missed David. He was a lovely guy. And you say fantastic servant for the club at different roles and through the course of the last number of decades. He was a big part of that development and that part of the new hotel. I think he'll like the idea that he's got a bar named after him, a bar and terrace named after him. Well, I think that would depend entirely on the quality of the red wine, to be quite frank.
Oh, right. I liked his red then.
He's a lovely chap. Aren't they from the Anderson end? Proctor works it out towards mid-wicket for a single. Takes him on to 14. 171 for 5.
I just think it's a really nice sort of sociable space. You know, you've got you've got the have a chat with your mates and have a little drink if you want to. Watch the cricket. What could be nicer?
It's like there's like a eating area. Is it a kind of restauranty canteen type area through the glass? And Sales is playing forward and defending. There's no runs. You've got the bar and then that little terraced area in front, and then you've got the red seats in front of that you can sit on, and then behind the glass there's I think it's quite a big terrace, restauranty canteen type area. Forward there's Sales and drives away into the offside. And there's no run. So let's try and get around and have a look from that side. Paul Allott was saying he watched a bit of the Test match from there, so it was a very good view. It's defended by Sales. Barnum Fields at Silly Point. And there's no run. 171 for 5. Hartley around the wicket to Sales. He just goes back and keeps it out, bouncing back towards Tom Hartley. Hard work for George Bell at short leg today. As he goes crouching down again, Bohannon in front of the batter, 2 slips as well. Oh, it's fizzed in, fallen wide. It's another good stop by Jennings. He's beaten Salt, and Jennings has done ever so well to his left to stop the ball. End of the over. So we've had 84, so 4 overs with that second new ball. Tom Bailey's scratching his chin as he's chatting to his captain. 171 for 5. Northamptonshire trail by 31.
I suppose what all the test grounds want is eventually work towards is having a situation where whatever sort of part of the ground you're sitting in, you've guaranteed a good seat and a good view. And you know, lucky enough as we are, of course, to go around the grounds and have a look at them all. And there are some when you think, yeah, okay, if I was paying for a ticket to watch a big game, a test match or whatever, which ones would I want to be at? Where would I want to be sitting? And certainly that's I would think is a very attractive part of the ground now. It's the seating in front as well, of course. It's a nice addition to this historic old ground. Here's Wells in, starting another over. So Bailey gives way to Luke Wells, and we did suggest that Wells with a new ball might be a little bit of a handful, getting a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah.
But Jennings shuffling his pack, short spells, just giving Bailey a couple of overs with the second new ball. Maybe he's going to swap ends, I don't know, we'll see. Here's Wells, round the wicket, bowls very full and driven by Proctor, out through backward point. They're going to come back for a couple of runs as George Balderson fields And it's 2 more to Luke Proctor, who goes to 16 off 89 balls, 173 for 5. I think Luke Proctor will absolutely relish this opportunity of battling against his old county. Here's Wells in, bowls to Proctor, who's just nibbling that away down to backward point. Still playing not many of the championship matches now. We're saying they're still on at Derby, of course, where that huge opening partnership between Harry Kane and Lewis Rees is ongoing, but the game itself is drifting to a draw. Still a bit in this one as Proctor drives up to Bailey at mid-off, slightly to the consternation of Josh Bannon at silly point.
Yes. Yeah.
Who
did it hit him?
I think, I'm sure if it did. It
glancing blow.
Yeah, that's right. It is, well, freedom tough.
Yeah.
174 for 5. Field changes over for the right-handed Sales because they took a single there. I think. Oh yes.
Oh dear.
Oh dear me. That's just caught on the end of the thumb. That's nasty. 174 for 5.
He was doing his Warren Hegg impressions last night in his interview with Josh Bannon.
Chucky. Here's Wells. Flights that one up. Pushed up to extra cover by James Sales.
This is
the one just driven. Oh yes, and he had absolutely no way of getting out of the way of it. It was he's so, as we've been saying, so close in there. Finish the over. Wells in, bowling to Sales, who on drives nicely. There's no mid on, and it's going to run away to the boundary immediately down below us for 4 runs. Takes James Sales up to 12. Nicely timed stroke. Dad will be happy with that one. It races away for 4. Sales is 12. 178 for 5 at the end of the over, so the deficit now down to 24.
We must be pushing up to kind of towards 600 overs bowled on this pitch now.
Yes, well, we're saying Ken
still looks a belter, doesn't it?
It does. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it at all. And there's a double 100 for Lewis Rees if you're watching on Lancs TV. 359 for no wicket. Derbyshire as that match against Glamorgan heads for a draw, but a double 100 there for Lewis Rees. 200 not out. Made 100 in the first innings, didn't he? I think.
Okay.
Have a look.
Here comes Hartley to Proctor. And goes right across and turns the ball away into the onside. No run. They're following on, aren't they, Derbyshire? In that. Yeah. There's Hartley into Proctor. Played out through the leg side for a single.
Yeah, 131 in the first innings and 200 not out in the second.
He sets off and then decides against it. Comes back in now. Driven back down the pitch by Sales. Stopped by Hartley off his own bowling. And there is no run. Hartley to Sales. That's eased out towards the onside to mid-on. Shuffle through for a single. Sales moves on to 13. 180 for 5. So 22 behind now. 5 wickets remaining. Proctor 18 off 93 deliveries. 94 now as he works it to the leg side where George Bell fields and there's no run. Hartley to Proctor. Goes across and defends and there's no run. I speak to Glenn Chappell obviously loads and he says it's quite hard work to win 4-day championship matches here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's quite hard work to win 9-day championship. This is day 9 of this pitch. 180 for 5.
600 overs on this pitch. That is remarkable, isn't it? It's, thanks again to Ken Grimes for the figures, but it is extraordinary. But again, just a great testament to the ground staff here and a surface that is there's still in it enough to keep the bowlers interested, but equally it's very, very far from being a minefield. 180 for 5. So Northamptonshire just 22 behind. This is starting to get a little bit darker now. Lights are on, of course. Here's Wells bowling to James Sales, who pushes that out into the covers for a single. A couple of men out there just sweeping on the offside. Tom Hartley retrieves that, sends in his throw, and Sales goes to 14 off 39 balls. Played nicely here, James Sales. Nice and calm. 21 behind now, Northamptonshire. A few changes in the field, tweaks in the field for Luke Proctor.
Giving up at Derby now. Shaking. They've got to that time where they can call it a draw.
Here's Wells in, flights that one up, and Proctor is forward defensive. Blocks it out to Josh Bohannon at silly point, and there's no run again. So there's only... Are we on our own now? I'm just trying to think where else is... I think we might be, actually.
Gloucestershire, Worcestershire.
Oh, of course, yeah, Cheltenham. Here's Wells, and that's cut away by Proctor, who is looking to James Sales for a call, I think, as to whether there was a run there, and he was sort of arms outstretched to say, well, is there? And, well, James Sales, I think in the end, deciding that discretion was the better part of valour. It would have been, if there was a single, it would have been a very, very tight one. Here's Wells outside the off stump. Almost exaggerated leave by Luke Proctor. Get everything out of danger. Once again, Luke Proctor digging deep for his side, as he often does. Leads by example.
2 away from his century here, isn't he?
Yes. Number of balls faced. Here's Wells in. Bowls to Proctor, who's pushing it out on the onside this time to Bell at forward short leg. His 99th ball. Interesting to see if there is a ripple of any kind from the Northamptonshire dressing room if Proctor makes it to 100 deliveries. Wells switching to over the wicket. So what will be the last ball of the over? And here he is, bowling to Proctor on leg stump. Goes past Proctor, is not taken cleanly by Phil Salt. That was his 100th delivery. It's also the end of the over, 181 for 5. So 21 is the deficit. Proctor is 18, Sales is 14, Walter Pigeon's having his tea. All is right with the world.
So draw for Derbyshire and Glamorgan, draw for Yorkshire and Durham, victory for Nottinghamshire over Kent. And the other...
Was it an announcement of something? I'm not quite sure what it was.
Maybe just a change of bowling?
Oh yes, it is, isn't it? I thought it might be something pressing and pertinent, but obviously not.
We just introduced the return of Jack Morley's left arm spin from the James Anderson end. James Sales on 14. So Morley 1 for 53 from 23 overs. Into to Sales. Nice wristy shot off the back foot. That'll bring him 4, I would think, through mid-wicket. Towards the boundary, it does trickle over the rope. And 4 for Sales. Takes him to 18. 185 for 5 now.
As ever, one hesitates to say these things. You don't want to put the mouth on them, but I've been really impressed with the way James Sales has gone about his work here. It's a difficult situation with the wicket just going down and Nottingham and Lancashire possibly just sensing an opening.
Only balls to Sales, his forward in defence. He was certainly got out by Morley in the first innings with a lovely ball.
Wasn't he? Yeah.
And comes Morley, balls again to Sales. That's turned away to the leg side. Stephen Croft comes up from mid-wicket. 17 runs behind Northamptonshire. Morley bowls down the leg side to Sales, so he just watches that go Past his hip, and it's taken by Salt. I'm trying to grip this newer ball. Here's Morley in and bowling a fullish ball, which turns away from Sales, but through to the keeper, no run. Sure, I've had much chance to bowl with a ball that's 7 overs old for Lancashire in Championship cricket before, Jack Morley, and might be a first for him. I think it probably is. Dropped away into the offside, no run. End of his first over, back into the attack. 185 for 5. And we've had 8 overs of the second new ball. Sales and Proctor edging Northamptonshire towards a little bit more towards safety. I suspect the Northamptonshire dressing room is probably a calmer place now.
Absolutely, yeah, I think so. This partnership has just settled things down nicely as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. They've used up another few overs. Still Lewis McManus to come, and before we get down to Dom Leach, who was night watchman, of course, in the first innings, Jack White and Alex Russell, but these two came together in the 75th, so they've used up another 13 overs. And they've done a pretty good job, and Luke Proctor in particular being seen at his adhesive best. Here is Wells, flights that one up, and just on-driven by Proctor for a single, up to mid-on. Proctor goes to 19 off 101, 186 for 5, 16 the deficit now. Brings James Sales back onto strike. Imagine he probably won't be playing for Overston Park in the Northamptonshire League tomorrow.
Probably put his feet up.
I would think so. Makes sense. I imagine he'll be playing on Sunday in the game at Peterborough against Cambridgeshire. Here's Wells in, pulled by James Sales for 4. It was a short ball, bit of a drag down, and Sales latched onto it, pulled it away with relish, away through mid-wicket, and he's now overtaken his captain, having been in for a lot less time at the crease, but he's gone on to 22. Overtaken Luke Proctor, is on 19. Not that that matters in the context of Northamptonshire's efforts to save this match. It's 190 for 5, just 12 behind now. And Sales, that's his 4th 4. Wells in his 6th over, having struck with his 3rd ball, the wicket of safe save. His Wells in again, and ooh, Sales came a long way across there. He managed to get bat on it, turned it round the corner to backward square. If he hadn't, I think Luke Wells would be jumping up and down. And I think one or two of the other Lancashire fielders will be jumping up and down as well, as it was. Managed to play it. Here's Wells. And again, bowls to Sales on leg stump. On drives up to Bailey at mid-on. There's no run. Bailey sends in a fizzing return that Phil Salt, at pushing 5 o'clock, may not have appreciated that much. 2 balls left in the over. Wells bowling to Sales, pushes it past Bell at forward short leg, and they come through for a sharp single.
Good running, isn't it?
It is. Sales to 23. Northamptonshire to 191 for 5, 11 behind.
Yeah, he's batted nicely here, James Sales. Proctor's been terrific again, hasn't he? Talk about kind of digging in.
I know.
Skipper's knocking it this, you know.
Well, he sort of sells his wicket dearly as a rule, and I say since he's come back from injury, he's looked back to the sort of form he was in last year. Outside the off stump, didn't bounce, but it was so wide there was really no danger for Proctor, who leaves it alone. End of the over, 191 for 5. Sales is 23. Proctor is 19, and I shall just go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Yeah, if you've just kind of joined us, catching up with what we've seen so far today, Lancashire finishing their first innings with a bit of a flurry, actually. They scored quickly at the back end of the first innings in that first, well, basically 10 minutes this morning they batted for. Got 50 runs, got to 200 declared. and chipped away through the course of the day. The wickets of Vasconcelos and Gay and Broad and Whiteman and Zabe. Archie Morley bowls to Sales, and that's short and pull through the onside. That'll be 4. So the deficit down into single figures, on the brink of pushing in front and forging a lead. Northamptonshire further taking the possibility of a Lancashire win further away. He's bowled a lot, Jack Morley. Just dropped a bit short there. He had a 25th over of the day. In comes Sales. It's just played off the front foot, pushed away back down the pitch. And there is no run. We are into the last hour, by the way, so 16 overs to be bowled. It's worked away into the onside, and there is no run. Five for 5. Here's Morley. Sales calmly steers the ball out into the offside. Two balls left of the over. For a big shot there, Sales. Behind and hopping out the way just in case he made contact. Ball of the over. Morley to Sales. Extra pace, I reckon, on that. Seemed to push it through a little quicker. End of the over. And 90th of Northamptonshire second innings. Chopping and changing continues. A little spell from Luke Wells, 3 over spell. He's been replaced. Tom Hartley has a go as well now from the Statham end. So the Lancashire captain chopping and changing, and just wondering whether he can try and prize out another wicket and just breathe a little bit of hope into his team. Nice shot by Proctor, playing it across his pads out towards the square leg boundary. Comes back for 2. So 9-7 for 5. In and bowling. Across goes Proctor. Turned away into the onside. And there's no run. Starting to get a little bit gloomy as well.
Just thinking the same thing.
Played through probably like not dissimilar or similar yesterday, and it got a bit brighter, didn't it?
Yes.
As it went on. And tossed outside off stump by Hartley. Ignored by Proctor.
It's a frightening thought that we're obviously into the last hour now, so minimum of 14 to go after this. But how many Lancashire could actually bowl if they need to?
Yeah. It's onto the pad of Proctor, who's getting a decent stride forward. Graham Lloyd saying, "I don't think so." You see the look on his face as Tom Hartley walked past him. No, you're not having that one. In and bowls forward goes Proctor, and defends, and there is no run. Yeah, we're into the last hour, so there's Right as we're saying, it's a minimum 16 over, from now 14 overs to be bowled. Northamptonshire on the verge of pushing in front, not far away. 5 runs more, and Lancashire will have to come out and bat again. Of course, you'd lose overs, a couple for the change of innings. Defended by Proctor. And there's no run, and Northamptonshire will be increasingly feeling that is almost job done. 21 to Proctor, 27 to Sales, 197 for 5.
Yeah, it is. It's decidedly murky out there now, isn't it? The floodlights have been on for some time, but the light is just starting to close in a little bit. A cloud that I haven't seen a lot of. It's been a very nice day today, but it's just in the last sort of 10-15 minutes or so, it's just started to build up a little bit from the west, sort of from the southwest over our left shoulder, sitting as we are at the Brian Statham end of the ground. Gulls wheeling overhead, quite a few of them now, vultures I think. That next ball from the start of a new over from Jack Morley is outside the off stump. Sales playing inside it, dropping the hands out of harm's way. Goes through to Phil Salt. Morley round the wicket again, bowling to Sales, who drives up to mid-off, but there's no run there. A whole lot of them now. It's like a scene from The Birds. Over to our right. Gulls wheeling away. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Sales, who jams it hard into the ground. You see now on Lancs TV all the birds up to our right. It's not Flying Ants Day, is it? The day the ants go up. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Sales, stretching forward, plays it out to George Bell under the lid at forward short leg. And there's no run. Morley in his 26th over now, bowls to Sales outside the off stump. Sales leaves it alone. Morley can't believe that has missed the stumps, but unfortunately for him it did. Sales had a little perambulate out towards square leg. He's now back, taking up his stance again, and he on drives this one up to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. Jack Morley, not surprisingly, just starting to look a little bit weary. 26 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 61. He's bowled beautifully in this game, but he's bowled, what, 55 overs in the match now. 197 for 5, so Northamptonshire 5 behind. We have a minimum of 13 overs remaining. But as I say, we do also potentially shortly have to factor in the 2 overs to be lost for the interval between innings.
Yes. Yep.
It's been spotted that the Northamptonshire correspondent has the radar up just to see if there's any rain in the
clear,
offing.
does that?
It does actually. Yeah.
It has got a bit darker. Certainly, you can see Tom Hartley, the shadows cast from the floodlights as he stands there, top of his mark, takes a breath. Spinners have got through plenty of work today, haven't they? What's this, over number 34 for Tom Hartley? Smothered away into the onside by Luke Proctor. And there is no run. I think if we had Bailey and Williams on, I don't think that we would be playing.
No.
Hartley to Proctor. Turns back into him. And increasingly confident that he's in control of whatever bounce and turn that Hartley might be able to generate. It's deflected down to the left of Jennings at slip. Super effort this by Luke Proctor. 111 balls faced. Likewise for James Sales, 61 balls. They've absorbed these two in this partnership since they came together. And safe save was LBW to Wells. As Proctor nudges this one away to square leg for a single. There have been a few jitters in the Northamptonshire dressing room, but these two have certainly settled whenever nerves may have been creeping in. 98 for 5. So Sales back on strike with a short leg, a silly point, and 2 slips. Eased away through the offside for no run.
I know it's supposed to be the thrills that are multiplying, but it's the goals that are multiplying at the moment. There's loads of them.
Feeding frenzy. Forward again goes Sales. And that is the end of the over. So we've got 12 to go. 198 for 5. And
it really is getting a bit Noah's Ark out there, isn't it, at the moment? It's the umpires. This is Graham Lloyd just having a little look at where the weather's coming from, but you can see now the shadows being cast by the floodlights. Just wonder how long it'll be before, even with the spinners on, they just have a little think about it. But we're okay at the moment. 12 minimum overs remaining as Morley starts another over to Proctor, who goes back on his stumps, drops it down to Bell at forward short leg. Bit of clapping round the bat, just trying to keep Jack Morley going. So he's bowled really well in this game. 1 wicket today doesn't seem justice really, but he's in again. Bowls to Proctor, who's forward, dead batting it out to silly point where Bohannon fields. Proctor will be loving this. He really will. He'll be loving every minute of it. Here's Morley in outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Goes through to Phil Salt. He just loves a scrap, doesn't he? You know, on a cricket field, is the man you want to have next to you. I think he's David Ripley, and obviously brought him to the club. We should speak very, very highly of Luke Proctor. That's bounced, and Proctor's played that really well. Just the odd one, isn't it? The pitches in the footholds, and they're just, I think, going to have a little chat now, because I think that's hit Proctor maybe on the glove. Now, yeah, I think the physio's being summoned, so that has obviously hit Luke Proctor somewhere. Let's have a look. It's hit him on the grill. It's bounced. It really shot up off a length. So the odd one has just done that, as you would expect after 600 plus overs.
Yes.
But that's hit Luke Proctor on the grill, which means we have to go through obviously the concussion protocol. So the Northamptonshire physio Nick Allen's dropping out. The umpire's just having a little word. Let's have a look at this one again if you're watching on Lancs TV. That's just hit the edge of a foothold. It's bounced up. And I said Proctor played it well because I thought he'd actually got a bit of bat or glove on it. Well, actually, it just didn't have a lot of say in that matter, really, because it just bounced off the grill. Down in front, he's all right. George Weldon's now trotting onto the field with the Vermilion bib.
The Vermilion?
It sounds like a sort of Star Wars chapter, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
Or Harry Potter and the Vermilion bib. But the umps are still having a little word. It is getting a bit gloomy out there now, to be honest. The players are taking a chance to have a drink. All this is just eating into time, of course. It means that obviously Lancashire, who would have been hoping to get plenty of overs in this last hour, obviously minimum of 16 as we say, there's still 11 overs and 2 balls to bowl. It's now, by my watch, about 5:15, so we've got 45 minutes to go, but of course we'll lose 2 overs. If Northamptonshire get another 4 runs, then Lancashire will have to bat again. I don't know if the light is bad enough to come off, but they're having I think the umps may have had just a little word about it. But that's used up thick end of 3 or 4 minutes, hasn't it? It's another over, maybe 2 overs knocked out. With the cloud overhead, it's fairly low now, fairly dark grey.
For at this stage, and Northants are 7 down, it feels like there's a bit of jeopardy still, doesn't it?
Yeah,
But
it does.
5 down, it feels like.
Mind you, let's say, look at they do have a little bit of a tail in this game. Obviously, let's say Lewis McManus, he's a very, very good player who's just having a very lean time of it in red ball cricket. Anyway, we're about to resume. 2 balls to go in the over. Here's Morley and bowls to Proctor, who's forward. Drops it down in front of Bell at forward short leg, and there's no run.
Super not this Proctor and Sales. And credit to Sales. I mean, Proctor we're giving rightly so lots of credit for, but James Sales has battered.
He has, hasn't he?
Really well.
Great calmness, presence of mind. Here's Morley in to finish the over, pushed out to the offside by Luke Proctor, and that's the end of Jack Morley's 27th over. 8 maidens, 1 for 61. It's 198 for 5, so Northamptonshire 4 runs behind. Proctor is 22, Sales is 27, and I think, well, I don't know, Will Williams is shining the ball frantically at the moment, but is he going to get a bowl, I wonder? If he does, then it'll be interesting to see if the keeper's still, Phil Salt's still standing up, so no, it's still going to be Tom Hartley.
I think it'd be too gloomy, wouldn't it? For
I think so. I was going to say, I think as soon as they did that, the chances are we'd be off, wouldn't we?
27 then for Sales. There's Hartley. Forward goes Sales, defends. And there is no run. 198 for 5. It's back this time. Flick away towards the leg side. Bring him a couple of runs, that. Takes him on to 29. That brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire. And, second innings, 200 for 5.
Just looking at the game at Cheltenham, there's still 25 overs left in the day. Must have been bowling their overs incredibly slowly.
Hartley to Sales, who defends. And there's no run.
Or probably just normally, as opposed to here when we've still got plus 20 on the board for the over rate.
Worcestershire lead by 271 at 166 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Back those Sales defence. And there's no one. You're off to Cheltenham, aren't you?
Yes, a week today.
Oh,
Northampton's first game in the Metro Bank Cup, away to Gloucestershire.
We're at Sebber for a couple of games coming up. Yes, this is worked out to the leg side by Sales for 1. Moves on to 30, 201 for 5. Showcase game on Sunday.
Yes, Peterborough, Bretton Gate, next to the City Hospital.
Very good. I suspect Sebber's probably slightly more picturesque.
I think that's probably fair to say. No disrespect to Peterborough,
absolutely
but no,
non-intended.
it is. No, you're absolutely right.
Brought to terms this way towards the leg side for no run. It's the end of the over, 201 for 5.
It used to be, they've been playing at Bretton Gate, I think, Peterborough Town, since the 70s, roughly, when they moved away from the old ground at Crawthorne Road, where Northamptonshire played for 60 odd years, county cricket there, which it was always a bit cramped, and the ground always used to be fairly sort of wide open at Bretton Gate, a little bit sort of Siberian, big wide open spaces, but there's been a bit of building work around the ground now, and it doesn't look quite as sort of bleak and wide open as it did, and it's a good surface, very good facilities, and yeah, I'm sure they'll make a success of it. They've got the PCA legends there today, I know. They've got a game there this evening, so they've got a bit of a sort of cricket week, I think, at Bretton Gate, but I'm sure Brian Howard and his team there are doing a good job. I'm sure see if Mal can get some runs there today. Right, Tom Bailey is back in the attack, bowling his off spin, and from the James Anderson end, the first ball is turned by Sales out to George Bell at forward short leg. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Sales down the leg side. Beats Sales and has Stephen Croft diving at leg slip under the helmet there. There's Bailey in again, bowls to Sales, who wrists that nicely between the two short legs for a single. 202 for 5, so Lancashire will have to bat again. Northamptonshire have wiped off the arrears, so you can knock potentially 2 overs off whatever time is left, but there's still plenty of time. There's still 40 minutes to go. Minimum of 9 overs after this one. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Proctor, who turns it out in front of square for Bell to field, and there's no run. Possibly in a couple of overs' time, Luke Proctor might start saying to Keaton Jennings, come on. Think of the M6. You've seen enough, haven't you? Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Proctor, turns it round the corner and picks up a single as George Balderson has to make ground to his left from backwards square leg. So one more to Proctor, he goes to 23, 203 for 5. Northamptonshire 1 ahead. One ball to go of what will be the 7th over of the last hour. Bailey in, bowled short and pulled away by James Sales with feeling. And that disappears away through mid-wicket for 4.
Might be enough.
And that's, well, Sales, I have to say, what's been not the least impressive part of this innings is that if there has been a bad ball, he's put it away. He really has played a terrific little innings here, James Sales. 207 for 5 at the end of the over. Sales is 35 off 72. Proctor is 23. And Northamptonshire are 5 runs ahead. We have a minimum of 9 overs remaining, and it's actually, the light has improved a little bit in the last 5 minutes or so. It's nothing like as murky as it was.
No. A similar thing happened last night, didn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of played through a little bit of bad light, and then he was rewarded by the fact he got a bit brighter.
Well, it was good common sense umpiring, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. We've done well this game to get as much play as we have done, because of a lot of rain around, and got on with it, haven't we? There's every chance to try and get out there and play. They've played. There's Hartley to Proctor. It's worked out towards the leg side for 1 run. We're edging, aren't we? Nearer and nearer. Can't be far away now. I wouldn't have thought. Still got to get 5 wickets, Lancashire, before they even think about coming out to bat again. So all about what Keaton Jennings is thinking here. Keeping going for a little while longer. 2 batters come down for a little chat. Sales on 35 not out. Just kicks that one away with Hartley bowling outside the leg stump. .208 for 5. And again, interested in that, Sales. Landing outside his leg stump and just thrusting that pad towards it. Hartley to Sales, and 3rd time again he's kicking that one away. The ball's pitching outside his leg stump. And comes Hartley again, bowling, and again same outcome. Gathered by Bell at short leg.
I love Luke Proctor's backing up.
And for a 6th time, it's the end of the over. 208 for 5. Sales 35, Proctor on 24. The Pigeons are pecking away once again. There's more and more now. They've got a few friends.
Well, Walter's obviously having an at home, isn't he?
Having a party, yeah.
Well, it is going to be Bailey to continue. He's into his 20th over, so 97 overs bowled. I mean, it's terrific stuff. We think the innings started at, what, 20 minutes past 11. It's now just gone 20 past 5, so we've had, what, 5 hours of actual play. And we've had 97 overs, which is just goes to show it can be done. Here's Bailey in, nudged around the corner by Proctor. A very Proctor-like stroke down to George Balderson coming in off the backward square leg boundary. One more to him, he goes to 25, 209 for 5. And it is certainly a good deal brighter than it was about 10 minutes ago. I don't think there's any problems on that score at the moment. Still 4 fielders up round the bat as Bailey comes in. Bowls to Sales. Big appeal for LBW as he pushes half forward. Not out, says umpire James Middlebrook. Just didn't get that much of a stride in there, which is what made me wonder if it might be a little bit tight. He's taking guard again outside.
Worst shot, isn't it?
Not the worst. I think it might just have hit him outside the line, you know, but was certainly a good shout. Now that's turned from Bailey. It's beaten the keeper, and it's gone down, I think, for 2 byes. Yes, byes signalled by James Middlebrook. Down the leg side, it turned. It wasn't a particularly easy one for Phil Salt to get across to. Beat the dive of Slip as well. 2 more onto the total. 211 for 5. Bailey in bowls to Sales, who on drives up to mid-wicket for Jack Morley to field. And there's no run. That again has bounced and turned. And this time Phil Salt knocks it up and catches it at the second attempt. He's taking a touch of the Marcel Marceaus at the moment. A bit of a mime act to show how he managed to take that one. Driven out into the covers. Next ball from James Sales. It goes out to extra. That's the end of another over. 211 for 5. And
must be thinking about it.
I think they must be having a little think here about whether we've had enough.
Can't be far away.
Clock ticking round towards 5:30. It's 211 for 5, so Northamptonshire are 9 runs ahead. I mean, Lancashire would have to take the last 5 wickets in as many overs, probably, you would think, from here, because they'll lose 2 anyway. But the timing is more the issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
1 more, maybe.
Here comes Hartley to Proctor. A run for Proctor here takes him to 26. So 212 for 5. Well, that's a 50 partnership. It's a 50 partnership between Luke Proctor and James Sales.
Sales has rather dominated, but these two have done a really good job.
It's kicked away by Sales.
Bad light? What's bad light? Sun's out now.
This has got to be the last one, hasn't it, I would think?
I would think so.
Play back down the pitch, almost looking like a bit of a leading edge there from Sales, but scooped up by Hartley. Hartley in and Sales goes back, and there's no run. It's all about Keaton Jennings, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
At first slip. The 2 captains are out there. Jennings is at first slip and Proctor's at the non-strikers end. 2 skippers. It's back by Sales. A little bit quicker push through, I think, that by Tom Hartley. He's defended into the onside. So 1 ball left of the over. Forward goes Sales and defends, and there is no run. And the 2 captains are going to pass here, but they're going to pass and carry on.
They are ships that pass in the night. They haven't caught each other's eye, I think it's fair to say, as the batters were in the usual sort of animated conversation in mid-pitch. Keaton Jennings walked from his position from slip to slip, and never the twain met. 212 for 5, so it is going to be Bailey. A bit of sunshine out now, and worked into the onside by Proctor. First ball of the over takes him up to 27, and Northamptonshire to 213 for 5. Now field change is over for the right-handed James Sales, but still a silly point. Forward short leg slip and slip, driven by Sales into the heel of Josh Bohannon at Silly Point. They have the odd bruise there come tomorrow. Bailey now sending man at square leg, who was within conversational distance of umpire Graham Lloyd, out to deep square. Driven by James Sales crisply out into the covers, smartly fielded by George Balderson in there at extra. Bailey in again, bowls to Sales, pushes forward for George Bell to field under the helmet at forward short leg. Gulls have dispersed over to our right, slightly sinister. Here's Bailey in and Sales right back on his stumps. Drops it down in front of Bell at forward short leg. 1 ball to go in the over. Bailey in bowls to Sales and plays it defensively. All along the ground to Bell at forward short leg, and that is that. Match is left drawn. There's a shake of hands, and Northamptonshire will take something out of this game. Bit of pride, as I say, could easily have gone pear-shaped after Lancashire had played, just completely dominated yesterday's play, and indeed first thing this morning had earned the right to challenge for victory, declaring with a lead of 202, leaving Northamptonshire with pretty much a full day to bat out, with the side, say, bottom of the table, and confidence has been a bit in short supply. But nevertheless, Northamptonshire digging deep and managing to save this match. So the match is left drawn. Northamptonshire 213 for 5. There are 11 runs ahead, and a lot of credit there to Luke Proctor. 27 not out off 125 balls, and equally a really terrific innings from James Sales at the end, going in with Northamptonshire having lost safe save after tea, and just a little bit of anxiety, I'm sure, in the Northamptonshire camp, but Sales playing a really good hand. 35 not out off 92 balls, hit 6 fours, and Northamptonshire finishing on 213 for 5 from exactly 100 overs. And yeah, congratulations from the rest of his team for Luke Proctor. The Northamptonshire dressing room will very much appreciate the way he's played there, and he's thwarted his former county. And all the support staff there shaking hands. The umpires, I think, have had a pretty good game. The two of them, Graham Lloyd and James Middlebrook, are just having a chat with the rest of the players as they prepare to leave the field. Well done, gentlemen. And the match drawn, which means that Lancashire take, well, they gained 5 batting bonus points and 2 bowling points, plus 5 for the draw, 12 points for Lancashire. And for Northamptonshire, they had 2 batting points, 2 bowling points, plus 5 for the draw, so they get 9. So it's 12 and 9. Now, as far as the table is concerned, in Division 1, this, I say, was the last game in this round of matches to finish. It means that Lancashire go on to 112 points from 10 games, so just behind Nottinghamshire. But it's a sort of quite tightly bunched table, and Lancashire do have a game in hand over the 2 teams above them, Nottinghamshire and Somerset. For Northamptonshire, they're on 59 points, still 22 points adrift at the bottom of the table, and 25 points away from safety with 4 games left. So a lot of work for Northamptonshire to do in Super September, when they play Lancashire again, of course, at Wantage Road, also Warwickshire, Surrey and Essex. So it's a difficult run-in for Northamptonshire, but they've departed here, at least, Scott, with a bit of credit, I think.
Certainly have, yeah. 50 partnership between Proctor and Sales. In the end, getting Northamptonshire over the line. Lancashire, I think, from the amount of time lost in the match, thick end of 70 overs lost in the game, and Northamptonshire's first innings eating up 116 overs for the 340. They've actually done remarkably well to get into a position to even try and win it with the way that they batted yesterday. That will be a day which will live long in the memory. Watching Wells, Bohannon and Salt getting Lancashire into a position where they could declare this morning and try and force a victory. But yeah, Northants will be thrilled, I'm sure, with the way that they batted the second time round. So it's another draw for Lancashire. They've racked up a few through the course of this season, and we take a little, I say it's a summer break.
We're all going on it. Yeah.
It's the start of the Metro Bank one-day cup. So where are Northants again? Just give us a quick reminder.
So Northamptonshire play on Sunday in the National Counties Showcase fixture away to Cambridgeshire at Peterborough at the Bretton Gate ground, which if you're going along there, the easiest way of finding it, I always think, is it's virtually next door to the City Hospital, which is very hard to miss. So yep, should be an interesting one. And then from there, Northamptonshire start their Metro Bank Cup campaign against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Lovely setting at Cheltenham College a week today, Friday the 4th of August.
Excellent. Cheers, Riders.
Yep, great pleasure to work with you as ever, Scott, and just a big thank you to everybody here at Lancashire County Cricket Club. It's a very welcoming place and very easy to work, so thank you very much to all concerned.
Thanks, Riders. Right, your next live cricket here on Lancs TV, and for BBC Radio Lancashire and Manchester listeners, will be on Sunday at Sedbergh School for the showcase game between Lancashire and Cumbria. We'll bring you that on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, and then on Tuesday the Metrobank One-Day Cup competition starts in full with Essex playing at Sedbergh School. But from the whole team here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV, thank you for your company. We'll sign off for now. We'll catch you on Sunday.